Welcome to Fly Nubian Money. I am Laura Lala Key, your host for today. And today we're tackling a very significant and controversial topic in our communities. And I am joined by some awesome co-queens. If you want to know what this controversial thing is, we're going to be talking about baby mama culture. And this seems to be something that is becoming the norm. And I want to talk about, we definitely want to talk about, is this harming our communities? And we want to talk about how the role of the Black family is so important. Today, I am joined by Linda Husser. She is the bodacious lifestyle coach for Black women over 50. And Tiara Williams, our actress, producer, and owner of Real Virtual. Welcome, ladies. I'm so glad to have you today.
Thank you.
All right. It's going to be kind of crazy for this. Are y'all ready for this? So we have some great footage that I think that we should start off with. So to get this conversation going, let's dive into this short clip video from the 80s or early 90s that is featuring some young Black women who are expressing their views on fatherhood and the necessity of men in their household. And they all are single mothers. This is my era. This is when I was growing up. So I have a lot of friends as well as myself who was a 16-year-old mother. And I kind of feel a little bit differently than the young ladies, but I feel like at this time is when people started saying that, it just wasn't important to have the father in our household. So this footage was very gut-wrenching for me, and I really had a hard time watching it, and I think you'll see why once we pull that up. But right now, I want to know, have either of you had experience with single motherhood yourself or within your family? Tiara.
Let me unmute. Oh, I am unmuted. Okay, great. Yes, I actually grew up without both of my parents. So I was a foster kid raised as raised by the community of my family. My mother was unfortunately, and my father were caught up in the crack epidemic because that was what the 80s were. It was the start of all of that. And not in turn, I'm not a single mother. My child's father is very active, but I am a single woman. So we're not together, but we co-parent wonderfully. Thank God that he is there and he is hands-on and active. He does not miss a beat. So I'm grateful that we have a father in the house.
That's a blessing, and it's also in the slim side of what we experience in our community. So that is a huge blessing. How about you, Linda? What is your experience with single familyhood, and have you experienced this in your household or your community?
I did not experience it in my household. I did grow up with my mother and my father. However, now that I think about it, all of my first cousins, nobody's father was in the home. And I mean, nobody's father was in the home. It is amazing. And so now that I'm thinking about it, we were the only married family in my family. Out of all my first cousins, I'm thinking nobody was married. And so I feel that it's important, even if your father isn't in the home per se, like what Tiara said, which I thought was really beautiful. She said she's not a single mother, but she's single. Girl, that's a t-shirt right there. Because basically what you're saying, Queen, and thank you for clarifying that. What you're saying is there's single mothers, there's single women, and there is a huge difference. So I would really like to explore that a little bit more, but of course we're going to go into the topic, but that's very important and a very clarifying way to put that. And thank you so much for making that clarifying difference.
Agree. And before we roll the footage, I'll put in my experience with it so that we can have context of all the queens who are on here and our experience of this in the background of our lives. I was raised by my aunt. My birth mother gave me to my aunt because she had gotten into a lot of trouble. And so my aunt was the one who raised me. But when I say mama, I mean my aunt. Now, I lived in a community, I call it my village, where all of my aunties and my uncles lived in the same neighborhood. And my dad still lived in the neighborhood too. So even though my parents weren't married, I had a weird village, but still a blessed village. Most of my aunties and uncles were all married, and all of them were. So they were an example for me. So let's sit back and watch this video because I have a lot of things that we can really dig into with this. All right, hold on.
Married. None of you are married. Raise your hand if you would like to be married to your baby's father. One. The rest of you who don't plan to get married, why don't you plan to get married? I'd like to know that.
You already have your child to think about, and then a whole family to care for. You know, it's a lot of responsibility, and then you don't want the commitments.
I wouldn't want no man holding me down because I think I can make it as a single parent.
But don't you think you might need help in raising that baby from a man?
Not really. I didn't have a father. My father wasn't in the home, so you know it really male figures are not substantially important in the family.
Raise your hand if you're married. None of you are married.
Ouch. If you're just now joining us, you're watching Fly Nubian Money, and we are here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. every day, Monday through Friday. And if you don't want to miss us, you can get a notification by texting Queens, Queens, to 87948, and you will get a notification. And sometimes we have some freebies for you there as well. You also want to make sure that you join us on Spotify. All you have to do is go on over there and type in Fly Nubian Money, and you can take us on the road with you and listen to us at your convenience. And then also, we help you get your financial house in order. And so if you don't know where to start with that, you can visit our website at flynubianmoney.com, where we have a lot of resources for you there to get you started on your financial road. And today I am joined by my co-queens, and we are talking about why baby mama culture is beneath Black women. I wanted to cry with that video. So I'm going to start off with you, Tiara. What are your thoughts and your perspectives shared in that video?
You know, I think when I look at that, all I see is conditioning, right? It reminds me, I mean, I hate to get all historical, but since Black people have been brought to this country, it has been an agenda to divide and conquer. It has been, our ancestors being separated. Some of them sent to to Alabama, while the rest of the family is sent to Mississippi. You know, it's just part of the agenda. So since the beginning, we have been separated. But I would say like somewhere in the 80s or 90s, like that whole era was really a time when there was an agenda, I think, to program us in a way. So it just sounds like programming to me. It's almost like today when I look at female rappers 20 years ago, 30 years ago now, you would cringe to be like, who you calling a bitch? But now the girls be like, I'm a bitch, I'm a hoe. Like, you know, they've taken on that armor. So it's kind of the same, to me, it's the same agenda of like over time conditioning. For just being conditioned to just be like, you know what, we should normalize this. And so that's what I see. It saddens me, but I feel like it goes along with Black community, like how, like I said, we've been conditioned.
I have to agree on that. And it seems like our audience who's here with us right now are pretty much kind of feeling how we're feeling. Shalonda said that male figure is most definitely important in the family dynamic. And we heard that young lady say that she didn't feel like that the male persona is a big difference at all to her. And one of them said that she didn't want the drama. She didn't feel like she wanted that, which just makes me cringe as well. And we have someone else that they're all too young and they just don't understand. And we would love to know where they are today, which actually I would love to know that too. Linda, what are your thoughts and perspectives on this video?
My thoughts and perspective on that video is I want to just piggyback off of Queen Tiara and just say that a lot of that is conditioning, programming, because those women, young ladies, grew up in homes where mama didn't have anybody. And instead of mother saying, hey, this is not where you want to be, I would have wished that there was a father figure in the house. She has to save face. So then she's got to make it seem like this is okay, right? And so then we just perpetuate that. And we've got generations of children having children, and they're all saying that it's okay, we don't need a man. But the one girl who was talking, who said that it wasn't absolutely necessary, I sensed the defensiveness in her tone, and it's a sense of sadness there as well. So my whole thing is we've got to do better as a community, even those of us who had our children young or did not have a man in the home. We've got to stand up, own our stuff, and just say, hey, if I had it to do all over again, I would have preferred that your father be in the house, instead of making excuses and making it seem as if it's okay and we got this.
I agree with that, which brings me to the next question. Doctor, it seems like Dr. Vibe, Tiara, he agrees with you. He said that's a very strong take. We have been and continue to be conditioned. And I have to give Dr. Vibe a little shout out because he is a very well-known podcaster who is also he really pushes fatherhood. He really works hard for our communities. And so he has kind of a different take. So I'm loving that he's here today. Shalat is saying, my parents are still married strongly, but I don't necessarily promote marriage at all. And that's going to be another great topic that we can talk about today. But Tiara, I love your take on how, and Linda touched on it too, that you are single, but you're not a single mother. And so I would like you to elaborate on that just a little bit more. Give us a little more context of what that means in your life to your child.
Yeah, before we even talk about that though, I just want to back up a little bit. We have to think about, just to piggyback off of what Queen Linda said, we just have to think about what the Black man has had to endure this whole time. You can't talk about today and what's happening in today's culture without reaching back. It's like, I know people want us to forget about our history, but it's so hard to do when, Black men were put, where our mass incarceration, when crack hit the every season, I feel like there's something, right? Like I said, mass incarceration, we're looking at the crack epidemic, which took a lot of Black men out of our communities. And just like when I think about assistance in the government, I think they reward women for not having men in the homes. I don't know. I never got Section 8. I wish I could have. But even when you get Section 8 and government funded programs, the criteria literally is the man can't be there. Like he can't be there in order to receive it, so benefits. So I think for women, women started to see like, well, I could do better without you. When I think that was all intentional. But to answer your question about my daughter's father, it's still, co-parenting is not easy. And if I'm being honest, if in my 20s I could have figured out how to, because of my background and kind of the way I grew up, it kind of affected the way I related to men in my relationships, right? Growing up without parents, you just don't, I still needed to work on me, right? And then he had his own personality, right? So there's us in our 20s trying to figure it out. I got pregnant when I was almost 30, so I wasn't that young, but still, it was still me working through some things about me. And when I realized it, I was like, you know what? I don't think this is for me. This relationship is not for me. But he was very intentional. Even when I got pregnant, he was like, I want my daughter. I'm going to take care of her. I'm going to be there. And he has not missed a beat on that front ever. If anything, it'd be sometimes he'd be like, I got her. I'm picking her up. Did you get this for her? Did you do this? I'd be like, well, Jesus. Like, I almost feel like the roles are reversed, which is amazing to me because it's allowed me to still pursue my career here in Hollywood. It's allowed me to still do all the things that I wanted to do while we co-raised this baby. And she's not a baby anymore. She's 13. But, it's hard to do it separately. Would I prefer to be together? Yes, but that doesn't always happen that way. So but when it doesn't happen, you figure out how to co-parent. You figure out how to make it work for the baby. Now we don't miss the opening of an envelope for Lauren ever. The both of us together, we show up as a united front, but it took lots of communication, a lot of like compromise, the same elements of like marriage, I would assume, because I can't get rid of this person. They are in my life forever and ever. And we have this child, but I'm also single.
Right.
So, but I'm also single. So there's that.
I have to go to Linda because Linda's like bubbling. She has things to say. So I want to hear your comments and what you're feeling, because I could tell right now you're just like you're loving everything that Queen Tiara is saying. So I would love to hear what your thoughts are on that relationship and how you see that as a great dynamic.
I would love, Queen Tiara, for you. I just see a whole new income stream popping up. Teaching, listen, because I'm a coach, so I always see different things. I would love for you to really think about having a platform so that we could reclaim this whole single mother situation and actually teach our queens the importance of a father being in the home. How do you navigate that? How do you negotiate that? And how important that is. Because like you said, there's some sacrifices, there's some different things that have to happen. But for the sake of the child, it's mandatory and necessary. And we've got to stop tolerating the intolerable and accepting the unacceptable. So I would love for you to really, really think about that, because when you said that, I'm a single woman, but I'm not a baby mama. That is, you are onto something. So that's what I feel about that. That's why I was smiling, because I know it's difficult, but we supposed to be able to do difficult things. Like, why is it that we can say we're strong Black woman in this sense, but when it comes to doing the best for your child, you weak and you just fall all apart and I don't need him? It's not about that, because at one point you did need him to the point where you had relations and now you got a baby. So let's not put our head too high. Let's make this work for the child's sake.
Totally agree. Tiara, you have so much support in the comments, and people are loving that because you're actually showing that it can be done. All right. And there is a distinction between what you're doing and what we're talking about here today. And it is what? Mindset. Mm-hmm. And I think that we have to go back to the historical aspects of this. Now, for those of you who are just joining us, we are going to replay that video in a few minutes so that you can listen to it again after we've talked about it a little bit, and you can get a little more context of what's going on. But if you're just joining us, you are watching Fly Nubian Money. We are here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We tackle some tough things that are going on that you may be experiencing or someone else that you know is experiencing. And if you don't want to miss an episode, all you have to do is simple. Just pick up your little personal assistant right here and type the word Queens, Queens, to 87948. Then if you're, I might miss it today. Well, go on Spotify and type in Fly Nubian Money there, and you can take us on the road, listen to us before bed, have us with your in the morning. We would love to hear your comments. We'd love to talk back to you. This isn't just us talking at you, this is talking with you. And we would love for you to continue to put your comments in, and we'll address those as well. And if you're kind of struggling a little bit with your finances, we can help you there as well. Please make sure that you go to flynubianmoney.com. We have some great resources and courses for you there to help you kind of get your money in order, because you never know when your your nest egg is going to be tapped into. And if you don't have one, this is where you can find to get started on having one. Today, I'm actually joined by Linda and Tiara, and we are talking about here's why Black mama culture is beneath Black women. Now, I'm going to tell y'all something this weekend. Let's look at some stats. This is perfect timing. Let's talk about single parent households. Black single mothers, as of 2020, are about 64% of Black children were living in single parent households, predominantly led by single mothers. Now, Black single fathers, while less common, single fathers also make up a notably portion of single parent households in the Black community. And approximately 4% of Black children lived with their Black fathers, their single Black fathers. I actually have several cousins that are raising their young daughters as single fathers. And I see this, and they work hard too. But the poverty rates, and I'm going to talk about the economical impact of this. The poverty rates are this. Single mother households, particularly those led by Black women, have higher poverty rates compared to households led by married couples. Nearly 30% of Black single mother families live below the poverty line. All right, this is kind of scary. But let's move on to talk about the behavioral and emotional effects on our children. Let's look at some of the behavior issues. Children from single parent households may experience higher levels of behavior issues. Research indicates that these children are more likely to exhibit signs of aggression, anxiety, and depression. And how about the emotional part? Let's not forget, we are body, mind, and spirit. So the absence of a father figure can affect the children's emotional development, leading to difficulties in forming healthy relationships later on in life. Now, let's go back to that video. After looking at these stats, I want you to really listen to these young ladies again, because as Linda said, I also feel that a couple of these girls are coming from a place of hurt.
Mm-hmm.
So,
married. None of you are married. Raise your hand if you would like to be married to your baby's father. One. The rest of you who don't plan to get married, why don't you plan to get married? I'd like to know that.
You already have your child to think about, and then a whole family to care for. It's a lot of responsibility, and then you don't want the commitments.
I wouldn't want no man holding me down because I think I can make it as a single parent.
But don't you think you might need help in raising that baby from a man?
Not really. I didn't have a father. My father wasn't in the home, so it really, male figures are not substantially important in the family.
Raise your hand if you're married. None of you are married.
I'm going to cry every time I see that. I have this gut-wrenching thing. And Tiara, you touched on some of the historical aspects of this, but I think we even need to take it back a little further than what we discussed on that. Let's take it all the way back to slavery, where our men were considered bucks. There is a story in my family that my great-great-grandfather was a buck. And so many of his children were spread across many plantations. Tiara, do you feel that this has a significant impact for our generational damage that continues to go? How do we break this cycle?
Yeah, I think that as a community, Black people are so traumatized just in general. I mean, you know, I hear a lot of people complaining about us very often, like, why can't Black people get it together? And I get really sensitive about that. Or why do our Black men play into this and this? It's hard, you know, it's hard to really like not be messed up, because I feel like as a community we haven't had a chance to heal. We just start talking about therapy. And what one thing that we definitely like took from our other generations outside of strength, like we got strength from our ancestors, we got all of those things from our ancestors, but we also picked up the trauma. And then also we're in an environment that still to this day is you know, is discriminatory. We have to deal with things. Our life is always just a little bit harder for us, for different reasons. You know, economically we struggle. But I think the really interesting thing now that I'm seeing all of these memes that were up, it's like going back to that conditioning, we embrace it now. Like people are proud to be baby mothers. The first thing I said was, if I could have had it any other way, I would be married to my daughter's father. But it just, you know, it just didn't work out. I realized that our personalities were not aligned for forever. And so I didn't want to be in a situation forever with someone that I really didn't want to be with. But I wouldn't intentionally, because now that I know what raising a child looks like, I would never get into a situation just like for fun, because somebody is rich or famous, or you know, because he fine or whatever. Like, oh, I want to have his baby, he don't got to give me nothing else. And that's that's what we're doing, you know. So I couldn't see myself doing it, but I see that women are embracing it more and more, and being okay with just whatever men are willing to give. It's like almost like there's no standards, there's no shame, nobody. It's just like that's what we want to do, be baby mamas.
I love Kim's comment. We must teach our ladies how to date and vet men. That is a part of it, but I also feel that we have to do a better job about giving our young ladies a feeling of worth, and also kind of teaching them that it is sometimes the nature of men to want to get the cookie, okay? And you have to distinguish your self-worth accordingly, because sometimes that's they're going to tell you everything. My father even taught me this. My father was like, baby girl, I know men, so they're going to tell you everything that they can to get in your pants. So I need you to remember that these things, when they're whispering these things in your ears. Linda, you're a coach. So, and I know that you coach, you know, ladies over 50, but your coaching is something that goes across the board. So if you had something to say to these young ladies that were in this video, I would actually love to hear what your thoughts and what you would say to them, because now you're on the other side. So what would your older self tell these younger ladies? Is a reflection of what you were at that age too.
Yes. So if I were to go back to, you know, teenage years, they're tough. They're really hard. In one sense, you want to march to your own drumbeat and blaze your own trail. You think you're grown. But on the other hand, we are very much socialized beings because we were put here for one another. So you have to decide early on, are you going to be a donkey or are you going to be a unicorn? You really have to make that decision early on. There is a difference. While they're both in the horse family, there is a huge difference between donkeys and unicorns. And you have to be willing to be different. You have to be willing to be a disruptor. You have to be willing sometimes to even go it alone. Maybe you're not going to be the most popular girl in the world, but maybe you find a couple unicorns and the three of you become the three musketeers. You have to be willing to make some radical decisions early on in your life, because the choices that we make when we're young, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on what side of the coin you are, they follow you throughout the rest of your life. So I would also want to talk to the mothers of these children, because one of the things that's also happening is children are having children. So a 14 or 15-year-old is her mom had her at 15 or 16. So we've got grandmothers out here who are 30 years old, 31, 32, great grandmoms who are 45. Just so we got to go back a couple of generations and just really rethink and shift the paradigm. The paradigm cannot be proven how strong you are by how many kids, by how many baby daddies you can have, and if you can do it alone or not. That is not where we're going, but I see that's where we're going, but that's not where we need to go. We can be stronger in so many more areas, like not giving the cookies up to everybody and not wanting to be part of there's people who are married to a guy who's got 2 or 3 wives that's online and they're all cool with it. Not here to judge or anything, but that to me is absolutely outrageous in America. But here we are.
Yeah. I love what Penny said. She said at a certain age, some girls are not even thinking that deeply into their future. Our community must do better with teaching the children proper social interaction and the effects far into the future. I think that is the truth, because as we're sitting here as ladies who I feel like we clearly got it. We understand. We understand. But who's not understanding is these young ladies that we are seeing on our graphics and in the videos and today's culture. And we're not just talking, and now it's now even cooler that the ultra elite, such as the Kardashians, are doing the same thing. Now, here is something that is really interesting. We have a graphic up right now, and this woman shows how her absent dad didn't even notice her and asked her if she was single. Look at her comment with him. You bad. Are you single? And she says, I'm Talisha, your daughter, right? This is some scary stuff. So you can't tell me that not having your father in your home is not important. They even got to know who you are. Even if they know your name, somebody needs to know that's somebody's daughter. That to me is atrocious. It makes me sick to my stomach. And I just think that we have to change what people are thinking now. But how do we combat this okayness where it's okay for these ladies to say that they want to get the bag? Yeah. Where is their self-worth in this? Tiara, you got something to say on that, don't you?
Yeah, I just in general, right? You were talking about, I often have conversations with my 13-year-old daughter. And so I'm itching because she's just like, well, I want to have kids. I said, yeah, when you're like 30. Like, wait till your mom had you, late. Like, go and experience life. Go to school. Go abroad. Go see what's out in the world. Don't get caught up with what the internet tells you is the right thing to do, because the internet at this point is such a bad influence on our girls. We have these rappers who are hypersexual. We have they're being preached sex at every turn. Be a baddie, get lashes and a lace front, and I mean that's the starter kit for being a baby mama. At this point, you get to target a rich man or target someone who makes over $100,000 and have a baby by him. It's not about like getting new skills and growing as a person, self-development, all of those things. We're not teaching our girls that. It's just about like, it's really just about this really fake culture that I'm seeing. And so even when I get so annoyed when I see women just chasing, and I live in Hollywood and I work in Hollywood, it's like you come here and you're chasing celebrity men, hoping to secure some type of bag, or you're looking for clout to get next to someone who is famous. It's just a really weird thing when really you can secure your own bag. I think Linda said this: secure your own bag. Create. I mean, really like work on yourself. That's what I tell my daughter that all the time. I said, you just want to take the time and get to know you. You want to experience life beyond the hood that you grew up in. There's so many resources. There's so many things that with the right mindset, because mindset is everything, that you can do. And you can, once you know that you have freedom in the mind to go and do it. Nobody ever told me to come to Hollywood. there's the statistics said that I should have been with 10 children because I didn't have a mom or a dad, right? The statistics say that I should have ended up on drugs. I should have ended up wherever. And people would have been like, yeah, I get it. Because Tierra grew up that way. I mean, can't be mad. She tried. But instead, I went on to have this other life with just a little bit of discipline. And I was just curious about everything. I was like, can I be a model? Can I be an actress? Can I be a producer? Can I write songs? I can sing songs. I just wanted to know more than I had seen. And so thanks for listening to my tangent because I can go. But I'm gonna be quiet. But I guess
It's
the
not a
point is,
tangent. People need to
but
hear
the point
this
is we have
mindset.
to, it's all about what's here and what you want for yourself. I see a lot of girls not wanting much for themselves or not believing that they can have more because they look around and everybody's like, you just go get a job and you just buy a lace front and some lashes and that's your life. That's what the kids are doing right now. And get on the internet and make it look like whatever it is. Give the illusion that you're winning, but you're losing.
I love James had a really good comment. When I was teaching seventh and eighth graders, the girls lacked self-worth and they were proud that they were able to have kids and for someone to see them. Do you see this circle that's happening? If the father is not in the house, us young ladies sometimes are looking for that father, are looking
Yeah.
to establish something. There's something missing in our lives. So they think that's going to solve that. Linda, what's your thoughts on that?
You know what? It's still going, it is going full circle, but it's really, we're talking about the children, but we got to start talking about the mamas, the mothers of these children is where I'm really seeing this really starting, this really developing. And someone had commented about it starts with the mentors and having positive role models. Absolutely, because even with you, Tiara, you were in the foster system, but clearly there was someone or someone's plural, because I don't know, the ins and outs of your situation, who had a positive impact on you. And it goes far because, like you said, you should have been a statistic, but you weren't. And I'm sure you had some high hopes and some tenacity and some all of that for yourself. But I'd be willing to bet my bottom dollar that there were also some people who were telling you some things like, maybe they didn't break it all the way down and say, even though you're in the system, that you don't have to just be a statistic. They may not have said it exactly like that, but somebody was in your ear in order for you to become the person that you are today. And so while we're talking about the baby's mamas, we need to be talking about the mothers of these young women too, because we got to break the cycle, because it is a circle. And we really need to have that conversation. Who are the mothers of these baby mamas?
And sometimes the mothers, the mother's mothers. That goes back so far. If you're just joining us, you are watching Fly Nubian Money. We are here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We tackle some really good stuff and we talk about some hot topics of the day and generational curses. How do we change them? What do we do? You don't want to miss an episode, because we talk about everything that is relevant to our communities. So in order for you not to miss an episode, all you have to do is to text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. Now, all right, shucks, you missed us. All right, well, you don't have to miss us. All you got to do is go on over to Spotify. And type in Fly Nubian Money and take us on the road with you. Have a glass of wine, have a glass of coffee, and talk back to us. We love it. But one thing that I don't always ask you to do, and I'm going to ask you to do this today for us, is to please make sure that you share this out. This information is so important to our community. Get the conversation started in your households, in your communities as well. And let's start putting our heads together on how we can change this thing. Now, if you need some help in the financial department, you always can go to our website, flynubianmoney.com, where we have plenty of resources for you there and courses to help you get your financial house in order. Now, in my research on this, I pulled up a couple of things on YouTube that I thought was very valid. And I wanted to see if anybody else was talking the way we feel about this. And I found several people who feel the same way, who are trying to teach the generation this is not good. But I really love this young lady that we're getting ready to bring up, where she actually talks about, and she's the younger generation, on why she feels being baby mama is not wise. So I would love to pull that up so that you can hear what she has to say. And then let's get into what her thoughts are about.
At the end of the day, how is this man going to show up for your kid? A lot of the times, the reason why baby mamas are called baby mamas is because you don't really hear anything about the baby daddy. It's the baby mama doing all the work. Like I said, you chose to have unprotected sex, therefore this is your responsibility. So, of course, with me now being a transfer student, but also, you know, majoring, almost graduating from the U in African American and African studies and history, a lot of things literally stem and root in racism. When looking back at the archives that I went to during my history seminar, a lot of the history archives that I chose to look at because of the topics that we were able to choose from was abortion. And I specifically chose that because I wanted to see what it was like for women back then who had to deal with having their bodies controlled. And the one thing that stuck out to me the most was the way in which Black women were treated when it came to abortions. Abortions, especially pre-Roe v. Wade, were very, very taboo. Only the rich white woman could afford them. And they would also be very hush-hush, very secretive on who was performing them, but they were only accessible to rich white women. And so within reading the archives, a lot of the times I was saying these women were having these children because not only were birth control and other sexual education not given to the Black community, but also they would be forced to have these children and then forced to go on welfare because they wouldn't be able to afford having a child. So then it was also like, with them not being able to have access to abortion, obviously unsafe abortions became a thing. And there was even this woman who mainly performed abortions, and she was kind of known.
Ouch. That goes root deep. And it goes right back to what Tiara talked about. We have to look at the history of this and how poverty, they love to keep certain communities in poverty so that they can continue their agenda. And we can go into a whole nother show about that. But my question is, how as the community, how as our being the auntie, the sister, you know, the godmother, how, Tiara, can our communities change this up and start instilling the difference into our young ladies?
I think somebody already mentioned it. I think somebody already mentioned like self-worth. Okay. I think somebody already mentioned self-worth, and let me pause that. Somebody already mentioned self-worth, and I think something that's really important in our house, you know, and I still consider myself and my daughter's father a unit because we are a unit. We made a unit. We got a we have a child. Like, we have to kind of move in that way. But the way that what I noticed is, even going through her teenage years, I saw somebody mentions like 7th and 8th grade, like girls lacked esteem. You know, we've dealt with that right now. Like, we've dealt, even having 2 parents that love on her consistently, she still is just going through puberty. She's trying to find her own way, and trying to figure out who she is. And in that, she's made a lot of mistakes, you know. And then there's pressure of the internet. Although I don't let her get on the internet, she still does it in school. So there's that. There's just all of these other things that we have to kind of like block and shield her from, and figure out what we want to allow her to be exposed to. And so I thank God that her father is there, because there's a lot of things that I just don't get to. There's something that she needs to hear from a man, you know. So even though I say like I'm a single woman, not a single mother, I'm still very dependent on that dynamic. Like I'd be like, well, let her daddy do it. Like I thank God I could say that and just be like, are you gonna? Because today she did this, and he's like, man, how we gonna deal? It's still a very like um unified approach to the way we deal with her. But you ask me, I guess that's what I would recommend for mothers. If you don't have a father figure, or if the child doesn't have father figures, one of the things that I had that you mentioned, Lala, was cousins. I had cousins, I had aunts, I had uncles, my grandmother had 12 children. So all of her boys were at the house, and all the girls were like in the world, and I got to just kind of like have that where my uncles taught me how to fight. My uncles taught me how to, if it was like, don't be scared of that girl, go outside and fight her, I'd be like, I don't want to fight, or whatever it was, whatever the thing was. It was whatever season I was growing in, there was always someone there to kind of step in and say, this is the way to do this. This is the way. So I think that people should lean. If you don't have a male figure, you got an uncle, you got a daddy, you gotta, and I don't want to put it in, I wouldn't say his name, but I have a really good friend who he is like like he just loves children. And so he'll just be like, I'm a mentor this baby. They could be my daughter, they could be my son, and he just takes them on, and he really takes care of them and invests in them. And I respect him so much for that. I respect that he looks at them literally like they're his children. They are his children. Those are his kids since he was young, but he just makes it a point to just like see a child and like just take them under the wing. So there are still people in the community that are like that. And there's still, I think, people around that would do it. We just have to seek out those influences and really just start to look at our community around us. But Lala, a problem with that may be that we don't see each other as community anymore. We don't see community anymore. Like you don't look at we had next door neighbors. The next door neighbors would press my hair. The other lady on the other side would do other things, but we don't necessarily walk down the street and say, no, that's like that's your neighbor. That's your, distant auntie. I used to feel like that when I was younger, that there was a community.
I think that right there is our answer. We got to get back to community. We have some slides up now that are talking about the economic impact. So we talked about the community impact, but we also cannot leave here without talking about the economical impact. So poverty rates in single mother households, particularly those led by Black women, have higher poverty rates compared to households led by married couples. And nearly 30% of Black single mother families live below the poverty line. I think this also goes back to the video that we looked at as well, too. Effects on families and the communities, social support systems. This is so important. This is our community. Single parents frequently rely on extended family networks and community resources for support. However, the availability and quality of these support systems can vary widely. And then how about the role models of these? We talked about this, our uncles, our aunts. The absence of fathers in many Black households highlights the importance of a positive male role model and mentorship programs to provide guidance and support to young men and women. So once again, we're getting back to how important it's just, we're focusing on the young ladies, but how do we also mentor the young men and our sons and our nephews? Because as we're the aunties and the godmothers and, the sisters, we need to hold them accountable as well. So these are things that we have to foster to show them that money is not always everything, but self-worth comes much higher than that. Everything else can come below that, which was going to lead me back to this. When I was doing this research, I had no idea that there was this thing called push presents. I was like, what is that? I'm like, I'm not showing my age. It's where these young men, the young couples, the ladies who want the bag, are taking all of these pictures with the baby daddies, calling them that, the baby daddies, giving them big presents for being baby's mamas, and it's everything except the paper and the commitment of a relationship. So how? Now let's talk about the male side. The male is giving them to him like, oh, we're just going to go ahead and give this too. How do we instill this into our young men? Look at this. This man has 4 women pregnant at the same time, and they all are okay with it. Let's look at Nick Cannon, who has 50,000 children and plans on having more kids. You see these things in the social media. You see these with the big celebrities, and it's okay with them. So how do we teach the young men? Let's switch to the young men that this is not okay. You can't take care of children this way. You can't just seed and flee. Linda, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, my love, one thing we can do is put it out there. We can definitely put it out there. We can attempt to have a paradigm shift as well. But I also feel that there are some people, for whatever reason, feel that having as many children as they can is part of being fruitful and multiply. You're going to always have somebody who's going to find a way to justify what they do. If we were to speak on Nick Cannon, that's his whole process is, well, I can afford to take care of them. But children need more than money. They need time, right? So there is no way that he's given equal. How many children is it now? 19, 15, 14? There's no way that he's given all those children equal time. However, I still, and y'all can beat me up, it's all good, bring it. Chat, I still put most of the onus on the mothers because you carry the child. Because you can choose to abort the baby. You don't have to have the child. So at the end of the day, I believe the mother still has more skin in the game than the man, because the man cannot carry a baby as of yet. We haven't gotten that technology together yet. And so that's just my take on it. I'm still going to put it back on the mother, because we do carry the children if that's what we choose to do. And of course, me being me, I just wanted to throw a monkey wrench in the conversation and get some juicy dialogue going on.
Well, I think you're right in that. But we also have women ourselves. We're caretakers. We're built to be that way. We have the extra emotional thing that goes with it, and connection with men physically is also a way that we express love. So I think we're getting into a different dynamic on how we as women express love. And sometimes, in some cases, these ladies are having these babies because they feel like the man is going to stay around. Tiara, I heard you say, la la, I don't want to skip over you.
Yeah. I understand what Linda is saying, but in that same vein, like I said earlier, I think, like, you condition people to be like we talked about conditioning in a negative way, I think you can condition and train people in the opposite direction, right? We can have these maybe if our culture wasn't so hypersexual, everything wasn't about having sex with women and the pursuit of women and leaving them, and just kind of the messages that we're sending to men, the messages that we're sending to our young men, saying like it's okay to live this lifestyle. It's okay to, I mean, look at what the rappers tell us. Like, right, a lot of times men are looking to these public figures like Lil Wayne and Nick Cannon and whoever else to tell them how to be a man, right? Because they have money, they have swag, they have all the girls, and that's what it looks like to be successful in their eyes. They don't know they're kids, right? And so so you go out and you're like, I'm gonna get 50 baby mamas, and then the difference is that little boy don't have wait until all those mamas need something for the kids. Wait until this baby is sick and that baby is sick, and you going back and forth. If he really puts the time in, it's like that's gonna drive him crazy, having all of those different households. You already have like 4 or 5 different broken households that you can't live in, like you said, 100% of the time. What I've learned is that children need time. Children need time. They need to be told things over and over again. That conditioning doesn't come in one day, once a week, one weekend. It doesn't come that way. You have to spend time with a child to really rear them. And so I would just say, on the flip side, instead of blaming women, and just saying like, oh, if you don't want to have the baby, abort them. I think that everybody needs just, conditioning. If you're looking and seeing like baby mama culture is cool and not being commitment is one of the best things that you can do for your life. It gives you direction. It puts you on a path. You can build if you can commit. There's all these amazing things that can come from commitment, and we never talk about that. Commitment is also hard, right? It's also a very hard thing that you got to stay, regardless if you happy, you sad, you got to be committed to a thing, and whatever that thing is. And for whatever reason, that's not what we hear in this culture. We're not taught to, really commit. We watch videos for 2 minutes, but if it's 10 minutes, you might not commit to it. You can't commit to a 20-minute video. A lot of people left because their attention spans are low. How you gonna raise kids with a short attention span? So I think it's just important that instead of blaming, we just kind of change the messages and the things that we are feeding one another online. If you are tempted to say something outlandish or give somebody bad advice because everybody has an opinion on the internet, just don't give it. If it comes to like you sharing all your 25 kids and saying, yeah, this is how I live my life, don't share it. Just go live your life. Shh. So that is my that's just don't say it. Don't share it. We don't care.
I love it. I love it. But you're right, Tiara. This world they teach us in social media, hey, don't keep that video over a minute because you're not going to be able to keep everybody's attention. That's true. But we also, what you said, you have to nurture. So check this out. Nick Cannon, Father's Day, said his Father's Day gift was that his children could all come and talk to him on Father's Day and get advice. I'm sorry, that's not nurturing. Mariah Carey has actually even come out and said he don't see them that much. And matter of fact, I don't need him. See, here we go. We're back
cycle.
to the cycle.
At least they were married.
And yes. And then he went crazy. I don't know what's going on with all them babies. I just can't. I can't. First of all, I can't even believe that this hour has gone by so fast.
Mm-hmm.
We have really tapped into something that has deep, deep, deep roots. There's so many aspects to this that we can continue to get into. But before we close this out, I just want to remind you that you are definitely watching one of the best shows around, Fly Nubian Money. We are here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we tackle some tough topics. And if you don't want to miss an episode, you want to text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. As simple as that. And then if you want to get your financial house in order and you want to get some courses and you just don't even know where to start, you can make sure that you head on over to our website at flynubianmoney.com. Now, if you have missed an episode, you can always go back and check us out on Spotify, and you can just look up our name there, Fly Nubian Money, and you'll be able to take us with you on the road. I agree with Kim. Kim's comment is we need to further discuss this. This is like a mini series that we need to dig into, because I think what we do need to get back to is community, and how do we do that to get these young ladies mindset a little different. So I'm going to throw it to you, Linda, first. I would love to hear your final comments on this, because I know we have so much more to talk about this, but what are your comments about this today, and how can people reach you?
Well, my comments on this today is that you don't have to be a baby mama because you are single. You can still co-parent with the father of your child. You can still have a dignified relationship with the father of your child. You could still have a radical love for your child and still be single and include the man in your life. I am Linda S. Husser, also known as the Bodacious Lifestyle Coach for Black women over 50, and I can be reached on all social media platforms under Linda S. Husser. And speaktolinda.com for a free 30-minute Ignite Your Life session.
Love it. So make sure you guys go over and check out Linda. She has some really good stuff, and you can be bodacious too. Tiara, I would love to hear your final comments, and where can we find you?
Ooh, there's so many things I want to say. If it's a wrap up of um black women are been listen, the name of the title was baby mama cult, like why that is beneath us, right? Why baby mama culture is beneath black women. It is, right? I feel like we are worth more. We are queens. We are deserving of men who are stable and there for us and there with us and going through the process and taking care of us. And I think we're deserving of all of that. Right. And so I would encourage women before they lay down and have babies with a young man that you don't know or that you've only known for a little bit, take that opportunity to vet him. Make sure, I mean, I knew before I had a baby with my child's father, I knew what kind of man he was. I knew that 20 years later we would look up and he would still be right there. So make sure that you find someone who will be there with you. So they don't leave you with all of the worried about how you're going to pay for this and that, leaving you in financial ruin and financial poverty. I think to raise a kid in this economy is somewhere around $600,000 at the last time I checked in a lifetime. If you don't have $600,000 by yourself to take care of a baby, just consider maybe like making sure that you have a partner. And so my name is Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood. I'm at Miss Black Hollywood. That's MSBLACK Hollywood across all platforms. And then I'm also an entrepreneur. You can reach me at realvirtual.net if you are an entrepreneur that wants to, you're ready to start a business and you need creative coaching or you need help getting started. We can help you at Real Virtual. That's REEL virtual.net.
And as you can see, my co-queens are pretty powerful. I don't think we have any problems with self-worth here. And I am Laura Key. I am Laura Lala Key. I'm an international real estate agent, and you can reach me at bit.ly/Laura Key info. My take is this: as a mother who was a mother at 16 years old, I could not have possibly done it without my village. And because my village supported me, they also let me know that this was not something that should be repeated. And so from that experience, they helped me to get to the next level and see that it wasn't the end of the world, but they also made it a point where I still could have a father figure in my life as well as my sons. I'm grateful for my husband. He's been around since I was 14 years ago. He's one of my friends. We weren't dated at the time. He was one of my friends who actually came to see me at the hospital. So he's been in my son's life from day one, and that's who my son considers as a father. I am so glad that you all joined us here today. This is a very important topic, and I think we have been told that this needs to be a part 2. So you want to make sure that you definitely tune into us. You have been watching Fly Nubian Money. Money, ching, ching. And we help you to escalate and uplift yourself when it comes to money matters, and we talk about tough topics. And if you just now catching us, you missed the show, but you always can go back and watch the replay. We love to hear all of your comments afterwards. We're here Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and you also can check us out on Spotify. Just type in Fly Nubian Money so that you can listen to us wherever you go. And then if you don't want to miss any episodes, you can text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948, and then go on over to the website and get your free resources and courses on getting your money in order. We thank you so much for being here today, and we know we're going to see you tomorrow. Keep the conversation rolling, and we will check you out. Have a blessed day. Thanks, Queens. Bye.
You see my child in the back of here, like, what?
Okay, hello everybody. My name is Dr. Alicia, and I'm going to get right into it. Today we are picking up where we left off. This is my book club, and we meet pretty often Actually, I would like to meet every Sunday and discuss this book, How to Be an Adult in Relationships, 5 Keys to Mindful Loving by David Richo. And I've been working with people who enrolled in the Healing Haven program. I've had 2 cycles. In August, I'll be starting cycle 3 of Healing Haven, and it's so much fun. We just finished cycle 2 earlier today, and we talked about how to have a positive mindset. I really do think that this book really helps, I think, to explain all the things that happen to us. And so today I'm going to be reading from this book, but I'll be coming on here. I'm available next Sunday, so I'll come on here next Sunday to talk about how to be an adult in relationships. I love this book. It really talks about how we need to treat other people like humans. I feel like so much of what I see and observe, just politically, how people treat each other in this world, and even the way people treat each other in our homes, you know, I think there's so much effort to dehumanize other people. And I know that hurt people tend to hurt people, you know, but I would love to find some sort of foundation and basis on just basic human dignities being restored. And a wonderful framework with another therapist who clearly agrees with me on how to live in a way that's very peaceful. And I think that being an adult in relationships is something that our world needs to embrace. There's a lot of adult children walking around this world harming other people. So I would love to have this to be a foundation on how we need to see our pain, see each other, and how we need to treat each other with some dignity and basic human rights. I mean, this is where this is coming from, just basic human rights. We have been covering this book for quite some time, and this is my first time actually recording these conversations. So anyway, today we're going to talk about, on page 18, we're going to talk about, and we still haven't even gotten into the chapters of this book. This is really just kind of the epilogue. It's chapter 1, how it all began. We haven't even gotten to the meat of it. And the last time we met, we did talk about how to live the life of a Buddha. You know, how to live a life of being mindful, of experiencing things in the way where instead of reacting to things from the gut, saying things from the gut out your mouth. Have y'all ever done that? I have. When I'm not in my mindful space, anything that comes to my gut, I have no filter. I'll just like, I'll just blurt it out. And when things like that happen, you regret because you haven't been mindful with how you're talking to somebody and presenting yourself to people. And we all are victim to this sometimes. So, I think that this book, in the last time we met, was a wonderful way to start to become mindful in how we speak to people, how we interact with people, all of that. So I just want to welcome everybody. I see JG in the chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And if you're here today and you're just joining us, one more time, I just want to say we are covering how to be an adult in relationships. It is a book by David Richo. He's a wonderful therapist. I love therapists because licensed therapists, y'all don't know the training that we go through. It's not like I'm speaking from the gut, right? We go through an extensive application process just to enter a school that's going to train you on how to help others. And then you have lots of courses you go through. And then even when you graduate, after taking a whole curriculum of courses, you still have, that's where the practice really starts, right? And so years and years of study and practice, so I sort of understand and I love drawing upon what other therapists have figured out. So anyway, he does a wonderful job. I love the title of this book. I think we're going to get right into it. I'm on page 18, and it talks about a positive spin on how it was and is. So the very first thing he mentions is that it may seem like a sign of weakness to have needs. Actually, needs direct us to grow in ways we were meant to. Childhood yearnings for attention, acceptance, appreciation, affection, and the experience of being allowed to be ourselves are not pathological, but developmental. And I would say this does not only mean these are experiences you've had as a child. I think as adults, we still have these needs as adults. But a lot of what we have and a lot of the things that we see in media is that having needs and needing something and not having it, for a lot of us, we feel ashamed by it. Like there's something wrong with us because I have a need, an emotional need. It could be a physical need. It could be a materialistic need. Whatever needs that we have as children and as adults as well, there's always some shame just by having this need. It's like, what's wrong with me that I really do need a hug from my mom today? Or I really would love for my partner. I really need my partner to come and compliment me, or I really need for somebody to call me. I would really love to have somebody in my life that I can share my life with. Sometimes we look at that as a weakness. And I think that we need to start looking at all of our needs as is not a sign of weakness to have these needs, right? So it says, in trying to get a parent to pay attention to us. So all of us have these needs, but when we're growing up, to try to get a parent to pay attention to us, we were seeking what we needed for our healthy evolution. We were not being selfish. We were not, but self-nurturing. There is no need to feel ashamed about it now. And I think that as children, when we grow up and we have some of the fundamental needs that were never met, a lot of times we get the message that needing love and attention and acceptance for yourself, needing to have our parents pay attention to us, sometimes we feel like we get the message from our parents that having these needs means that you're selfish. Well, I can't do that for you now. I'm tired. Well, I can't do that for you now. I've had a long day of work and I'm too tired to give my children what they need. Or I can't give that to you right now. And I think it's legitimate because so many of us are working every day, long hours, and we come home and we got more things to do. We have to be able to give to our children. But it's very difficult to do that when you're tired and exhausted. But the thing is, the dynamic of that's the reality. But the dynamic of that is often being told, can you please pay attention to me? We get the message that means we're selfish. And that's not the case, because when you feel like you're selfish because you have some need that you would really like to get met, you start to feel ashamed by that. You guys in the book club, does that resonate with you at all? Feeling like selfish because you want someone to pay attention to you. You want someone to stop what they're doing and to pay attention to you. Have you ever felt shame? How about you all in the chat? Have you ever felt ashamed because when you were growing up, because you want your parent, your mom or your dad, or to someone to see how good of a grade you got in school, or come home and wanted someone to just listen to your day. You know, you struggled. Maybe you got into a fight on the playground and you really needed somebody to sit and pay attention to how your day went. And a lot of us would have loved for that to have happened, but sometimes we can see that our parents are busy and they're not able to give us that, or you feel kind of ashamed for having this need to want somebody to pay attention to you. So a lot of times we are given messages that wanting individual attention from a parent or from a spouse or from a friend, that somehow you are being selfish for wanting that. So that's what he's talking about. You know, these are, it's seen as a sign of weakness and selfishness that we even need somebody to pay attention to us. Yeah, so JG is saying, I never want to feel like I'm using them or being a pest. Yeah, and particularly women, we're always given that we need to self-sacrifice, you know, that we need to sacrifice ourselves, that we need to like forfeit a nap or sleep just so that we can just give to other people. And we also have to be in a position where we can receive. Okay, so he goes on to say, childhood forces influence present choices. For the past is on a continuum with the present. Early business that is still unfinished does not have to be a sign of immaturity. So it's okay for all of us to have baggage from our childhood. All of us do. Every single one of us, myself included. We all have baggage. And it's not a sign of maturity when your baggage comes up, right? Rather, it's a signal. It can signal continuity. Recurrence of childhood themes in adult relationships gives our life depth, in the sense that they are not superficially passing over life's events, but inhabiting them fully as they evolved. Our past becomes a problem only when it leads to a compulsion to repeat our losses, or it smuggles unconscious determinants in our decision. Our work then is not to abolish our connection with the past, but to take it into account without being at its mercy. The question is how much the past interferes with our chances of healthy relating and living in accord with our deepest needs, values, and wishes. What he's saying is that you have to spend some time making the connection between what's happened in your past and how you function today. And that no matter what has happened in your past, not to be ashamed of it, not to be ashamed of some needs and wants that wasn't met, but to be consciously aware of the fact that you had these needs, they weren't being met, and thinking about how they show up in your life currently. And this happens for all of us. So the question is how much the past interferes with our chances of healthy relating, living in accord with our deepest needs, values, and wishes. Okay, so he goes on to say, for better or for worse, our psychic development is the result of a lifelong continuum of relationships. The adult goal is to work through each of them. So I think for so many of us, we bury them. We say, yeah, this happened to me in my past, but you know what? That was just in the past. I don't want to think about it. I just want to continue on with my life, and I just want to disassociate myself and disconnect myself with pain that's happened. I'm going to go through in my life, and that's where you don't know it's going to come up for you. So the best way to deal with the pain of your childhood sometimes is to go through them. That doesn't mean to live in the past. That means recognize how the past is affecting you now, and to deal with some of that and to process it. I was talking earlier today with another group that I was meeting with, and we were talking about reflective learning, being able to be reflective of your past. And they were saying in the study how well you're able to think about your childhood and reflect on your childhood is deeply correlated with your level of functioning as an adult. So what they were saying was that there's a scale or an assessment. You can scale you of reflective thinking. So the assessment is from a -1 to a 9. And they said the general population of people, general population of people are able to reflect at about a 6 level of reflection. But they also gave this scale to people who were in prison. And people who were in prison, their reflective ability was maybe at about 2. So it was 3 points lower than just the general population. And so they were talking about what happens when we're not able to process all of the things that's happened to us in our past, that we're low level of being able to reflect and to be able to think has an impact on our ability to be empathetic to others. So it's not that you've been traumatized by all the things that have happened to you in your past. That's not important. It's things that have happened to you that were problematic. It's your ability to be able to think about those things and to be able to, why would my parents do that? Why would my teachers do that? What happened that this person did this? When you're able to kind of come up with a reason, why your parents did it. You know what? I think my mom, she was really cranky sometimes because I do remember her mother treating her this way. It's just being able to be empathetic and understand others has a lot to do with how we're able to function as an adult. So that's just an example of like how we do need to kind of deal with this and confront this because it helps us. Also, people who have depression, their reflective ability was more at like a 3 or a 3.5, where the general population is almost at a 6. But the good thing about this study was that going into therapy, having a place to just talk about some of the things that's happened to you in your past really does help you to become an adult in relationships, because you have this place where you've been able to have a reflective functioning, which increases your ability to have empathy. And having empathy helps you with adult relationships currently. So the empathy is what's developed when you're able to reflect upon what's happening with you. So that was really nice for me to know that, because as a therapist, I want to know, gosh, am I really making a difference? Well, yeah, probably more so in ways that I don't know, like just having a place where someone can just sit and talk about the things that come up for them really is having an effect, or having a positive effect on just their ability to empathize with anybody in general. And I think it's great where I can be in a position where I can give someone a corrective experience so that they can get through a lot of the issues that are happening with them. I know he's being loud. It's very noisy in here. Yeah, voices run. He'll walk around and just talk like that. Thank you, Khalid. He just walks around. I was trying to hint to him that he was being talking a mile a minute. But anyway, so that's important. I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, so that's important. Like, and studies have shown that just being in therapy, even 10 to 15 sessions in therapy, increases your reflective functioning, which decreases anxiety and depression and the ability to be empathetic. And I'm thinking that me or therapists being empathetic to other people kind of helps create this sort of empathetic environment that's a corrective experience. Okay, so let's go on. It says, for better or worse, I think I read that already. Where did I leave off? Okay, we wrestle with past relationships respectfully, like Jacob with the angel, until they yield their blessing. The blessing is the revelation of what we missed or lost. So the blessing is just in the realization of, wow, I needed this when I was growing up and I never got it. That's the blessing, that revelation. Can you believe that? This man is actually talking about the pain that you experienced when you were growing up is actually a blessing. Yeah, I think that makes sense, because Pain is inevitable. Experiencing pain, all of us are going to. I'm not saying that it's a great thing that people are mistreated. But what I'm saying is that if you do enter into a situation where you do feel pain, I'm saying that these opportunities, if you process them and you deal with them, you can learn from them. So I'm not saying that this is great, that bad things happen to people, but I am saying that what this author is saying, that the revelation is a blessing. Knowing that gives us momentum to let go of the past and find need fulfillment in ourselves and in other people who can love us for affirming ways. Such love restores or repairs a psychic structure that was lost or damaged in early life. We can begin a coherent sense of who we are, which in turn makes it possible for us to love others in the same powerful ways. I like that because you are not your past. There's so many people who get online and they say, oh, you came from a broken home, so there's something wrong with you. Or you came from a home where your mom wasn't there for you. Or you came from a home where your dad abandoned you. And they try to pigeonhole you and put you into a box based on your past experience, as if it's a determinant of how you're going to live your life right now. And it's not. It does not have to be that. The past does not have to dictate the present. I think this is what this man is saying. Yes, you can go through things that are unfortunate. And yes, relationships happen and relationships fail. And sometimes they don't fail. All of these things happen to you, but it does not have to define who and what you are. You can deal with it. And honestly, I really think that it gives people, personally, I think it gives people a lot of character and in substance. When you know, in a sense of sensitivity, when people have gone through things. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. All right. We receive from others and thereby learn to give, for love teaches generosity. This maturation consists not in leaving needs behind, but in recruiting support of others who can give age-appropriate and generous responses to our needs. Excellent. Among childhood habits, defenses, in particular, have been looked upon as signs of inadequacy and pathology. However, we need many of our defenses for psychological survival. We are defending ourselves from things for which we do not feel ready. For example, closeness or full commitment. We learn to stand guard over our unique wishes and needs in early life if showing them was unsafe. We learn to defend the delicate and vulnerable core of ourselves from humiliation, depletion, or distrust. These are skills, survival skills, not deficits. I really love that because it's the best thing that Freud ever did in his career is talk about our defenses. I think that when we were growing up, sometimes it's so painful to deal with disappointment, with anger towards somebody doing something that they shouldn't have done, or they didn't do something that they needed to have done. All of the disappointments that all of us have had growing up. I remember being 5 years old, waiting for somebody to pick me up somewhere, and my mom being late, and I'd be like, "Why were you late picking me up?" And she was like, "I was on the phone and lost track of time." And I remember thinking, "Dang, this lady can't get it together." Like all of these things that happen where you have disappointment. So that's just an example of a disappointment. And the defenses are some of the things that we have to tell ourselves so that we can deal with the pain of, is my mom picking me up, or is my mom going to be there for me when I need it? And for the people who in Healing Haven, I think I did a whole thing on this. Let me see if I can find it in our book. 50 defense mechanisms. Yeah, so our defense mechanisms, instead of looking at them as pathological, our defense mechanisms really keeps us grounded. You know, it really should be a place where we are able to look at it and be able to say, you know what, I needed to rationalize. On page 48 of our book, the Healing Haven book, I don't know if y'all have it in front of you, but they talk about defense mechanisms, or I wrote about defense mechanisms. All of the feelings that we have, anger, fear, disgust, sadness, surprise, and happiness. Those are basic feelings all of us have. But anger and sadness are the two things that for a lot of us is uncomfortable to feel. And sometimes it doesn't make sense to feel anger toward my mom, for not picking me up like she was supposed to be, because when I came home to her, she had dinner cooked. You know, she had, there's so many other wonderful things that she's done. So in my childhood mind that thinks black and white, sometimes it's really difficult for me to kind of think about that. So I can rationalize it. I can say, well, it wasn't really that big of a deal. You know, I wasn't really that sad that she didn't pick me up like she said she was going to do. It's really not that big of a deal. That's a great way to kind of like minimize. Because if I had to deal with, this is just an example, if you deal with the pain of being abandoned, which is very painful for some of us, sometimes we'll just deny it, or we'll minimize it, or we'll just say, I've had some experiences where I'd be like, I forgot about that whole thing. That was really terrible. Well, I just kind of suppressed it, right? We suppress some of the things. And some of that is the defenses that we have to do to kind of like deal with things that are painful. In that moment, it was appropriate to do. Now, I think the issue, and I'm wondering if he's going to get to this, and I think he will. These were survival skills, not deficits in the moment, in your past, that you needed to do. Now, I think where it can become problematic is if you continue to adhere to these defenses when you're an adult and you're reacting to somebody as if they were your parent, but they're not. You're holding on to these defenses, right? Okay, so let's read on. I think we're going to get to that. If we feel unsafe as children, we may still feel that way and still be using our old defenses. Yeah, so he does get to it. We may run from or defend ourselves against intimacy now for fear of a replay of childhood betrayals that left us crouching behind the wall of fear, which is defenses, right? On this wall are graffiti that besiege our self-esteem. And part of that graffiti is, don't let anyone get too close. Don't commit all the way. No relationship will ever work. No one can love you as you truly need to be loved. Men and women can't be trusted. Our work as adults is to replace these governing principles of behavior with healthy and more optimistic ones. Governing principles that limit our full potential for lively energy. The manifestation of our own unique life force are like the governor on a truck accelerator that prevents the truck from ever getting up to full speed. That fear, the abandonment issues. Thank you, Khalid. People in the chat are writing things. Thank you. That fear is what stops us from really having intimacy later in our life. And for many of us, I think it's appropriate to be cautious when you're dating or when you're loving someone. It is appropriate to be cautious, right? You don't want to just put all your love and energy into somebody right off the bat and you haven't really worked on things. It takes time to build up trust. But for some people, they just never quite feel like they can trust, because of this abandonment issue. Or they instantly come in and they want to be instant friends or instantly start dating or cling to somebody because they're afraid that that person will abandon them. So it still comes up in your life. Any comment on that, you guys? I see you all in here. You're shy to talk. People in the chat are talking. How about you all in the chat? Khalid talked about abandonment issues. Yeah, abandonment issues are tough. You know, are you going to be there for me? There's a lady, oh my God, may she rest in peace, Sue Johnson. She's a fantastic lady. I've taken a lot of her trainings. Sue Johnson, you're nodding, right? Sue Johnson recently died. She passed away, and that lady was phenomenal. What a great teacher. And she talked about couples therapy. She said every single argument between a man and a woman, or a man and a man, every single argument between any couple is boiled down to one question. Are you going to be there for me when I need you? And it's funny because when you first hear it, you're like, nah, it ain't about that. It's not about that. But she goes through in her training and she videotapes herself meeting with couples. And I've seen all of her videos, and she'll boil it down. She'll have a grown man in there in tears talking about, yes, I really deep down feel like I don't want my wife to leave me, or I don't want this. Like, she has really been able to use attachment theory the way this gentleman does, David Richo, How to Be Adult in Relationships. She's able to use it in married couples or dating couples, and she's been able to pinpoint exactly what it is, how to be an adult in relationships. And that she boiled it down to that simple question that comes up for people: attachment. Are you going to be there when I need you? If I am sitting at the dinner table at your parents' house and your mom says something to me that is insulting, are you going to stick up for me? You know, are you going to protect me? If I call you and I'm sad about something and I need to talk to somebody about it, are you going to stop everything and address my needs and help me with this, or are you not? And she has been able to remarkably talk about every single argument between a couple boils down to that one question, and she's amazing. Sue Johnson, may that lady rest in peace. Ashe to Sue Johnson, because she had helped out a lot of people. And she's Britain. She has this accent, and I think sometimes the accent kind of throws people off in listening to her, but I love her work. So she talks about attachment. Anyway, the wall of fear, right? Most of us have unrelenting longing for whatever is missing from our childhood. Every intimate bond will resurrect these archaic yearnings, along with the terrors and frustrations that accompany chronically unmet needs. This is the reason why I feel that every intimate relationship you've ever been in on some level is the exact relationship that you needed to have in that moment. Because on some unconscious level, you picked that particular person to be with because you needed to work through some issues from your childhood. Why are you so attracted to that person? There was some issue that you needed to work through. I don't know, maybe on some level, you know, maybe I married Boyce because he's a college professor and my dad was a college professor, and we started dating when my father passed away. So that's kind of like, and that's something, right? And my dad, he knew Boyce. He probably was the #1 fan of Boyce, by the way. We used to talk. My dad and I used to have long conversations about Boyce way before we started dating, because I've been friends with Boyce for 30 years. But he would call me, he'd be like, what's going on with Boyce this time? I'm like, well, he was on CNN. This is back in the CNN day. Boy, he got shut down on CNN. They really handed it to him. He's like, man, he needs to do, and I would relay messages between them in our conversations or whatever. So I don't know. I'm sure Freud would have a fun time with that analogy. But anyway, okay. But this puts us in ideal position to revisit these thwarted needs, to revive our energy, and to reconstruct our inner world in accordance with life-affirming principles. A solid bond in a relationship, as in religious faith, endures despite the impact of events. Wow. Endures expect the impact of our events. So our resistance is the only obstacle to the growth that can emerge from pain. I've been talking about this for such a long time. I don't know if I need to talk about it some more, but there's growth from pain. I think when I started in my book, my workbook, we talked about mindfulness earlier today. And my quote was that I came up with, you may be forced to feel pain, but you are never forced to suffer from it. So it isn't an inevitable thing. So the issue with pain is a place of growth. Or it could be suffering. It's up to you to decide. But the pain that you experience in your life, a lot of times you can't decide that. But what you can decide is whether you're going to take that pain and grow from it, or if you're going to take that pain and suffer from it. As we mend the broken fabric of ourselves, what was arrested in the past is released. As we mend the broken fabric of ourselves, what was arrested in the past is released. We are back in touch with who we really are and can live in accord with that rediscovered essence. The way through your pain is dealing with it and releasing it and not being held back by the pain, afraid to feel the pain that's inevitable, right? Here I am on YouTube, comments are great in here, but things come up, things happen. My husband can come by and talk real loud, talk over me real loud. All these things happen, but I can decide how I want to deal with it, right? So yeah, I mean, to me, that's pretty heavy. That's heavy. Okay. Every person needs the nourishment of food throughout life. Likewise, psychologically healthy person needs the sustenance of the 5 A's. And y'all know what the 5 A's are. Attention, acceptance, appreciation, affection, and allowing in our lives. It is true that unmet needs for the 5 A's in childhood can be made up for in later life. In the sense that they cannot be fulfilled so absolutely, so immediately, or so unfailingly that absolute immediate fulfillment of needs by one person is appropriate only to infants, but needs can be fulfilled in short or long installments throughout life. Yes, you find moments of where all of your needs are met, right? You're in a relationship with another person, and it ain't always going to be great, right? We have to be realistic. You're always going to have issues in your relationships, but what you need to do is cherish the moments where things are going smoothly. Because circles. One of my favorite songs is by, y'all download this song by Robbie Fitzsimmons. It's a white boy. We're transcending race here. He's got a song, Robbie Fitzsimmons. He's got a song called Circles. And Lord, he was on to something, because that's what happens. You have moments where things are going wonderfully and all of your needs are met. Cherish those times, because there will be some problems happening. You will experience pain. There will be things going on. Being an adult in relationship is being able to realize that things are going to get missed. You're going to feel some pain. You will, in a relationship, your spouse or your partner will get it wrong. It'll be like, y'all will miss each other. You'll be mad at that person because they didn't done something. That's inevitable. It's the wonderful way that human beings are with each other. Okay. So you have, but in the midst of it, you know you're going to get it in doses. So it ain't going to be like that. It's not going to be rosy all the time. That's what he's saying there. Okay, and this is what he says. The problem is not that we seek gratification, but that we seek too much of it all at once, right? What we did not receive enough of before, we cannot receive enough of now. We did not receive enough of before. What we did not receive enough of before, we can't receive enough of it now. It's not over for you. I remember I was working as a social, when I first began my work as a social worker, I worked in schools. I worked in a school in South Side Chicago. And I remember talking to the kids about college or whatever. And we were having this conversation. And one girl was just like, we can't do none of that stuff. We live in the projects. Just because we live in the projects, I mean, we can't do none of that stuff. We ain't going to be able to go to college and do all that stuff because we live in the projects. And I'm like, listen, just because you live in the projects, I mean, you're never going to become anything. Like, she really believed it. She used to tell me that, we live in the project. And I would be like, nobody knows you live in the project. If you went to college, filled out this college application, because I was helping some students process their application. And so if you fill out this college application and get into college and do okay on your ACT scores, you can go to college. No one knows you're from the projects unless you say you're from the projects. Like, you are not defined by some project girl, but she had embraced and just thought that projects was her life. And that's what she was going to be. That's where she was always going to be. Interestingly enough, those housing projects are gone, you know, so God knows where she is now, but you know, they knocked them all down and built really nice house. I wouldn't even recognize that part when I go there nowadays. It's really kind of sad because there were some beautiful people there who lived in the projects, but I don't know where they are. But she really thought that being a project girl was who and what she was, and she was defined by that. But, you know, and I would be like, come on, you don't have to be defined by, you can pick and choose what you want to be. Your past does not have to define you. There's no shame. You shouldn't have shame dealing with that. Not to be proud of the fact that you're from the projects, but it's just saying that, okay, that was my past. That was who and what I am, but it doesn't have to dictate my future, right? So no matter what you experienced, it doesn't have to have a hold on you. And instead of pushing it down and repressing it, at some point you need to work through the pain. I think that's the biggest thing for today, working through the pain. Okay. We do not outgrow our early needs, whether they become less overwhelming and we find less primitive ways to fulfill them. For example, an infant may need to be cradled and carried, while an adult may be satisfied with a supportive remark or a kindly glance. Sometimes a lifelong need can be fulfilled by such little moments of mindful love. However, we still need to be cradled at some time. So we all need. You want to say something, Karen?
Yeah, I wanted to say, Dr. Alicia, that I like how the author says that the processing of the pain is the good part. The pain itself is painful, obviously, yes, but the blessing in it is that we get to process the pain. And in processing the pain, we also get to change our mindset, which is what we worked on earlier today, is retraining our mindset to not stay stuck on the problem.
Yes.
To not stay fixated and stuck in the problem, yes, forever, but to find the silver lining or reframe what the problem is. And so that's what we talked about, and we worked on looking at the positivity, the positive aspects of the problem and finding out what can we do about it. So yes, like with the young lady who came from a bad neighborhood or whatever, the silver lining may be that if she gets accepted into college, if she was able to apply to a college, a university and get the acceptance, into the college, the silver lining or the reframing is that she has been accepted into college, that she can have a brighter future,
Yes.
that she can develop a better life for herself. So, again, it's my takeaway is to not stay in the problem, to refocus our attention to the solution, the silver lining, and reframing it so that we can, again, that ties into our gratitude, our mindset, what are we grateful for, how can we find, the solution to the problem.
Yeah, I mean that's it. And again, that's a beautiful way of saying what I've been talking about, suffering from our pain versus growing, like that is beautiful. Yeah. Thank you, Karen, for sharing.
You're welcome.
If our emotional needs were fulfilled, he goes on to say, even if our emotional needs were fulfilled by our parents and caregivers, we emerge from childhood with trust that others can give us what we need. So if we have these emotional needs that were met, we emerge from childhood thinking that, others can give us what we need. So sometimes people can be too trusting, right? We can then receive love from others without distress or compulsion. Our needs are moderate. We can trust someone to help fulfill our needs while we help fulfill theirs. This provides a foundation for a lifetime of intimacy and equanimity. Yes, it does, So just knowing that people who feel fulfilled growing up, you see the world as trusting. People who have not gotten their needs met growing up, you see the world as suspicious. You ever met people where they say, I don't trust none of these people. I don't trust, no. They just immediately think that the world is dangerous. And you start to wonder, why do they think everything is dangerous? Well, this is why. They think the world is dangerous because they've been taught that the world is scary, because in their homes, they experience a scary world. So therefore, the world in and of itself is somewhere where no one can be trusted. You don't even trust yourself to make good judgments. So that's what's required. Okay. Our life begins in a containing womb and then moves into an embrace. Our identity cannot grow in isolation because we are dialogical by nature. So that means that we have to have a human contact. The importance of human relationships, that is so important. Only if someone has her arms around the infant can the I am moment be endured or rather risk. So he's quoting Winnicott. And I love Winnicott, by the way. He's a fantastic child psychiatrist. You guys need to check him out. He's pretty awesome. The original emotional needs of life were fulfilled in the holding environments of the womb. So he goes on to talk about, listen, at one point, all of our needs were met, right? So this creates a safe and embracing environment. This is all attachment theory and childhood growing up. If their needs are unmet, on the other hand, they may have difficulty trusting a higher power than ego or acknowledging the need for spirituality in adult life. Faith commitments call for trust in an invisible source of nurturance. And when visible source of nurturance have let us down, we are less likely to trust the invisible sources. That's interesting. So, I do find, spirituality and religious practices being a really good kind of model for attachment. So I see why a lot of people, I'm just thinking about slavery times and times where things are really hard. I can see it could be a spiritual experience where you want to hold on to something because there's nothing else around you. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Okay, let's move on. When we did not receive fulfillment in one or more of the 5 A's, y'all know what the 5 A's are. Where is it? Attention, acceptance, appreciation, affection, and allowing, right? When we did not receive fulfillment in one of the 5 A's, a bottomless pit was created in us, an unfulfillable yearning for the missing piece of our puzzling and arid past. Mourning in an unfulfilled childhood is painful. He's going back to this pain, the pain that we experience. We fear grief because we know we will not be able to control its intensity, its duration, or its range. And so we look for ways around it. Instead of dealing with the pain, we look for ways around it, right? But engaging with our grief, you have to grieve your childhood. Your dad wasn't there for you when you needed him to be. You have to grieve that loss. Your mom treated you poorly. You have to grieve that loss of having those 5 A's met in your life. Engaging with our grief is a form of self-nourishment and liberation from neediness. Paradoxically, to let ourselves experience our wounded feelings fully places us in the path of healthy intimacy. You have to deal with the pain, or you'll never, ever be able to have a healthy relationship. And you know what? Honestly, I think that this is why so many people turn to addictions. Shopping addictions, porn addictions, substance abuse, alcohol abuse, everything to kind of numb yourself out so you can't deal with the things that are happening for you. And it's a learned ability of these defenses. The defenses are there because they protected you when you were young. But when you're an adult, I think that you have that responsibility to deal with what's going on with you head on, or it will haunt you forever. And nothing is costly and pricey, and nothing destroys a relationship more than addictions. Is this my problem? Have I been afraid to grieve what I did not get from mom and dad, and so have demanded it from partners, strangers, and innocent bystanders? I am unable to find it in myself because I have been investing all of my energy in looking for it in some place else. You're not going to get it in a Gucci belt. You're not going to get it from driving a fancy car and from all of the external things that you think can make you worthy. You're definitely not going to get it from how much money is in your bank. To retrieve the past and undo the past are the paradoxical goals in relationships. No wonder our relationships are so complex. But their complexity is not about the transactions between two adults, but the fact that such transactions ever begin. Instead, two children are tugging at each other's sleeves, shouting in unison. This is what two married couples look like to me. Two children trying to get each other's love and attention. It's so great. It's like being married means, will you be my friend? Yeah, I'll be your friend for life. Will you be everything for me? That's what two married people. And it's funny because when you bicker with each other, it's like you really do regress. You go back to like children bickering. It is really amazing how adults be regressing, bickering. This is quite fascinating. Look what happened to me when I was a kid. Make it stop. Make it better for me. In effect, we are asking an innocent bystander to repair a problem he or she has no knowledge of and little skill to repair. That's deep down inside what you're asking for in your partner. And all the time and energy that goes into that transaction distracts us from the first part of our work, repairing our own lives, which may require some work in therapy. He's telling you right now in this book that sometimes you have blind spots. And a really keen therapist will be able to look at you and will be able to connect the dots, give you that reflective functioning. You want your reflective functioning score to be up. Okay. The code ground of our psyche is like cryogenic laboratory where our unmet needs from childhood remain frozen in its original state, awaiting healing and fulfillment, usually without revealing to us the full extent to which we felt forlorn and bereft. The path to love begins in our own past and its healing, then moves outward to relationship with others. It is frozen inside of you. He's talking about trauma and dealing with a lot of that and seeing a lot of that. I think if it's frozen, it helps to melt it away. Okay. Even if our childhood needs were met, we may need to work on ourselves as an adult. So there's no escaping it. Everybody got some stuff to work on. Even people who grow up and become adults and have healthy attachments, there's still some things that come up for you. And I could attest to that, right? Nurturant parents make sure our childhood environments are safe and soothing. And as an adults, we may keep looking for people or things that we can create that miracle. It's a miracle thing. It is a miracle. If you grew up, and I would have to say personally, like, I'm a second generation therapist. So both my parents have advanced degrees in, not to say that I'm not better than anyone else, but they had advanced degrees in child development. And my parents were in their 30s when they had me. So it's not like they were just seasoned people. My dad had a PhD. My mom had a master's. She's got 2 master's degrees in childhood development. She's a therapist too, and all of that. And my dad taught, you know, like I do right now. So I had 2 parents that really sent me into adulthood with a secure attachment. I'm just self-disclosing that, but that doesn't mean that I don't have my issues. You know, I still got my issues. Maybe I'm a little spoiled sometimes. I don't know. I like to get my way. I don't know. You have to ask Dr. Boyce. With my Boyce.
Yeah.
What are my issues?
What are your?
I said I grew up with a secure attachment, but even if you had a secure attachment, there's still some stuff that can come up for you.
You asked me a question.
But you're making a lot of noise, so people know that you're here.
Oh, I thought you had a question for me.
No, I was just saying, what you say? Look at this. Look at everybody. Look.
Is that Aisha? I see Aisha and James.
That's her face. And
James. Oh, and I know that's down at the bottom. What's your name, ma'am? Wait, wow, why are you looking at me?
You are so hilarious.
What? No. But anyway, hi everybody. How you doing?
Dr. Boyce.
Oh, that's Errol. Okay, yeah. Okay, now I see. Okay.
Someone asked a question.
Okay, what's the question?
Do you and Dr. Boyce Watkins read together to continue to enhance your relationship?
No.
We do not read together.
We don't.
That would be appropriate, but he not.
Well, we listen to
not
audio.
reading this book.
We listen to audiobooks together. Like
Yeah.
sometimes I listen to your therapy stuff. Yeah. So
No, we don't.
I'm gonna walk out of here. Hello,
Okay.
everybody.
But even I have some issues. Would you not say?
Yes. That's my whole statement.
All right, just keep moving along.
Only after he was forced. Let the
Right,
only after he was
I gave him permission to say I have issues, but right. Okay. So the recurrent fantasy or search for the perfect partner is a strong signal from our psyche that we have work to do on ourselves. No perfect partner, but I think you find the perfect partner for yourself, even in their flaws. So that's my caveat I add to Mr. David Richaud. Okay. Okay, the perfect partner is the mirage we see after crossing the desert of insufficient love. So mirages is false. It don't ever happen. Like a mirage is, like on a desert, you think, uh-oh, I'm thirsty, and that's water right there. And you get up to it and it's not water. That's the mirage that we have in relationships. We think this person is going to complete me. Y'all remember what movie was that? You Complete Me. What movie was that where he says you complete me? Jerry Maguire. Jerry Maguire. Yes, Jerry Maguire has you complete me. That's false. Like that is, you are not going to find a partner that's going to complete you ever. Like they need to just stop making movies like that, because no person is going to actually complete you. I think we need to stop with that. That's a mirage, right? Mirages happen because we lack water. That is, we lack something we have needed for a long time. They are normal, nothing to be ashamed of. We should notice them, take them as information about where our work lies, and then let them go. Because ain't nobody going to be perfect, right? If we do this, we will come across the real oasis. Nature's gift to those who keep going, who are not stopped by the mirage. Oh my goodness. I love that part. That is so beautiful, because it is so normal when you're falling in love with somebody. You think the world of that person, and you start noticing all the similarities. We got this in common. We got this in common. And oh my God, you're staying up all night, talking on the phone, planning to be together, all excited about seeing each other. We know the first 12 to 18 months of a relationship when you just fall in love. You are not falling in love with the person. It is infatuation, and that's what it is, right? And I don't want to say love bombing, but it's normal to do a little bit of love bombing. Love bombing is normal. You don't want to go overboard with it, because then that's a deep sense of insecurity. But it's important that beginning stages of relationship, you want to put your best foot forward. That makes sense. And you just love everything it is about each other. But after that 12 to 18 months, the real oasis is getting over the disappointment and the letdowns that will happen in your relationships. It is normal. And so many people break up with someone. There's a lot of people I work with in my client and my caseload where they're just unrealistic about relationships. Like, it is normal. We should expect to just fall in love and, think the world of this person. And it's also normal to get past the differences, because eventually you're going to start noticing the differences. God, I never noticed that he scrapes his teeth when he eats. Good grief, I never really noticed he snores so loud. But golly, does he have to be talking so loud? You start noticing things. And it's just normal. It's just normal, right? But what we don't understand is that the true gift is the other side of that. That's where true love and true intimacy happens, when you are able to love someone through their faults. As long as it's not toxic or some of the awful things. I mean, there's some caveats to that. I'm not saying people should stay together. Sometimes there's some things you can't deal with. But for the most part, being realistic about relationships, the true gift is those who keep going, who are not stopped by the mirage. Yet it is a given of life that nothing is permanently and finally satisfying. Despite this fact, many of us believe that somewhere there is a person or a thing that will be permanently satisfying. Such a chimerical belief and the restless, desperate seeking that follows from it can become deeply disheartening and self-defeating. In mindfulness, though, we can surrender to reality with all its impermanence and frustration. And from that position of surrendering, something wonderful, encouraging can happen. We find that we want a partner who walks beside us in the world, not one who will change its given or provide an escape hatch from them. That's the commitment. Someone who's going to be your companion, even through ups and downs. And to have that in another person is a blessing, even in their faults. We will find a pleasing balance between surrendering to the given of the fundamental unsatisfactoriness of life while maximizing our opportunity for contentment. It is our discovery of the fallacious past. He's really working his vocabulary right now. He's using SAT words here. Where was I? For unsatisfactoriness. Okay, fallacious past between the snowy peaks of disillusion and despair. From this point of view, moderate need fulfillment, experience in days or even moments, becomes satisfactory. Moderate is the key word for giving and for receiving the 5 A's: attention, acceptance, affection, appreciation, and allowing. A nonstop flow of them would be quite annoying. So if you got it all the time, if I would stop everything and just give my partner, give Boyce the 5 A's, he'd be like, lady, get out of my face. You've been up under me too long. Like, we don't need it all the time. You just need it. And if he was all in my space all the time, I'd be like, okay, I need a break. I think we need a break from each other. I love you, but I need a break. So it's okay to say that. You're not supposed to be all wrapped up in each other all the time. It's normal. You need a break from them. Our fantasy mindset makes us long for just what we would soon flee. Hence, what seems like an unsatisfactory compromise is actually the adult's best deal. The hospitable sanctuary and the generous waters of an oasis can be enjoyed for one day or many. So it's not like you're going to get your fantasy relationship 100% of the time, but sometimes you'll get it. Sometimes there'll be moments where, we actually had a really good time today. I'm going to appreciate this. Okay, you kind of got on my nerves today, but we'll try again tomorrow. You know, this is just realistic, right? Sooner or later, they will cloy, and our hearts will long for what comes next. The desert and what lies behind it. Whatever their mystery or hardship beckon, and they cannot be evaded or renounced. Journeying is built into us no matter how beautiful our home. The idea, it's a journey. You're always on this journey of ups and downs, right? The idea of something more or different excites us no matter how pleasing our present circumstances. Okay, so he's going on about, he's using lofty words at this point. I can skip the lofty SAT words. So lastly, here's what we're saying. As long as you hold on to wanting something from the outside, you will be dissatisfied because there is a part of you that you are not totally owning. I promise you, I don't understand. Like, I know it's great for women to pay attention to their, what they look like and all of that. But I really do wonder, with all the plastic surgery, with all the BBLs, thinking I got to do and be a certain way to look a certain way, like sometimes there's just never ending. Like you always are scrutinizing yourself. Like, I'm going to feel good only when I look a certain way. Not when you look like yourself, because I promise some of these women, they don't even look like themselves anymore. Now, I do have on blush and a little bit of lipstick. And I mean, so there's with reason, right? Not that I want to change the way I look, just look like a totally different person. Because you're holding on to something on the outside. This is the materialism that I'm talking about. And that's the bottomless pit. Be content with who and what you are right now, is what he's trying to say. How can you be complete and fulfilled if you believe that you cannot own this part of yourself until somebody else does something? Are you going to be beautiful because somebody calls you beautiful? Or are you just going to be beautiful because you believe in the beauty of who and what you are? because beauty is really what you do and how you are and how you treat people and treat yourself. That's the beauty, right? If it's conditional, it will not totally be yours. If you believe that you cannot own this part of yourself until somebody else does something, waiting on somebody else to fulfill you, and moments where you're not fulfilled by that person is conditional. If it's conditional, it's not totally yours. So we'll leave it here, page 24. Let me mark my page. I do want to come back next Sunday. I ain't doing nothing Sunday evening. But I do want to come back and probably the same time, 7 o'clock, to talk about this book, How to Be an Adult in Relationships. Get the book, read up until page 24, so you'll be able to see what we've covered in the past. Thank you for talking. Thank you for contributing. Thank you, everybody in the chat. We got some people here. Zara. Who else is here? Khalid. Dr. Vive. Thank you, Dr. Vive, for joining us. And everybody. So I'm thinking we'll come back next week. An hour and a half. We'll probably shrink it down. Maybe not so long next time. But anyway, let me say goodbye to StreamYard, and then I'll come to Zoom later. Okay. Bye, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Alicia.
Okay.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on when you're watching this rebroadcast or this replay. I am Dr. Lene Javette, the brilliant business architect, your host and facilitator of today's conversation. Today, we're continuing our critical discussion on workplace stress and PTSD among Black women. Yesterday, we explored the rising PTSD rates linked to workplace stress in our part 1 episode. Today, in part 2, we're shifting our focus to a different aspect of workplace dynamics. We often discuss how other cultures oppress Black people through microaggressions, prejudices, and biases. However, today's conversation is about a different challenge. What happens when the gatekeepers causing harm look like you, when they share the same race as you? But before we dive in, let me introduce you to our powerful queens that are joining me today. We have Athena Gardner. She is a CPA. You can find her at wewealthwomen.com, as well as Jade Harrell, highblackesteem.com. Welcome to our platform today, ladies. Neither one of you guys were here with us yesterday. It was so impactful. We were talking about sister. Can you put her name up there for me? Because it's not in my notes. Sister, they call her Bonnie, but her name is, can we get that slide of the young lady we were talking about yesterday? She was the president at Lincoln University, which is an HBCU. There we go. Thank you. Oh, her name's not up there, but she endured cruelty, which led to her unaliving herself. Thank you, Dr. Candia Bailey. And so at that university, it was the first time that they had a white president in 150 years. And she had been complaining about intentional harassment and just some different things that was happening to her there in that workplace. And that brought us to the conversation on PTSD, which was an amazing conversation. If you didn't hear yesterday's conversation or you didn't get to see yesterday's broadcast, please go back and rewatch it. If you don't catch it on YouTube, go check us out on Spotify, okay? But it left us with more questions. As we were closing out our conversation yesterday, there were 3 or 4 questions that were left in the chat that we felt still needed to be addressed. So if we can get those slides, I want to so one of them said, unfortunately, my worst experience was working under a Black woman. I definitely had to quit that job. That was one of the comments from yesterday. Another one read, appreciate all this self-advocate, but what do you do when the gatekeepers causing harm look like you, the same race as you? Another comment said, I work in the medical field as well. A lot of women are not secure in who they are. Everyone is in competition, but why? All of our jobs are important. Is there one more? There was one about nursing. There it is. There's a lot of bullying in nursing where women are in charge. Why is this oppression of women by other women? All right. So let's get into today's conversation. If you are in the chat, let us know. Have you experienced PTSD at the hands of someone that looks like you in the workplace? We will start out with you, Jade. What are your thoughts on this whole, on let's say, black on black PTSD in the workplace?
I have worked in predominantly Black environments, and I would say that one environment in particular, the morale was low. So in general, staff morale was just really, really low. And I think that had an impact in terms of like how people treated each other. But what I will say is, I mean, I don't know. Like it's not my experience. Like most times when I work in predominantly Black environments or I see other Black people, especially Black women, I go out of my way to build relationships with them, to break the ice. You know, I want to work at, getting to know who they are, getting to know what their interests are, how we can work with each other and support each other. And so I haven't had many experiences where I've seen other Black women in the workplace that were not also interested in building that relationship. So, I mean, I have seen toxic environments play out, but generally this has not been my personal experience.
Okay, so you bring up a good point. I am coming to you, Athena. So are you it's almost as if you're saying that this doesn't happen in Black working environments. Mm-hmm. So because Black people work in, corporate America and Black environments that are mostly Black people. So it sounds like you're saying that you don't see this in Black owned businesses, Black owned companies where there's mostly Black employees.
Yes. I mean, I experienced morale being low and just in general in that particular work environment. Now I have worked in really, really, really high or elitist white organizations where there were very, very few Black folks. And I think I've only experienced one other Black woman that was super duper competitive or, sort of fell into the same typography as the comments that were made yesterday. That was just one individual. But for the most part, even in those predominantly white environments, when I encountered other Black men and women, we were experiencing the same level of oppression and we built a camaraderie and we supported each other really well. So that's just been my typical experience.
Okay. What about you, Athena?
Well, I wish I could say the same as Jade, but that has not been my experience. What I will say is I do not think it's unique to just Black women. I think it's a woman thing. I'll go into that a little further. But I did, beginning of my career, out of grad school, working at one of the top accounting firms in Atlanta. I was not in a predominantly Black environment, so there might be a factor, Jade, because when it's less of you, I think it increases competition amongst you to be the token or the best or whatever that sometimes we have, unfortunately. And my superior was a Black woman, Black, natural hair, African ancestry, like name hard to pronounce type situation. And what the experience, and she was the one who actually hired me, gave me my offer letter when I interned and all of that. My experience now, I probably signed an NDA, so I can't name firm or specifics or anything like that. But I was a staff. I was fresh out of college, entry level. She was in a position she was going to make partner or trying to make a play for a partner in the firm. So she was gone a lot. And it was me and another senior working on audit engagements at the time. Our audit engagement was not going very well. But throughout the whole process, she was like, befriending me. Oh, yeah, we both have natural hair. Sister girl thing, right? When it came time to take accountability for whatever was going to happen, she digged a hatchet in my back. Like, she basically sacrificed me so she could, get her promotion or whatever. And at first I thought, okay, maybe it's me, but I was in a toxic work environment. It was predominantly white. People were questioning my value, even though my resume and my skill set outperformed my peers now. Even when I went to school, all my experience outperformed my peers. So that is also another layer. But how I knew she did it was I actually was on an engagement with just men. And one of my male mentors, he left the company. I didn't know why, but he was at the same level as her. After the fact, after I done quit, moved, that whole situation, and she like made me like quit my company because I can't stay in toxic environments. I'm just not going to do that. And I'm not going to stay in places where I'm not valued. And I'm not going to stay in places where I'm disrespected. That's just my personality type. You know, I'll peace out really quick. So he told me basically that they had conference calls where as senior managers, where she has said things like she doesn't want another Black person on her team. She has said, yes, she had said all kind of, I want to be the only Black token and I don't want other Black people on my team and things like that. So it further confirmed to me that, okay, this woman just was not, she was not supportive as she was coming off. She was actually very competing with me. Now, I thought that would be one situation, but throughout my career working under women, white women, I have suffered microaggressions. Just women in general, I don't know what it has been, but it seems like not all women, right? But it seems like, especially with upper management and in the accounting and finance field, there's less of us there. So you want to do a good job. So instead of creating...
Wait. So we're going to actually get to the women conversation. We're going to get to the women conversation. So I want to back up a little bit because there's an analogy that we've all heard in our lifetime, which is crabs in a barrel, right? And so that leads me to, I personally don't like to use that terminology. I identify it and I know what it means, but I don't like to liken us to crabs. And I definitely don't want to make it seem like we're not supporting each other and we're tearing each other down. So what I will say is, Andrew, the question I will impose is it that there's not enough of us in particular environments and workplaces? Is it that there's not enough of us at the table and we're still having the conversation about Black people and or Black women to other Black people? What do you think, Jade? And or before I ask Jade, what do you guys think in the comments? Do you, in your work environment, are you the only Black person? Are there other Black people in your environment? Do you feel as if there's not enough Black people and that is why you may or may not be being treated the way that you're being treated in your workplace? Go ahead, Jade.
Absolutely. Okay, so I want to say that I have not worked a 9-to-5 since 2016. So thanks to the work that I did in the Black Business School, the things that I learned, like I left and emancipated myself from the 9-to-5 world back in 2016, and I went into sort of, consulting, contracting, and working for myself. And at that time in 2016, I believe I was about 33 or 34 years old when I left the 9-to-5 world. And so now I go into schools and other organizations where there are a lot of Black folks in predominantly white environments, and some of them may experience that some of the same dynamics that Athena has expressed, but I wonder how much of that is also cultural. And when I say cultural, like, yes, we are melanated folks working in places, whether we are intentionally or unintentionally, being tokenized, but in my experience, a lot of Black Americans like myself who do not come from immigrant families tend to have a lot more camaraderie and have a us versus them mentality when it comes to the dominant power structure in general. And we tend to kind of stick together. It has been my experience where, like, I think Athena pointed out that, her superior in that particular situation definitely was from the continent. A lot of the competition, the anti-Black rhetoric, and, things impact our communities intraracially or intraculturally in many different ways. And so there could be more of a revolutionary mindset, or more of a mindset of being very community oriented and wanting to build those bridges in certain aspects of our cultures. And then in other aspects is kind of like being a token is a crown jewel, or being tokenized as a crown jewel, and creating competition and seeing that the white man's ice is colder could be more prevalent in certain cultures because colonization, imperialism, and racism and white supremacy is taught and understood differently. So I wanted to point out those dynamics as an anti-racism trainer. And that's something that I definitely do see, even when it comes to the Latinx community, you know, with colorism and all of the things that we also have. We just all interact with this oppression very, very differently, depending on where we come from.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. So if you're just joining us, today we're talking about why Black women hurt each other in the workplace. This conversation came out of our part 1 yesterday. We were talking about PTSD in the workplace, and it left us with some more questions that we wanted to have a conversation about today. If you are just tuning in, you can catch us every Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. Eastern. If you would like to get notified, you can text the word Queens to 87948. Again, that's 87948. And that way you can be notified whenever we are live. And or if you don't catch us live, you can catch us on Spotify. If you go to Spotify, you would search for Fly Nubian Money, and you can find us there. Athena, you said accounting and finance is your background, your industry. Are there a lot of Black people in that industry? Or are you one of a few people in that industry? I have a second follow-up question I want to ask you as well.
I think in accounting and finance, you will find adequate enough Black people, but it's less. I would say we're definitely not the majority in any way. Specifically CPAs. So this is a stats from 2018. So I don't know the updated numbers, but less than 2% of CPAs are Black.
Okay. So then in your industry specifically, do you think that it is more of a Black thing or a woman thing? So some of the things that you're experiencing in the workplace, is it that you are a minority in this industry? Because sometimes that does happen across industries. Or is it the woman thing where it's just a woman that sees another woman and might feel some type of animosity towards that woman?
To be honest with you, I would say majority would be a woman thing, because I've had these issues with white women too. So I think it's a woman thing. However, in that particular situation, it was definitely a Black thing, because my mentor came back and told me things she said specifically about not wanting Black people on her team. So,
and the woman herself was Black.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So then I'm gonna take this question, and I might ask both of you guys. Let me take this question to y'all, to Jade. This is probably going to be a really interesting conversation right here. Do we stereotype ourselves? So as a Black person, seeing other Black people come into our job, are we then stereotyping how they will work, what their work ethic will be like, how they're going to show up before they even get the opportunity to prove themselves? Jade.
I say yes, absolutely. And that's why I make it a point to go out of my way to try my best to get to know people and build relationships with other Black people, so that I am not leaning into my own biases about what someone else's work ethic or competency and things may be. I mean, I'm very, very type A. I like to do things in a particular manner. And so I have to consistently check myself and make sure that I am being fair and reasonable in my assessments of other people, and I'm not judging folks. But I definitely do know that particularly I have the natural propensity to size people up, be like, oh, they're lazy, they're this, that, and that. And then I have to like, okay, Jade, calm down. You're not the smartest person in the room all the time. So yes, 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 and yes. And I think the sooner we realize that about ourselves and we take ownership of it, the better off we'll be. And in preventing some of these toxic dynamics that we also perpetuate and that we see and we witness and we observe, and we get to take responsibility and accountability to say, hey, where am I playing a role in this equation? If I see such and such walk in the door, head to toe, decked out, looking really, really nice, am I, being jealous of this person, or am I making unfair assessments to this person? If a person comes to a meeting 5 minutes late, am I, being unreasonably harsh or whatever, criticizing them? We all tend to do these things, but when we take ownership of our own part, we get to stop projecting as much as we do. That's what I think. Oh, you're muted, Dr. Lene.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was muted. Now I'm unmuted. Dr. Athena, I'm going to throw that question to you as well.
What was the question again?
Do you feel that we stereotype our own when they come into the workplace?
Yes, I think we stereotype our own. And I also think that we place higher expectations of our own because we think that if they do not perform well, it's going to reflect poorly on all of us. So I would agree with that statement.
So then the next question is, does it? Does it, when one Black person does wrong or bad or falls off in the office, does it affect all of us? Does it affect everybody else that's in there? You say yes? It does.
Yes.
To us or to the executive, to the people that are working there? I think, because sometimes I think it's us more. Like, I think we personally take on the behaviors and the work ethics of other people as if how they work makes us look bad. So I think it's more of us taking it on than the people that actually work there. What do you think?
No, I think it's both. I think because now I've been putting on a suit. I've been making sure I've done everything A to Z, and this person's going to come and mess it up for all of us because we already know we are working against certain stereotypes that are negative. Now, if I had a stereotype that I was Asian and I'm smart and I'm good with money and that, I'm probably going to stay married forever, those are positive stereotypes that work in my favor. But unfortunately, as Black people in America, we do not have a lot of positive stereotypes. Our stereotypes is that we like to play, drink, have fun, and all kind of negativity, right? So when one of us does not perform, at least to a base standard level, unfortunately, it reflects poorly on all of us within the group and what others are looking at us as. And that also plays out in greater society because if Sexy Red goes and does something crazy, it's like, oh, all these Black women just love to twerk. So we don't escape that.
So we basically taking our PTSD into the workplace with us.
Correct.
We don't stand a chance. I like what Pretty Fit Niaja said. She said, personally, I will go out of my way to help another Black person in the workplace, especially if they are performing below level. I think that that's kind of how I operate too. Like Jade, I haven't been in the workforce in like 10 years, but I have always had really, for the most part, great experiences. But let me temper that with, normally I am, if not the only Black person, one of 2, maybe 3 Black people, maybe a group of minorities. The bulk of my major career growths have been at the hands of women. My first one was at an architectural firm. It was a Hispanic lady who brought me into the company. I have no experience as administrative assistant. She gave me one of the hardest executives and then coached me on how to help him. He was a Hispanic dude he was the first one in his family to become an architect. And so he was very protective of the work that he did. And she showed me and taught me how to get in there and to take control of it. And I did it. And he gave me like a 20% raise in like 3 months, and then turned around and gave me a promotion in 2 years. I had like a $7 increase. And at that time, I'm like, I don't even think I'm 30 yet. And so that was a Hispanic woman that took me under her wing and showed me. And then when I left, and then I went from administrative assistant to executive assistant, which brought me back home to Phoenix. I got a different job as a marketing assistant, white lady. And she's like, I see something special in you. I want you to go, and have me never finish your degree. And so she sent me to get my bachelor's degree, and the company paid for it. And then I got my master's degree, my MBA, and then I got promoted to executive assistant. And that was the very last job that I worked at until I became an entrepreneur. $1 billion aerospace company, which leads me to the microaggressions that I talked about yesterday. Being the Black face of a $1 billion aerospace company, where it's the CEO, the president, and then me. I'm sitting at tables with nothing but white men, the vice presidents of technology, the VP of R&D, the VP of this. And I'm having to say, this is what we need. This is what we have to do, this, that, and other. With the women, it was promote, promote, promote. With the men, it was, little black girl, I know you're not sitting up here trying to tell us what to do. Do you know what we make? Do you know who we are? Do you know what we do? I'm having to repeat myself. I'm doing all the things. I'm wearing glasses so that I can look smart. I'm trying to make sure that I have all the right words. I'm doing all of the things to appease and tap dance to be taken seriously. Have you ever had to do anything to prove your worth in the workplace due to your race, Jade? And then I'm going to ask you the same question, Athena.
Yes, absolutely. Definitely in the earlier stages of, just kind of getting into a new job, definitely on the interview, having to, and then once getting the job saying, hey, I got more credentials than the rest of y'all. So therefore, and then I was also very, very vocal about not playing, because what we're talking about here, ladies, is stereotype threat. Walking into a space and saying, hey, these are all the cards stacked up against me because these are all the stereotypes that come along with being Black, being a Black woman, and all of these things, education level, what city or state you come from. There's so many stereotypes that come with all of those things. And yes, being able to say, you know what, I know what the odds are. I know how people view me. And now I have to go out of my way to justify why I'm here. But once I established that with the receipts and my track record and working really, really hard, I just became less and less interested in playing that game. But yeah, I definitely had to sort of justify like, hey, yes, I am young, but I also have a certification and a master's and all these other credentials and postgraduate work that y'all don't have. And I also have experience and cultural experience. And I know the demographic of these children, of this neighborhood, of this city. And therefore, that makes me more qualified than you, Becky, that came from Idaho and has never worked with Black kids ever in an inner city. So just sort of, I think a level of arrogance, I had to adapt and just say, hey, like, I'm going to go out of my way to remind you as to why I'm overqualified for this position and have more qualifications than you. So yes, to that point, but then also I took a different approach, and my approach was to be very, very aggressive in terms of letting people know who I was and why I was there and why I deserved to be there and why we deserved to be there and why the families and the children that we served were deserving of so much more. And I also took pleasure in pointing out ways in which Black, white, Latinx, and other staff members were holding the community and the students to very, very low standards and really calling that out in real time.
Gotcha. Athena?
So I basically, especially in the beginning of my career, I've had all kind of training. I've had etiquette training before I even stepped foot in a corporate office. I went to a very top school. I can run that whole thing down, but I don't want people searching me on the internet, right? So I used to, in the beginning, when I first started my career, I didn't feel like that was important for me to vocalize that, right? I didn't feel like that was important. And today I don't feel like I do that. But during the course, in the middle of my career, I realized I had to do that because it's part of the politics, the workplace politics. I really don't have the desire or even the wiring to engage in corporate politics. So I think that's why I got bit so early in the beginning with that situation. But I'm glad it happened because it kind of taught me how to swim with sharks. And I am in accounting and finance. Accounting and finance is white male at the top and everybody else scrambling on top. And I used to feel like I had to demonstrate a level of competency, right? And that was just something that I had to do. But having actually worked in the industry and seeing the behind the scenes, especially with men, especially with white men, and how they move about within corporate structure, I realized I can relax because a lot of these men aren't that competent anyway. They're projecting a good image. They have most of the people underneath them doing the actual work. So why do I feel like me to have to go out my way to prove my worth when I'm actually the ones coming up with creative ideas and solutions? So even to this day, as I meet people and engage with others, I don't feel like I have to go out my way to list the whatever would be, you know, into what I call intellectual elitism, like the degrees and where I went to school and all this other stuff. My conversation, the depth of my critical thinking skills will shine through on its own. And I think that's what, my personality, I think that's what should be the value. All the other things, unless you're hiring me for a job or I'm doing a speaking engagement or something of significance, you don't really need to know.
I love that. I was looking for a comment that I saw that I thought was funny, and I wanted to share it, but it has gone all the way. It's gone. And there it is. It's from Armando Walls. He says, I just encourage my non-Black coworkers to act out and cut up. Then I conduct myself in the opposite manner. I always appear on my toes and head on a swivel, on point. Hilarious. This is Fly Nubian.
That is so petty, first of all. Can we
But you know, I have a story about that.
So wait.
Right, let me just reset real quick. Let me reset real quick. This is Fly Nubian Money. You can catch us Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. Eastern. Text the word Queens to 87948 if you would like to get a notification when we are live. Okay, go ahead.
So basically, are you the Black guy or Black person at work that tries to appear to be better than the ratchet and downtrodden Negroes? If so, in my experience, I said it's petty, but it's also problematic. It's problematic. So, you know, I'm gonna set you up to appear to be ratchet and appear to be the stereotype, so then I can come in and be the token.
Now he said non-Black though. He said non-Black.
He said non-Black.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you for clearing that up because I misread that. I was like, whoa. Okay, well, that's funny. Also petty, but also be careful doing that. Be careful. Yes. Be very careful in those environments doing that, because if somebody, you know, if it gets back to management that you're encouraging the ratchet behavior, they're going to be looking at your leadership skills and your judgment. But they can get away with stuff that we can't. So hey, who am I to judge it?
Yes. Okay. So today, again, I gotta reset the room again. So why Black women hurt each other in the workplace. If you were not with us yesterday, this conversation started when we were going over the president of Lincoln University who unalived herself. And it got us talking about PTSD rates among Black women linked to the workplace. Do we have this slide with the numbers? Because this is a legit situation. This is really happening. Black women in the workplace experience PTSD at 21.5%. Hispanic and Latina women experience it at 17.2%, and white women experience it at only 12.4%, which is almost at half of what we experience it at. Some PTSD causes include exposure to traumatic events or threats of violence, lack of organizational support or poor management practices, excessive workload and long hours, bullying, racism, and sexual harassment isn't on there, but that we could add that on there. So that's the conversation that we're having. This is Fly Nubian Money. I am joined today by Jade Harrell as well as Athena Gardner. And again, if you do not catch us live Monday through Friday at 1:00, you can always go to Spotify and listen to the broadcast or re-listen to the broadcast. You can share it with friends and family who you think can benefit from this conversation, or who might be experiencing some of these things, who need help and or solutions. So let's talk about that for a second. Let's talk about solutions. What can we do? Because we have to work, we have to generate money, we have to have jobs. So if we go into a working environment where there is stress or trauma, and it's somebody that looks like us that's causing it, what can we do? Is it pulling the person to the side and asking them and saying, yo, what's up? Maybe not like that, but like, you got a problem with me? Maybe, and again, maybe not like that. It could be saying, hey, you know, can you give me the law of the land? Are we bowing down to the Black that was there first? Like, how do you reduce the stress and trauma amongst Black people in the work environment? Okay, you have a book up. We'll start with you, Athena.
All right. So 48 Laws of Power. Now, I read this book like, I don't know, maybe 8 years ago. This book, it can be applied to all life situations, whether you're on a corporate plantation or even with your own family at home. However, I think this is mandatory reading to help you sharpen your mind for the corporate plantation and the enemies that will surround you that look like you and that who do not look like you. Okay. 48 laws of power. We need to have a mindset and realize that when we're going into work spaces, that you're really as valuable as you're useful there, and that other people, you will have a target on your back if you're not doing well, and you will have a target on your back if you're doing great, right? So you kind of have to protect yourself on all fronts. A good piece of advice I will also give is to make friends with everyone, because you don't know who is your friend and who is your enemy. I think one of my favorite Game of Thrones quotes were from Littlefinger: everyone is your friend and everyone is your enemy. You do not know who actually has a hatchet for you and who is actually your supporter. A lot of my support actually came from men and also non-Black women. Non-Black women actually gave me more game in my career than actually Black women. And going in, I thought that it would be Black women. And going in, I thought that we would that camaraderie would be there. And unfortunately, that was not my experience. Now, I've made friends with white Jewish women, Asian women, like every other woman except for my own. I'm like, what is the problem? Like, what is the problem here? But I think that keep an open mind, make friends, see where the real support is, and actually do things that accelerate your career, and just protect yourself, and just know that, you know, your workplace is just one aspect of your life, and that you are easily replaceable, especially if you're in a corporate plantation. So just bring your value there, and just leave it there as well, because, you know, that's all we need to know.
All right, Jade, how about from the Black woman's perspective, working with other Black women? How can we make that better? What can we do to improve how we work with each other?
Relationship building, getting to know them. I mean, that's just been my experience, is going out of the way to be intentional, to really care about them, and to see them as your sister in the workplace. My biggest allies in the workplace have been Black women. And black men. You know, my biggest adversaries and villains in the workplace have been white women. White women have been vicious. Oh my God, don't come to work looking cute, decked out, confident, and qualified. Like, some of these white women would just ugh. So again, my experience has been different. And so I've built some of the longest standing relationships in my career with Black women, and we're friends, even though, like, we worked together 20 years ago. So I just wanted to name that. It just really depends. Now, in terms of the 48 laws of power, I do recommend it, so you can see how power dynamics do play out, Athena, and, you know, how power works and manipulation works, and the art of, like, getting what you want. And a lot of white men, in particular white society, they're playing by those rules. And so we put ourselves at a disadvantage when we're not familiar with the rules of engagement, especially in corporate environments. But what I lean on Mr. Neely Fuller Jr.'s work. And it just, you know, it's for so-called victims of white supremacy, or Black folks, in terms of how to handle yourself and definitely navigate the intricacies in the workplace, and just in all levels, you know, in different aspects of our lives. And that seems to work because it is designed to prevent arguments and to prevent non-constructive contact with other people, non-constructive conversations with other folks. But I think we need to be able to do both. I specifically didn't go to a HBCU because I wanted to go to the best university at the time that had the program and the field of study of Black studies that I wanted to study. And I also wanted to go to a predominantly white environment because I wanted to be able to compete with white folks and beat them at their own game, and pop my collar in the process. So I guess it just really all depends. But when we see other Black folks in these environments, I don't really chalk it up to just a woman thing, but I think we need to go out of our way to support each other.
I love all of that. I'm reading the comments, I'm reading the chat, I'm all over the place. There was a comment that I was going to make mention of. But what I'll say is you actually touched on a little bit, Jade, and that is, Feet Funkerson. That's where the comment's coming from. That book sounds like it teaches you how to be manipulative, like the people you end up dealing with. And what I will say is that, and what a lot of this conversation is about, without being about, is that you have to know the rules of engagement. And when you read a book like 48 Laws of Power, what it is teaching you is how to play the game, right? It's not that it's manipulation. It's that too many people that look like us are playing chess, and the rest of the world is playing checkers, and the rest of the world is playing chess. When we show up to corporate environments, money conversations, literally anything that's happening in life, without understanding how to play it the way that the majority plays it, or the unoppressed play it, you show up and you don't know how to play. And too many of us are showing up not knowing how to play. And I always tell my son, they don't call this the game of life for no reason. It is a game. It is literally a game. And if you don't have the rules, then you're always behind the 8 ball. So when we go into corporate spaces and we're talking about PTSD, we're talking about trauma, we're talking about all these things, what we're talking about is, I don't understand how to play this game. And because I don't know how to play this game, I'm losing, I'm being attacked. But when you know how to play the game, things are a little bit less stressful because you can peep the game. I see you, Becky. Oh, I see what Karen is doing. And then you start to understand certain things. Let me get my paper trail right. Let me respond to her like this. Let me CC this person. Oh, such and such and such. Oh, or you know how to respond. If somebody tries to take credit for your work, you know how to go about, okay, show up to the meeting, let June have to answer questions, and June can't answer the questions because June didn't do the work. So guess what June has to do? June has to pull a little black girl into the room and say, hey, how do we do such and such and such? And then pulling the little black girl in the room to do such and such and such, the CEO that's sitting at the front of the table says, oh, Lene, how do you know that? Oh, because when I stayed here till 2 a.m. last night doing it, I had to do X, Y, and Z. You got to learn how to play the game, because somebody else said this in the comments. White women will show up as if they are better than you with less credentials. They don't stay as late as you. They don't work as hard as you, and they will want to take your credit. While we are there busting our ass, working twice as hard to get less. But once you know how to play the game, you can supersede all that. You can bypass it. Those were some of my funnest moments in corporate America, putting June in her place, letting her know that this is my work. You can't even speak about my work. You can't even go into these board meetings and talk about what I gave you because I did it. So once you learn how to play the rules, it's not manipulation. It's beating them at their own game. That's all I wanted to say about that. Go ahead, Athena.
There's one thing about manipulation that I want to say. Everyone manipulates. Everything in life that is living manipulates. A baby learns that if they make a certain noise, that their mother will pay attention to them. A baby is manipulating you. Your pets manipulate you. Okay, so everyone manipulates in some way, shape, or form to get results that they want, right? So I just want to put that out there. And in regard to the 48 Laws of Power, it's a good book to read. You don't have to be this dark, manipulative force, but it's good to understand. So when people try to manipulate you, you can read the play and understand what is happening to you. So you can, like Lene said, understand the rules of engagement. But I want to put that out there, that whether or not you recognize it or not, everyone and everything is manipulating each other to get results from each other.
I like that. This is Fly Nubian Money. If you text the word Queens to 87948, you can be notified when we are live Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. Today, we're talking about why Black women hurt each other in the workplace. You can also find us on Spotify if you search Fly Nubian Money. We're going to end on mindset, because I think that that's super important. And I think that that's where a lot of this starts. And that is scarcity. If they have something, I'm not going to be able to get it. If they show up and show out, then I'm going to look like don't have what it takes. If this, then that, instead of walking in our own greatness and authenticity and being who we are and recognizing that there's enough for everyone. I can do my job and I can see you struggling, sis, and I can help you do your job. Or I can do my job and you still don't have to talk to me and treat me like that because there's enough room for both of us, right? What are your ideas and your thoughts on this, on scarcity when it comes to us as Black people, as Black women in the workplace, Jade?
Yes, my approach is what God has for me is for me. And when we lean into that and we trust and we have faith that we're in the right place at the right time, we have everything that we need, we are worthy, there's nothing to prove to anyone. I have nothing to prove, but just something to offer. There's no scarcity of money, recognition, shine, or anything like that. When we lean into those principles, then we're able to really show up and be present, fully present and productive in our work and to raise our level of our vibration. I do see that a lot of this stuff is scarcity. And look at the evidence that we have in the world that reinforces that. The economy, inflation, job shortages, layoffs. We just came out of COVID. We have all sustained a level of PTSD. We're, making those adjustments, and the people and things, that we had to adjust to, and people that we probably lost during the pandemic. So scarcity, this idea of not enough, not having enough toilet paper, not having enough money, not having enough resources, etc., is really, really real for a lot of folks. But in order to combat that, we just have to really lean into a growth mindset, but also an abundance mindset. Saying that, like, what God has for me is for me. Nobody can take away my opportunities. I am a creator, a co-creator with the creator, with God Almighty. And therefore, I don't need to be in competition with my sister or my brother, right? I could team up with my brother and my sister for those who are in competition with us or in competition with me. When we lean into those principles, there's no need to be in fear of lack. We don't lack anything. So I'll leave it there for now.
I like that. What about you, Athena?
I like how Jade touched on that, because nature is abundant. And what society has created, the constructs in which we live in, creates an artificial scarcity. And what we need to do in order to advance is to have a mindset of abundance, but it's very hard to do so when you're born in these environments, and two people now who, under pressure, under racism, under oppression, reinforce the people around you and the environment, reinforce scarcity, lack, poverty, less than. And we carry those themes, we carry those traumas with us into the workplace, and it cuts us down. It pulls us back. It prevents us from moving forward in a way that is positive. And even in the example that I gave, she was a superior, I was a staff, entry-level staff. This woman has 12 years of experience, about to make partner, all of this. I shouldn't even been a target for anything. But it goes to show what that kind of poverty and scarcity mindset can cause you to do, that you will cut down your own people so you can have warmth. You would, and that is why us as a community, we don't advance as much, because we don't help each other out. We are not supporting each other's businesses. We are really trying to be the best token instead of just being the best group. If we could apply that to the group economics and the group, we would be just fine.
I said I like that. There's two comments that I want to talk about. One is from Armando Walls. Actually, I'm going to start with Kim Brown's first. Kim Brown says, Black women hurt each other everywhere and look at each other with hate in their eyes. It's awful. I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm going to say that it's not all Black women. And I'm going to say that how we help that is not being one of those types of Black women. I make it a point, if I am anywhere, if I'm in the streets, if I'm in the grocery store, if I'm at the airport, if I see another Black woman and she makes eye contact with me, I smile, I say hi, I say, how you doing? If I can find something to compliment, I give a compliment. I go out of my way to be super intentional about dealing with that stereotype. I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm not even saying that it doesn't happen. And I'm not even saying that it's not a true stereotype. I am saying that it can't just be something that we talk about without actually trying to help, without actually trying to have a solution to. And a lot of that solution starts with us. And sometimes it starts with us, the people who are hurt by it, the people who've been damaged by it, the people who are on the opposite side of it. Jay, can you add anything to that?
Yes. See, when I'm looking at the comments and as we're having this conversation, I am thinking about the law of expectation. And we all know about the law of attraction, like attracts like, and your thoughts become things, and you bring those experiences that you think about and you feel, you manifest them into reality. The law of expectation says what you expect, it comes true. So if I'm walking into a room and I'm expecting, another Black woman I see to be nasty and dismissive, or just going to cut my throat, then the universe is going to reciprocate that. My experience has been so different because I don't expect, when I see other Black folks, for them to, be crabs in a barrel. I expect them to be my brother and my sister and to build relationships with them. And so I think this is a real opportunity for us to really sit with ways in which we have internalized our own anti-Black racism and oppression. This is why the work that I do at highblackesteem.com, shameless plug, is so important, because we really look at ways in which we have been culturally programmed and how that racial programming has impacted us, and how we may have these certain attitudes towards other folks in our community. But when we shift our expectation and say, hey, we're actually not struggling, we're actually doing well, we are actually building, and this is what I expect to see, because I am going to represent that everywhere that I go, the people that I come into contact with have no choice but to shift those things in my favor to carry out that vision. And so moving forward and elevating the conversation and taking accountability for our biases and how we show up and how these things have impacted us and we internalize them, but then also looking for ways to expect something different, to expect more from each other, and to really be what we're expecting to see.
Thank you. And then there was a comment over here. Okay. A healed perspective. The first person who bullied me at work was another Black woman, and I'm rarely bullied at work by white folks. I'm not saying they're better, but they won't hire me if they don't want me. So the way I want to answer or respond to that with your help, Athena, is when you are, and I'm using the word attacked, but really it's bullied or demeaned or not treated with respect. How should we then go and speak to that person or address that person, right? I have not had it in the workplace per se, but I have had a situation with another Black woman who's in my same space, at my same level, and we would be in the same room with each other. I see her, so I know she saw me. We would walk around the room at the event. We won't say nothing. She's not gonna say nothing to me. I'm not gonna say nothing to her. And this went on for years, right? Years. And this is Arizona. It's small. It's not a lot of Black people. When you get to a certain level, it's even less. And we all kind of know each other. And so I left and went to Atlanta for a little bit. And then I came back. And when I came back, I was like, look, I'm coming for everything with my name on it in Arizona. And so I had to actually reach out to some people who I felt like there was some static with. She was one of them. I said, hey, would you like to meet me at Starbucks? I just want to have a sit down. I'm back in town and I just want to see, I would like to sit down with you. So we had to sit down. I took her to Starbucks and we sat down. And I was like, do you have a problem with me? I didn't say it like that. Let me calm down. I said, I see you all the time and I feel like you see me too. Do we have an issue? Have I offended you or something like that? We don't speak, we don't talk, like, what's up? And she was like, no, I thought you had a problem with me. I was like, no, I've respected your space because I always felt like there was something wrong. And she was like, no, She's like, I don't really know what happened. I don't really know how we got off track, but I just, felt like you wasn't feeling me. And I was like, well, I feel like you wasn't feeling me. And she was like, well, I think you're amazing. And I was like, well, I think you're amazing. And since then, we have partnered on multiple different things. She has pulled me into multiple different rooms. She has put my name in rooms and conversations that I would have never gotten into. We do a lot of the same things, but differently. And so just taking that itty bitty teeny tiny step to reach out to somebody and say, hey, like, what's going on? Because sometimes it could just be two people that are misreading each other. And you come to find out that y'all can really kick it and y'all cool. Athena, how would you or have you addressed conflict amongst you and someone else that looks like you? It can be in the workplace or it can be personally.
Oh my gosh, how can I address? Okay, I'll say this. All right, Dr. Boyce, he might hit me up. So this was at an ABC conference. This was Charlotte's, right? So I was there as a guest. And I think this is when they were still doing like the speed dating and all that stuff. Now, there were a group of two ladies. One of them was from Palm Beach. And she's not really a friend, but I've seen her at the Young Black Professionals Chamber of Commerce. So she actually showed up. So we're like, oh, and we were spending time. And she had her sister. So I guess one of the speed dates didn't go so well. She met a gentleman and things got crash and burn once he started mentioning Kevin Samuels. That's all I heard from that. Right? He mentioned Kevin Samuels, and then it was like a nosedive after that. Then I made a comment like about it that I don't think, because you know how I stay about these men. I was like, I wouldn't get riled up about it. It's not that serious. Her sister, who was so nice to me, so warm, basically went and made up this story that I said something negative, which I did not say. But what I appreciate was that she came to me. I was walking up to my room. Not the sister, the other girl. She came to me and was like, can I talk to you? I was like, sure. She then told me that, her sister told her these things that I said, and I said that wasn't true. And then she told me that, they were basically talking mess about me and all this other stuff. And then she apologized, right? She didn't have to do that. I would have never known that these conversations were happening. So to your effect, Lene, I think sometimes just reaching out to the person and trying to build a bridge there, is a good thing to happen, because then it can resolve things. But looking back on that situation with the sister, I realized, this girl, for whatever reason, did not like me. And it was almost like she was waiting for an opportunity to find something to justify her hate. And I'm glad that her sister was above that, because she also confessed that the relationship between her and her sister was very negative and like a toxic sister type of thing.
So basically going to the person, addressing it with them,
yes,
not leaving it hanging out there.
Yes.
Okay, good.
In the workplace, document things though. That's all for HR.
Awesome. So again, this is Fly Nubian Money. Today's conversation was why Black women hurt each other in the workplace. But we also, so not only did we talk about why, we gave some solutions. I think we gave some opportunities for healing. We talked about ways to diminish it. We talked about ways to address it in your own environment and your own workplace. And so if you enjoyed today's conversation and you want to hear more conversations like this, you can tune in every Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. Jade, can you tell people how to find you and where they can locate you online?
Absolutely. I can be found at Lioness Crowned. You can also go to highblackesteem.com. That's highblackesteem.com. It's not self-esteem. We're talking about racial esteem, and racial esteem is one of the solutions that Dr. Joy DeGruy gives us in order to combat post-traumatic slavery syndrome, which is a form of PTSD, and to really raise our level of consciousness and pride that we have within our race, and to really dismiss all of these horrible stereotypes. And so over there at highblackesteem.com, we do the personal work to ensure that we are having a healthy relationship to our racial identity and using the shift in racial identity development in order to be of service in the community. So go over to highblackesteem.com. And my final thoughts is to, have us really check in with where we are playing a part in some of these toxic equations, and to take accountability and to shift the narrative. Thank you for having me.
Awesome. Thank you for being here. And Athena, can you tell people where they can find you as well?
Yes, you can find me at wewealthwomen.com. If you are a woman and you want to have confidence with your finances and to create the wealth that you deserve, you can have me, Athena, CPA and women's wealth coach, help guide you through that process. So you can always find me at wewealthwomen.com, at wewealthwomen on all social media platforms, and listen to my podcast wherever you listen to your podcast, called the We Wealth Women Podcast.
Oops. Awesome. Thank you for being here as well. I did not give you guys the final number. So I'm going to close with that information. But before I get to that, I'm Dr. Lene Javette. I am the Brilliant Business Engineer. I help Black, specifically service-based entrepreneurs who package and sell their expertise to brand their brilliance, triple their revenue, and make an impact. You can catch me online at www.drlenejavette.com, or you can find me on social media at I am Dr. Lene Javette. Today, we talked about why Black women hurt each other in the workplace on Fly Nubian Money. You can go to flynubianmoney.com if you'd like to get some free resources and tools to help you with your money. You can also replay the restream on Spotify if you look for Fly Nubian Money. And you can always text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948 in order to be notified when we are live every weekday at 1 o'clock p.m. As always, we thank you for tuning in and for being here with us, for letting us come into your space and give our perspectives and show up. Continue to have a great day today and a great weekend. As always, stay Black, stay blessed, stay beautiful, and be one. We'll see you guys on Monday. Bye-bye.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to Fly Nubian Money. We're here to help you master your mindset and maximize money. I'm your host for today. I'm Jade. Hey, y'all. Hey. Today, we're discussing the trend of celebrities, including Black women, of course, turning to platforms like OnlyFans due to financial pressure and societal expectations, right? I don't know if there's an expectation where a lot of women in Hollywood in particular feel that they have to show their body or go into these sorts of platforms in order to generate income, but we're going to have that conversation. And specifically, we're talking about the decision of Camille Winbush. I know folks, as y'all are coming in, may remember Camille Winbush. She was a cute little girl on the Bernie Mac show, and I used to really love that show. And she joined OnlyFans. She made that decision to join OnlyFans, and it has sparked a lot of discussion on social media about the choices celebrities make to ensure their financial stability sometimes. And so we know that Hollywood is known for its instability and fluctuating nature and all of these things creating financial anxiety for many people. So we're going to have this conversation today with our queens, Miss Athena Gardner. She's a CPA and women's wealth coach. Hey, girl. Hey.
Hey.
We also have Miss Tiara Williams. She's an actress, singer, and producer. Call her Miss Black Hollywood. How are you doing, ma'am?
I'm well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. That red is just giving so much life to this panel. So yeah, we're having this conversation today, and you're tuned into Fly Nubian Money. We're here on weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So be sure to text the word Queens to the number 87948. That's 87948. That way you will be notified when we do go live, when we have special offers and things like that. So ladies, let's just kick off this conversation. Camille Winbush, beautiful Black sister. She's young. We saw her grow up literally in Hollywood. And she did an interview recently, and she talked about she made the decision to go to OnlyFans because she wasn't getting calls. She wasn't making a lot of money in Hollywood anymore. And we're going to take a listen to the video shortly. But I want to just sort of have a general opening question, a discussion about your thoughts on the influence of platforms like OnlyFans. Let's start with you, Athena.
Well, OnlyFans was originally created as almost like a Patreon. So when other creators could just come on, monetize their gifts and talents. Now, especially during the pandemic, OnlyFans took off because the sex industry kind of made headways with OnlyFans. So now people automatically assume if you're on OnlyFans that it's some kind of sexy, racy, nudity related thing, when really it's just for everyone. It's just that industry has really made a mark there. My opinion on OnlyFans is this. I personally would not be on there. But for some women or men to make a way in this economy, I understand life choices may cause you to go down that path. And also I want to also shout out to the other creators who are on there who are doing wholesome things like having cooking channels or spiritual channels or whatever they're doing. So in this scenario with Camille Winbush, I want to talk about that in detail further. But I think initially when I saw the headlines, I was like, oh, girl. But after listening more to what she had to say and researching what she actually said, I'm fine with her being on there.
Thank you so much. So yeah, Tiara, I wanted to get your thoughts on OnlyFans. What do you think the impact is, the influence of these sorts of platforms that are highly sexualized? What do you think the impact is on like popular culture and the Black community in particular?
Well, that's a loaded question. You know, I didn't hear about OnlyFans. I knew nothing about OnlyFans until I heard Beyonce mention it in a song, right? Like she said something like in demon time, I might start an OnlyFans. And I remember I was like, oh, well, what's that? Because it became so popular. People flooded to it. And I don't know if it was just because Beyonce said it, but I do remember that big how I found out about the platform. I've only associated that with sex workers. So, you know, somebody asked me not too long ago if I would ever have an OnlyFans. Probably not. And I would just say, just because what it kind of has come to represent, it wouldn't be a good look for me. You know, having a teenage daughter, I would never want her, even if it was for, I could host acting classes on there and I still wouldn't do it because what it has come to be associated with. You know, somebody's like, oh, your mom was on OnlyFans? You know, it's immediately somebody's going to think, you know, I'm tooting and booting, and I don't want that. That's not what I'm looking for. So, you know, like Athena said, I think, you know, you got to do what you got to do, but I don't know if you got to do that. Like, just, you know, me working in Hollywood and me understanding the lay of the land. I've been here for almost 20 years of my life, and I've worked in this industry consistently, and I've never had to do anything provocative or sell my soul. I'm not saying that there wasn't opportunities to do so, but you know, you just be like, okay, I can't do this. You just gotta be. Well, we'll get to that, but for the most part, I just think that OnlyFans is not the only option.
Thank you so much for that insight, and especially for as coming from someone who's lived in Hollywood and worked in Hollywood, you know, for 20 years. I'm sure there's a lot of temptation and things out there and offers. If you're just tuning in, we are having this conversation. The Bernie Mac show star Camille Winbush went viral over the last few days with an interview that she did, and she was talking about her decision to go onto OnlyFans, and it sparked a lot of controversy. We're going to go to that video and take a look at it. In the meantime, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to our channel. We're here at Fly Nubian Queen TV's YouTube channel, weekdays live at 1 p.m. Eastern Time.
Oh, those Bernie Mac checks must have dried up, or like from a job 20 years ago when I was a 12-year-old. Yeah, like duh.
Because we think the residuals are still coming through though.
I mean, they do, but
it's not.
I wasn't. Listen, if I was on Friends making $1 million an episode, yes, those residual checks would still be very nice. But as time goes on, they get smaller and smaller every year. You're not making the same amount that you were when the show was current per episode.
Right.
So as someone who was just a kid, don't get me wrong, still making good money, but 20 years later, those checks are not sustainable for a living. With the industry being as fickle as it is, you can't count on any job to last or even to book a job. So over the years, I have done regular 9-to-5s.
Oh, wow.
I owned an ice cream shop for 3 years when I was a teenager.
Wow.
And I funded that with my own money. I taught gymnastics to kids where I was making like $11, $12 an hour. So I've done that.
Wow.
But if I can find a way to make enough to buy a home from the comfort and safety of my own living room, why wouldn't I do that?
Shout out to her. Shout out to everyone in the chat who's just joined us. We just heard directly from Miss Camille Winbush, and she was talking about her decision to join OnlyFans. As you all are coming into the chat, make sure you just let us know what city and state you're coming from. Okay, now, Athena. Watching that video again just made me really, really sad because my mentor, one of my mentors, Dr. Boyce Watkins, started the Black Business School, and he teaches us, and I know you're a financial wellness, women's wellness coach, Athena, teaches us the importance of investing and creating Black millionaires of tomorrow, teaching our children how to save, how to invest, and to start businesses to secure their future. She admitted that she was making good money when the Bernie Mac show was on when she was 12 years old. That was a long time ago. So I can only imagine if a quarter of that money was invested 20 years ago so that she could have, I don't know, tripled it or made it, grow tenfold. What the impact of her life would be now. Like she wouldn't be forced to go onto OnlyFans and stuff. So I wanted to get your take on this from a financial and generational wealth perspective. When I just listened to her speak, it made me sad in particular because I was wondering if she had anyone around her that would really help her grow her money and coach her financially. What are your thoughts, Athena?
Well, my thoughts are this, and it's important that all of us have financial literacy. And even the other day, I was seeing how Yo Gotti didn't know he had to pay property taxes on his home, right? So celebrities are not immune to understanding finance and money. And also, I think it's important to point out that Camille was a childhood star, meaning that her parents were responsible and were probably fiduciaries of her money or what she was making at the time. So oftentimes, especially when we come into the limelight, your family history and what you were taught is what you do. Now, I commend her for actually taking some of that money and starting her own businesses. She said she funded an ice cream shop with her own money. She said she tried to teach gymnastics. Sometimes it takes a lot. There's a lot that comes with business acumen and actually making a successful business that create cash flow. I know Dr. Boyce teaches that a lot on the Black Business School. I know I teach that for women on my platform as well. So even though you may have the money, trying to take the money and turn it into something else is a whole separate skill. So she may have had issues with that. And a lot of us have issues with that. What I will say is this: you are correct, Jade, in that if she probably would have been take a quarter of that money, put it in, even in an index fund, and just let it sit and do what it is supposed to do, she probably could have been earning residuals. But according to what I've read online about her situation, if she has made $1 million off of OnlyFans, or she's making $50,000 a month off of OnlyFans, even then it might not have returned as much as she's making right now. So the OnlyFans thing is kind of, it's so enticing because of the earning potential that I can see how it can seduce someone into taking that option.
Thank you for that analysis, Athena. Tierra, for me, this raises a larger question, and I would love for you to speak to this as a parent and as someone who's in the industry in Hollywood. This raises a lot of questions for me and anxiety as an educator about the adultification of children in Hollywood. Was she put in a position to be an adult, and was she expected to know how to do these things and to take on that role as a provider for her family? I wanted to get your perspective on that angle of this conversation.
You know, I'm not sure if she had to, you know, if she had to provide for her family. But I know, just as having a daughter who is also in the industry, my daughter is 13 years old, and she's worked on shows like Abbott Elementary and just all of these different things. And I know that her dad had to take and invested a very, like, it's an effort to, you know, take them to auditions, take her to auditions, take her and coach her, and you know, we're doing that together. But it's a process. And so if he's taking her to set and staying on set with her for 8 to 12 hours, you know, that doesn't allow him to work, right? So if he's working as her manager, it kind of puts him in a situation where he has to take a piece of that to you know, just a piece of it to pay for whatever, you know, or you know. So I think families like that find themselves having to, as much energy that they're investing into their children, they kind of have to. It's a family business. The kid is a family business. Now, my daughter is not 100% working as an actress, right? So we're not forcing her to be a child star. That's not, because a lot of that is them losing a lot of their days. I remember she booked a show, and for the whole summer she worked on this show, and she was just like, I want to go outside. Kids there all day, they ran around, they had fun, but there was a part of her like, I just want to enjoy the summer. I was like, yeah, she should be able to enjoy the summer. I understand that she has checks coming in. So when she was done with that, we nested that. There was a time when my daughter had like $15,000 in her account, and we just nested it, and we started a savings for her, and we got her a vending machine, and just little things that we've started to do for her, but not taking any of her money, right? Like, not us taking money, but sometimes using that to reinvest into acting classes and stuff like that. So I'm not sure. So that's my perspective on that. When it comes to Camille, I'm not sure what their family dynamic was, but I know that, having even watched parents, I met Marseille and her mother Carol in IKEA once, like years ago. And often my daughter has glasses kind of like Marseille, and they kind of look alike. They get that all the time. Like, people will bring her in because people say, oh, she kind of looks like Marseille. And so after that, I was able to kind of like you know, not befriend them, they're not my friends, but like, I see them on Facebook, and you know, I'm watching how they've made that into a family business. Her mother is with her 24/7. They are flying from here to there, to fittings, to this, to that, to that, you know. And they started a production company. So like, Marseille is working, but like, you really see a lot of her mother's life being poured into, and I'm sure that was the plan, right, when they moved from Texas. But a lot of her life is poured into Marseille's life, so they have to benefit, they have to make money, you know, from being their manager. So you know, those are my initial thoughts. It's a lot of work. I mean, when I watch them, it's just like, wow, I'm tired and I'm just watching.
Yeah, I can only imagine what that's like for children to be childhood stars and actors and actresses and to have that level of responsibility and also to be able to make that amount of money.
Yeah.
So what I thought about was definitely the adultification piece. We want to protect our children, even when they are in entertainment, to make sure that they are not growing up or taking on too much responsibility than they should as young people, as children. So that was something that struck me. And definitely, Athena, the financial literacy piece, the investing piece, you know, the piece where we say, hey, let's get my child all of the available resources possible so that they can invest their money, have more than one business, and be set up for the future. So in watching that clip, I felt so many things. I was thinking about those larger issues more than her decision to go on OnlyFans and model or not. Now, I am not on OnlyFans. I've never seen an OnlyFans, just so y'all know. So I don't need people in the chat. Just in case anybody wanted to try it today to ask, you know, if I was on OnlyFans, I don't have one. However, if that's what people choose to do, that's what they do. I know that there are so many other options out there for our people, for Black women, Black girls in particular. We don't have to resort to that. So I would love for us to continue on this conversation, speaking to larger issues about pay disparities in Hollywood in particular. So we know that, yeah, Black China has reportedly made nearly $250,000 on OnlyFans, but there are other people that have made how much?
$250 million, almost nearly a quarter
$250 million. Yes,
billion with a B.
With a B.
With a B.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the M. There's a B. $250 million.
Wow. Okay. Okay, so that should be $360 billion on OnlyFans.
No. She's $250 million.
$250
So she's
million.
right
Okay,
over it.
wait.
It's right.
$250 billion? Okay, got you.
No.
So yeah, but still,
That's
like
right.
that's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
And Blac Chyna is now acting. I know she's doing some things. I think I've seen her in a show on BET Plus that my mom watched. You know, my mom watches all of those shows. But so many other actresses have sounded the alarm about pay disparities in the entertainment industry. Tierra, we've heard from Monique. We've heard from Taraji P. Henson. Taraji was very, very vulnerable and very, very authentic about her experience. And she got ran down, essentially. People were literally like trying to drag her, Athena, on social media for saying like, hey, there are pay disparities within Hollywood for Black actors and Black actresses. I have been snubbed. Yeah. And I know that Gabrielle Union, we have a clip we can show of Gabrielle Union talking about the financial anxiety she feels even when she does well. She'll do a film that does well, but then the waiting period, not knowing if she's going to be booked again, like that's a thing, Tierra. So can you tell us a little bit more about that? And then Athena, I would love for you to weigh in after Tierra.
Yes, I wish I had the SAG-AFTRA a stat. I don't have it in front of me, and I'm sorry, but I remember seeing that it was like actors worked maybe like an average of like 3 jobs in a span of like 5 to 8 years or something like that, right? And that's just like, everybody is not in that top 1%, right? It's like that 1%, and then 99% of other people are just trying to figure out how to pay their bills. I know Billy Porter, a couple months after our strike last year, went into foreclosure on his home. And he was like, we're very much living, and I mean, he's on TV, he's on red carpets, he's all over the place. But I think he said something in his interview like, if you don't have FU money, you're very much living from check to check. So like, you're only 1 to 2 months away from financial ruin, and then in terms of like, not knowing, you can have a show on television and running on television and not have no money, right? And like Camille was saying, her show probably still runs, but she doesn't get those residuals, don't look the same. And so, I mean, I don't know what her residual checks, I don't know what her deal looks like, I have no idea, but it might be a little pocket change, You know, it might pay the rent, maybe. I mean, it's inflation, it's all the things. So she might not be able to, but it's very hard to live in California. You know, if you think about like, I mean, you can get a house for $1 million if you got $1 million laying around, and that's just like it's just a very expensive place on top of all of the other things that you have to worry about. And so, like I was saying, it's very fickle here. You can audition and hear no all day long, right? And when you do book, it might be a $10,000 check. It might be a $20,000 check. When I sold a screenplay, I got a huge check from Universal, and then I didn't work for 2 years after that. Like, you know, so it was like me having to nest that and get really creative about, and thank God I have an acumen for business, because I understand that, and I learned this a long time ago, that you have to be really creative about it really can't be just one source of income and rely on just being an actor. Only 1% of Hollywood can do that. Otherwise, you got to have other hustles. Like she said, she had an ice cream parlor and a shop and all of these things. And that's kind of what you have to do here. Like, there's people juggling all balls. And I'm gonna share a story, but it kind of gives you a perspective. When I first moved to LA, I got on a shuttle, and there was a guy, and I always think about this because I was like, I never want to be that. So I got on the shuttle. He was like, "What you do?" I said, "Oh, I'm an actress." He was like, "Oh, me too." Right? As he's driving our bus, he pulls out this business card and hands it to me. And on there, he's like, posed like this, kind of like with his chest out. He kind of, you know what I'm saying? And it said actor, model, writer, producer, driver, like exotic dancer. I do kids' birthdays. Like, it was like 12 things. And I thought that was the funniest thing. I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna keep this forever. But he was giving me the game when I first was like, there's a part of that is really real. There was like 10 hyphens on there. But that's a real thing here. And I didn't learn that. Thank God I didn't have to do all of the things. But I did come here as an actress and a singer, and I was so I was gratefully on a show, and Blair Underwood was like, "Listen, you got to learn how to produce. You got to learn how to act. You got to learn how to do more than act. You got to learn how to produce and direct, and you know how to write." All right, I was like, okay, so I went and worked on. I worked as a producer, and then I got really hunkered down into directing and writing. It's a real thing, right? And so you know, you just kind of have to be fluid in the way that you earn money. And that was a really long-winded, but I just wanted to share that and give you a real thing, a real glimpse. Because you can go in and audition all day, but you might not book. You hear no so often here, and you know what I hear in Camille's voice is like frustration. Like, you can't, you're going out, and even though I've been on television, people are saying no. People are saying no. There's not. Hollywood is structured differently. People are working a lot less. The business is still not the same since we were striking last year. It's not up. It's not up and running. AI is People are not being paid well. It's all of the things, y'all. You have to, at this point, want to be an artist. You have to really want to work in Hollywood to work in Hollywood. You know what I mean? You have to really like go through a lot of things that kind of are soul crushing, if that makes sense. Like, you know, you have to, I don't know, another occupation where you can pour 20 years of your life into something and still not make it.
Wow.
Does that make sense? So
yes.
Anyway, I could go on and on. So I'm gonna shut up.
No, that was very insightful. And if you all are just tuning in, we are talking about the actress Camille Winbush. She went viral this week for an interview she did talking about her decision to go onto OnlyFans. So this is the topic of conversation, and we're speaking largely about societal pressures for Black actors and actresses, but particular Black women actresses, and pay insecurity, financial anxiety, and societal expectations for women, especially to go onto platforms such as OnlyFans that, in my opinion, are very, very sexually exploitative, but hey, that's just my personal opinion. Anyway, Tiara, thank you for sharing your insight about Hollywood and the difficulties in Hollywood. Athena, my question is, I see actors and actresses on magazine covers, on interviews on television. They be on the red carpets in red bottoms. They're wearing Valentino. They're wearing all types of designers that I can't even pronounce. It still baffles me that, you know, folks have these high quality lifestyles, and I'm thinking that they're living millionaire and billionaire lifestyles. Can you speak to the point that Tiara made about, like, you can be on television and have a show and still be broke or living month to month and check to check? But Athena, how is that possible when I'm seeing folks decked out and all of these designers living this like lavish lifestyle? Please help me understand.
Listen, it is very easy to do that. We live in a society where image is so important. So as long as you look the part, you can kind of project an image that may not be real. So you could look like you have on the Gucci designer and your fridge has no food. So similar to what Tiara was saying about Billy Porter, how he's on these carpets and in these designers and he had to floor clothes on his home. Financial realities are just that. 70% of us don't have $5,000 in our bank account. More than 50% of us are in debt. Okay, so there's a lot of only 6% of Black adults in the US make 100K or more. You know, the stats paint a different picture. And that's why I love numbers so much, because numbers tell the truth. Numbers tell the truth of what is going on. As far as celebrities is concerned, right? A lot of what you're seeing also there is not real. They have teams curating looks for them. Their clothes are getting on loan by designers so they can take that image and promote that, the latest fashion, so they can get their cut from that. The jewelry is also on loan. So a lot of, it's a business. It's a business to curate an image so consumers like you and me buy into that and buy the product. Right? La Roche, who is a wonderful style architect and stylist, was recently doing an interview around Zendaya, which he mentioned that he actually buys the clothes, and the interviewer was shocked because most people don't buy the clothes. They get the clothes on loan. So a lot of what you're seeing is not real. And also, to talk about the topic of actresses and celebrities, Taraji was saying that she couldn't even get transportation, or that she had to fight for transportation. She had to fight for certain things. Her trailer was not the best. And you would think, especially even at Taraji's level, that wouldn't even be a question. That wouldn't be a question. So I think in the year of 2024, where Cat Williams said everyone will be exposed, honey. The lid is coming off the pot. Okay, we're seeing behind the curtain, behind the veil. We're seeing everybody's skeletons all over. And I think this industry is showing us that entertainment is not what you think it is. How many rappers fall dead, have no life insurance policy, and all their little baby mama or whoever is left out to dry? You know, these are realities that we as an audience and Gen Pop need to look at and say, okay, how do we in our lives put ourselves in position so we do not fall into this trap? Because clearly the celebrities are now saying that we were paid puppets to entice you to consume and entice you to buy into these businesses.
Thank you for that point, Athena. So basically, they just rent the runway. Okay, got you. Okay, or they're like brand ambassadors to a degree. Tiara, did you want to, from your experience? Okay, you want to add anything? Okay, so also to your point, Athena, I saw. Did y'all see Krishan Rock? I think I'm pronouncing her name properly. She went to her baby father's. I forget his name. Who's the baby father's name? What's his name?
Blueface.
Blueface
went to his hearing and got arrested.
Went to his hearing, got arrested because she had a warrant from another state or something like that. So now she's arrested. her sister allegedly is on social media asking the public to raise funds for her to get an attorney. And it said that she doesn't have toothpaste, she's being horribly mistreated, and she needs representation. That's not something that I would expect from a social media star, celebrity. I don't know if she's a rapper or a singer, but I know she's pretty popular. And you made a comment just now, Athena, that I wanted to circle back to. You said that, you know, a lot of guys in Hollywood are having children and leaving their baby mothers out to dry. So that came to mind when you said that. Also makes me very, very sad. If y'all are tuning in, we are having an intelligible conversation about OnlyFans. Shout out to some of y'all in the chat that might have some OnlyFans. I don't know if y'all be on there twerking or showing your feet or whatever, but hey, it happens. Shout out to everyone in the chat who also put their city and state in there. We see you. We appreciate y'all tuning in. This is Fly Nubian Money, where we have intelligible conversations about all things money. Make sure you visit our website, flynubianmoney.com, and come over to listen to these panels live right here, weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern Time at flynubianqueentv.com's YouTube channel. And also, yes, make sure you text the word Queens, QUEENS, to the number 87948. That's 87948 when we go live and we have spicy conversations such as this one about OnlyFans and stuff. So anywho, we're also talking about pay disparities within Hollywood, within the Black sector of Hollywood. We have a video that we're going to show and we're going to discuss. It's of Gabrielle Union talking about her financial anxiety as an accomplished Black actress in the industry. Take a listen.
And with a generation-defining hit under her belt, Gabrielle embarked on a career that would see her embracing a variety of roles and solidifying her place as the people's champ. She would also meet her future husband and fellow Renaissance human, Dwayne Wade, and begin crafting a personal brand. But the persistent racism and sexism in Hollywood would present ongoing challenges, even as her professional and personal lives continued to thrive.
I struggle with that still, just because I think I just have more responsibilities, you know, for my money. So I get nervous, like, oh God, that movie didn't open, you know, well, what does that mean? Am I gonna have enough to hold everybody up? And everyone's like, it's coming, like, calm down. And I'm trying to find peace in the journey, not using my anxiety and scarcity mindset to be my engine, which is hard. It's weird to say I'm head of household because in this household, we split everything 50-50. But in the other households that each of us have to support, it puts this, there's always this like gorilla on your back that it is like, you better work, you better work. You know, you gonna sleep in? You know, somebody might not eat. Come on, you gotta work. And it's hard. It's hard to let that go. So I'm working on that. Even now, from then to now, from 95, late 95 to 2023, I've never been anybody's first choice. Not Black folks, not white folks. But by hook or by crook, I get a job, right? And then that movie does really well. And what they tell you is if you're a part of a movie and your character pops, then that leads to the next thing. But I really realized after Bad Boys 2 and Bring It On that how I am received by real life people is not reflected how I'm treated in Hollywood. They're completely different. But before social media, I had no way of really knowing that or quantifying that. So, because they tell you, if you succeed, then these are the roles that open up. So I'm succeeding and the door is bolted shut. And the people who are jumping the line seem to be folks that make white people in charge very comfortable. But what it did, like the social media era, me, Taraji, Nia, Sanaa, Tracy, it allowed our real world popularity to be quantified to where it was undeniable.
Okay. I heard what she said, Tiara, but it's as someone who just watches entertainment, it's really difficult for me personally to connect to what she's saying, because my perception of Gabrielle Union is so different than her actual experience that she's articulating. And I understand, you know, I respect her experience. I appreciate her sharing that. But when I'm seeing Gabrielle Union, like, oh my gosh, it's Gabrielle Union. She's all over the place. Like, what is, you know, like, what is she talking about? Can you give some insight, or like maybe a bit more of an explanation from your experience in terms of the culture in Hollywood, in terms of what actors and actresses go through and how they're treated versus how they're perceived by people like me who are just clueless?
Yeah, I think, and I mean, you're not the only one. I think you can look at someone and just assume that because they have a name and a status, that they can walk through any door that they want to, that they can get into rooms. There's still rooms that Gabrielle wants to get into in terms of films she wants to audition for. There's still roles. You know, sometimes I hear people say, oh, Gabrielle does the same kind of movies, right? She's kind of like, but she's, I'm sure that in her fantasy, maybe there's things that she wants to do that allow her to stretch, that allow you to see her beyond Bring It On, and the beautiful lead actress that is in a romantic comedy. Maybe she wants to play a homeless crackhead. I don't know. I don't know what the level of where she wanted to go or where she wants to go. But race plays a part. Her being a woman plays a part. Her being a Black woman plays a part. It just is. It's a tough business that has a lot of politics involved, and there's if I'm being honest, like, people that don't look like us run this industry. And so with that being said, there's, you have to kind of bow and fold and, move to that if you want to see those heights that you want to see. And sometimes you can move and like do all that and sell yourself, or you can mold yourself and still end up in the middle. We used to always say, like, you date a man and you're like, oh, I'm gonna have a relationship with this director and he's gonna do things for my career. I definitely have heard that when I was like actively like pursuing in my 20s. It was like that was the thing. Like, people used to be like, I mean, yeah, I cast you. I go in, I audition. I'm talking about work on all of the things, work on the script. You go in, you audition, and you kill it, right? And then maybe like 20, 30 minutes after you do all of that, the director calls you and says, now that we got that out the way, what's up? What's up? Like, what's up? Oh, are you gonna send the screenplay? Like, is that what you're saying? Like, what's the what? Like, what do you? I already gave you what's up. So it's just like just having to deal with all of that, all of the things, all of the doors. And then there's also this thing where you go into Hollywood is the only other place that I know where you can be too young, you can be too old, you can, by 30 they're like, if you haven't made it, that means that you're never gonna make it. If you're too fat, you're too skinny, you're too dark, you're too light, you're not this, you're that, you're constantly being told what you are not. And so I think social media does add an interesting element where you're able to monetize. You're able to create your own brands and literally go directly to the people that consume you, the people that love you. You can find your tribe, you can find your fans, and really create products around that, and create things around that. And seeing that popularity can, now catapult you. But now she's like producing films, and she's, I think she's doing her thing. And I'm sure there's some things that she still wants to do, and hopefully she's able to do that, and that anxiety, it goes away. I don't know if it'll ever go away though, because of just the nature of this beast.
Yeah, thank you for that insight. That makes a lot of sense. That gives me a lot more clarity. Thank you. And you just described a really, really unstable environment. in Hollywood, Tara. So my question to you, Athena, is given the unstable nature of Hollywood, how can celebrities, in your opinion, diversify their income stream so they can reduce the financial anxiety and then also have options and not have to be on OnlyFans?
Well, Athena, not just celebrities. Let us all know, baby.
Yes.
Because there's another 99% of us that want to know.
Well, I think you touched on it earlier, Tiara, that, you realized that you had to add more hyphens. You had to add more skills. You had to add more income and revenue streams. So that is what I recommend that everyone, whether or not these celebrities do anything, everyone to do, to monetize your gifts, monetize your talents, and really to create stability in multiple forms. And that will also provide you more financial protection. In the stock market, they always say diversify your portfolio, diversify this. Diversity is going to be the key here, because even as times are changing, I do a lot with AI. AI is changing the game. So if you are relying on one source of income, especially as a single person, because that's a whole other thing. Like, I do a workshop that talks about women at different stages and the financial vulnerability single women face, because if they're out the game and they're sick, that's it. Like, there's no other income coming in. So diversify your income and support your wealth streams in that way. I would also say this. What made me cringe a little bit when I was watching Gabrielle Union was the fact that she does have a husband of high net worth that makes more money than her, that she doesn't feel comfortable in an arrangement for him to fully provide in that way, even if within their own household. So say even if she supports other family members with her own funds, but girl, to do 50-50 when you have a man that can pay that bill, to calm down this financial stress that for these acting jobs, like I question why that isn't in her.
Let me just drink my cold coffee while you continue to extrapolate.
Yeah, because
as Tiara continues to make faces, just go ahead, continue.
Yes, because I know a lot of she went on the fire. A lot of people scrutinized because he had said a comment that, this is my house, and she was like, you'll never be able to say that to me again. So that's why she split the 50-50. Listen, take the stress. If he want to have the ego boost to say it's his house, all right. As long as you still have your own money, you stashing away, that would be my advice on that.
I think
what this also highlights.
Okay. I have a question for you. After you finish, but go ahead.
Okay. What this also highlights to me, and I think we discussed this, I definitely discussed this, but I know Dr. Boyce and the Black Business School discussed this as well. Ownership is a conversation, like Rick Ross said. Ownership is really important. Why is it important in this situation? Like you said, Tiara, Hollywood is owned by people that do not look like us. Let's keep it 100%. Let's keep it a buck. Since we do not have our own platforms, our own avenues, we have to succumb to the judgments and prejudices of people who do not look like us, whether that's in Hollywood or whether that's just everybody on the corporate plantation, honey, right? Because what is a stat? Black women make on average 60 cents to a white man's dollar. So until we go through the journey of building and establish our own business and entrepreneurship, which is hard, by the way. This is a hard task to do, right? But unfortunately, since we don't have different infrastructure that we own in these different industries, we have to succumb to the pressures of those industries, okay? I think it was Viola Davis who said, they were calling her the Black Meryl Streep, and she said, how come I ain't making Meryl Streep money?
That's right.
Okay. But what Viola did, which is diversify her income stream, she's like, I'm gonna do my own production company.
That's right.
With my husband. I'm gonna come up with the Woman King, and I'm gonna shop it to Netflix and shop it to these other platforms and make my money that way.
That's right.
So I think that is super, super important that we all do. Because guess what? Just like Fat Joe said, yesterday's price is not today's price. Yesterday's money is not today's money. The inflation is inflationing. And I think the celebrities are also taking note of that, because Taraji came out with her own mental podcast and her own hair care line, product, skin line. Yeah. Tracy Ellis Ross came out with Pattern Beauty. Like, I think all these, Gabrielle Union does all these different deals. I know she was doing fitness and all this other stuff. I think, especially in Hollywood, but for all of us included, they know that they need to monopolize on that celebrity.
Yes.
And to come up with a product line in order to smooth out and decrease the financial stress that Gabrielle was discussing.
Yes. Can I also just add that I think there's this really weird thing with family and friends that look at someone. It's, if you see one of your family and friends and they work at, I don't know, they work a 9 to 5, you don't go to them and say, I need you to take care of me. But you see someone working on television, and because the checks are a little bigger and they don't understand that those checks are supposed to last you, right? And they're still expecting you to take care of them. And Gabrielle has, she has like and this is not a negative thing, but she has a masculine energy about her. That masculine energy where it's like, I'm an independent woman. I've had to take care of myself. This industry will bring that out of you, right? Where you're like, I gotta figure it out. Like she said, I gotta figure it out. I gotta work. What, you gonna sleep today? Like, I think we all wake up like that. Like, I could rest in, but I gotta get it. I gotta figure it out. So I just think it's unfair. And maybe you can speak to this, Athena. It's like why people feel like they should be able to just like live off someone else. Like, I see if she like bought her mama a house. Okay, cool. But like everybody else would have to, they'd have to figure it out. Cause we all gotta figure it out. Like, why do I have to take care of people outside of my home? I don't understand.
Listen, family members will keep you broke. I'm Caribbean, right? I'm Caribbean, and my immediate family does not do this, but I've had extended family ask me to send things and send me money, and they just think that because you're in a better financial position that you should be doing that out of obligation as family, but also that you have the resources to do it. But they don't understand sometimes with more money comes more expenses, meaning that if you see this nice house have a bill attached to it, and but Jay-Z said that you cannot help the poor and be one of them.
That's right.
So I think that is a huge issue within our community. I think they call it the black tax. The black tax, when the person who ascends, who goes to college or wherever, have a business and becomes successful, now all the other family members look to this one person to financially lift them up. And I remember my dad telling me something like this. He was saying that, Athena, these are grown adult people. These are not children.
Yes.
So you putting money over there is like taking money and throwing out the window. They're not going to change. They're not going to elevate. It's just going to be a one direction. And I think that is something within the Black community we have to deal with. I think Trevor Noah also talked about how his mother never did that and gave him the grace of that. To avoid the black tax is what they call that. There's a pink tax for women too now. That's a whole separate other tax, right? Because the pink tax is for similar products that men have. We are charged more. So like razors and certain things, like the same kind of product, it's more pricey because women are most of the spenders, have most of the purchasing power in the household, and we consume mostly. So that's the other tax we have to pay. So Black women have the black and the pink tax.
Which means anxiety.
Yes, a lot of financial anxiety, right?
2 in 5 women experience financial stress and anxiety.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Well, women aren't the only ones on OnlyFans. Did y'all know, Tyga, DJ Khaled, what is Fat Joe doing on OnlyFans? Michael B. Jordan. Oh, for real? He on OnlyFans? I might have to get an account. Michael B. Jordan's on OnlyFans. Okay. Well, we see the rapper Casanova also on OnlyFans. What do these men be doing on there?
Showing that thing. They be showing that thing. That's what they be doing on there.
Lord have mercy. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Camille Winbush is $4 million richer than Dee Dee Davis.
Isn't Dee Dee also on OnlyFans? Or no?
No, the other person that did porno was Rudy. I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Rudy from the Cosby Show. I know she.
No.
Didn't she do porno?
No. It's the girl that you're looking at.
Yeah, I think it was
From
Dee Dee.
It's Dee Dee.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no.
Baby
Rudy,
girl from the Bernie Mac show. Baby
Rudy
girl.
still be working on TV, girl.
Wait, what?
Don't do that to Rudy.
Oh, okay, my bad. I thought Rudy, somebody did some porno. I'm gonna look it up because it was
she
a
didn't
thing.
do porno.
She didn't? Okay, my bad.
No.
Oops.
That's
Okay. Correction, delete, cancel. However, there's a lot of people showing a lot of stuff on the internet, basically, is a thing. But when they show these things on the internet, they're making a bunch of money. Bad Baby.
Wow.
Is that it? Right, girl?
Yeah.
59 million. Am I reading this right?
Yes, you are reading it right.
Black China, she's from DC. Millions. We talked about her. Cardi B, 46 million. Oh my gosh, I know that girl. What's that girl name? Suki Hana is on OnlyFans. All of these people are on there and they are making a lot of money.
They be showing too much. Can I get on OnlyFans and show my toes?
So let me say, are they doing like, is it like pornographic stuff or is it just like peep show stuff?
They showing that thing. You cannot get on OnlyFans and just be like teasing, like, I'm gonna show you a strap of my bra and make $59 million. You can't do it. It's not a real thing.
This is crazy.
It's like, you want to see my arm?
Like, that's what Camille Wimbush is saying. She says she's just wearing lingerie. She's wearing stuff that she would wear on like a women's magazine, like a what kind of women's magazine?
Who said that?
Camille Wimbush. That's what she was saying. She's like, she's covered up. She's like slightly like lingerie, stuff like that. Her parts are covered because her criticism was, why is it such an issue? She does it on OnlyFans when actors and actresses insinuate and stimulate sexual and nude scenes in movies. She was like, what's the difference?
That's true. I thought she was popping that thing. Listen, I've never been to her page. I don't think I'm going to get on OnlyFans to see what she's doing. I mean, I just, like you said, there's an assumption that, like, you know, if you're making that much money, then you must be doing something risque to do it.
Oh my goodness, y'all. What do y'all think in the chat? If you're just tuning in, we are having this risque. I guess I should just use that word again. You just heard it. We're having a risque conversation about OnlyFans. We're having this conversation because Bernie Mac star Camille Wimbush, who is absolutely gorgeous and extremely talented, grew up as a child actor on the Bernie Mac show, went viral this week saying that she was explaining like, hey, like those Hollywood checks from my childhood and dried up. So I'm gonna go over ahead to this platform and I'm making money. And then she explained her reasons, her business, her financial reasons behind it. So we've covered this conversation here today on our Fly Nubian Money panel, and we've discussed the financial aspects of it, the educational or financial literacy aspects. We've talked about the generational wealth aspect. We talked about the female empowerment aspect of this conversation as well. And then we also had Tiara, who has lived in Hollywood for over 20 years and definitely does work in the industry, has a daughter in the industry, in the acting industry, discuss what it's really like with these closed doors and kind of coming up against brick walls. So this has been really, really informative. I know I've learned a lot because I just really didn't know that people were making this amount of money on OnlyFans. But as we close out, I want to have a conversation about, ladies, the glamorization of sex work. Is this something constructive that is needed in our community or in society in general? And what are your thoughts on that? I know that while I was living in New York, there was a whole movement, and the movement has caught on nationally to have rights and work like unions for men and women who are sex workers. And so it's a whole industry. I know when I was growing up and when our parents were growing up, it was basically seen as prostitution. It wasn't acceptable. But do we feel like platforms such as OnlyFans glamorizes sex work? And what do you think the impact is on the Black community, specifically our children? Because kids be looking at this stuff.
For sure. Do you want to answer that first, Athena?
Sure, I'll answer. So yeah, so I think that OnlyFans could be glamorizing sex work. I think sex work has a lot of dangers. I have watched a lot of documentaries and I've actually talked to women who engage in such activities, and it's very dangerous. You are risking your life. You're risking your body to disease. You're risking this person wanting to kill you after. You're risking this person threatening your life and because you ask them to pay what their agreed upon price or whatever it is, right? So I have a lot of compassion for women in that situation. I never used to, but I found that they usually get into those things because they have no financial support, no family support, really, really broken homes, really, really bad situations, and they're just in a state of survival and risk their lives with strangers. Like, I couldn't even imagine, I don't even want to do anything with anybody when I'm tired, much less having to be forced to do anything to eat or like with someone I would even consider attractive. OnlyFans, I think, this touches on something Camille said, because she said if she can do it from the comfort and safety of her home, why not? So I think it has opened the door to provide and commercialize sex work in a way where they don't have to take on that much risk. But I think in general, within the state of this society, especially here in America, we need to figure out what we're going to do as far as the sex industry is concerned. It doesn't seem, I mean, that industry has been the oldest industry in time. It doesn't seem like it's going to go away. And it's a product that sells itself. And it wouldn't be around if people weren't interested in engaging in it. So we need to have some kind of legislation around safety around it, but also the legality of it, because it's a thin line. Because one person can do porn, but another person can't do, you know, we need to look at ourselves as a society as we're judging people, because we basically support and financially back those activities. Not saying me, but I'm just saying, like, as a general public.
I know that Pornhub is, if not the second, it's the third most visited site in the world, right? So we know that people are interested in it. There's just, I mean, you know, there's men watch porn, women watch porn. The dangers is, like you said, Athena, it's not really regulated in a way, right? If you're on Pornhub, you know, most people like then connect their OnlyFans to that. And then, like, you know, there's like, if you want to subscribe, it's a thing. You know, I'm big on documentary. I love documentaries. I make documentaries. And I've just been looking at, like, lately, I've been watching a lot of like BBL stuff and, you know, Black women or women talking about why they're getting their bodies done, particularly in our community, because there's been a I want to say there was like a 30% spike in the last like 5 years, right? Where, you know, now, yesterday I just watched something and a girl was just talking about like all of her friends had BBLs. Like, I was in Pittsburgh last week talking to my cousin. She was like, all of my friends have BBLs, right? Obviously I'm in the place where I feel like it all started, where, you know, at first you would be like, dang, I wonder how Cher stays so young. You know, you didn't think that people would go and get like an afternoon like tip tuck and then go back to work. Like, you didn't think, it wasn't so accessible to us. But I guess my point is, in all of them saying is, like, there are repercussions of like women want to get BBLs and do those things so they can make the fast money, right? It's not like Camille wasn't making money. She was making money, like teaching dance and, you know, doing ice cream or whatever. It just wasn't giving her Hollywood money. It wasn't giving her the fast money that comes along with like an OnlyFans. $360 million from Black China on OnlyFans over a course of a couple years is fast money. Like, you can't argue with that. A 9 to 5 can't give that to you. And so there's a part of me, and I think I know you were saying that there are women that
are, I mean, now I'm seeing professionals. I'm watching documentaries with professional women who are lawyers that do, OnlyFans at night. They're like, man, I'm making more during the, at night than, like, why am I going to the firm during the day? So professional women are now even seeing, like, I'm making more money in a couple months than I would make in a year at my firm, So it's not just women who are broken and have gone through trauma. Professional women are now looking towards platforms like these. And so I just think it's interesting. I think when I think about stuff like this, it's like, would I want my daughter to know I had an OnlyFans? Would I want my family, would that make me feel like um I sold myself out, like Suki says, like I was selling coochie. Like, to me, in my mind, that's like selling coochie. I don't know. So I just can't be in the same place as a Suki Hana or like a Sexy Red. Like, I can't. I'm not that. I went to school. I'm a respectable woman. I can't do that. So that's the way I feel about it. You know.
Agreed. Listen, what I will say is adults can do whatever they do in America as long as it's not hurting anybody. And these platforms definitely do need to be regulated, and because we need to make sure children do not have access to this stuff. I am a strong advocate of censorship for children in social media. Definitely Pornhub needs to be regulated. I know there's some legislation on the books. I believe it's in the state of Florida, one of the southern states that, was it Texas? I believe it could be Texas. I think it's Texas that literally banned OnlyFans from there. And I saw another country, I believe it was Italy, country in Europe, I believe it was Italy. Y'all can look this up. That is also blocking and banning OnlyFans. And fun sex fact, because I guess we're just talking about risque stuff as we wrap this panel up. Shout out to y'all. Fly Nubian Money is happy over here.
Bow, 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 bow.
So did y'all understand, that Elon Musk has these satellites over the planet, and he gave a country, a remote tribe in a remote part of the world, in a very indigenous population, they got the internet for the first time. And now they are literally addicted to pornography. And there's interviews about it. You heard about that, Tiara?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and then I read a whole bunch of stuff because, I'm a Black revolutionary for real, about pornography as a weapon of psychological warfare. So, and how, governments and operations definitely use pornographic images, pornography, porn addiction, sex addiction, etc., in order to destabilize populations. And so we want to have a whole conspiracy theory talk later on about these issues. We can definitely do that. That's why y'all need to text the word Queens to the number 87948 so you can be notified when we do talk about stuff that you're interested in right here at Fly Nubian Money, weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern Time at Fly Nubian Queen TV's network's YouTube channel. So we're going to go around and just give some final words, big takeaways. I want to shout out the chat. Shout out you ladies for joining today. Would love to hear your final thoughts as well as where we can follow you. Let's start with Miss Tiara.
Yeah, I was looking at the chat, and Primo Supreme says I need a sinus surgery. I am sick. I came on. I am sick. I am being nursed back to health.
And
I
we're
am
glad
being
that
nursed
you're
back to
here.
health. I was actually at the hospital yesterday, so I just wanted to come on and have this conversation. I'm definitely recovering. So, but thank you for your concern. I appreciate that. I don't usually sound like this, but I think this has been a great discussion about I don't know if sex work or OnlyFans will ever stop existing, right? I don't know if that, if it's not OnlyFans, it'll be something else. And I guess that's America, right? Or I guess that's the place where everybody can have the freedom to do what we have our own free will. We can do what we got to do, and there's options there for women to do what they got to do. If Camille needs money, and all the other ways don't feel like they suffice for her. She has an option to make money that feels safe for her. Like she said, she can get a home. So God bless her. I can be found at Miss Black Hollywood. That's MSBLACK Hollywood on all social media platforms. Yeah, holla at your girl.
Absolutely. Thank you, Athena.
We talked about a lot today. I want to also throw out this fun fact that the owner of Pornhub is a rabbi, a religious man, Solomon Friedman.
Yep, I heard about that. Yep.
Oh.
So it's very interesting who's in charge of the things we do in a society. Anyway, I know we discussed a lot of things and a lot of financial things. I think this segment should just remind us the importance of investing, taking care of ourselves, our own income, creating diversified income streams, creating a life, monetizing our talents. And that is what I offer to my clients and the women who sign up for my programs and coach with me. My name is Athena Gardner. I'm a CPA and a women's wealth coach. You can find me at wewealthwomen.com, at We Wealth Women on all social media platforms, and on my podcast called We Wealth Women.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I am Jade Harrell. I'm an educator, and you can find me at highblackesteem.com. I do coaching for activists and organizers, Black folks who have businesses that are interested in becoming philanthropists and who are interested in service and giving back to our community. So if you're interested in learning more about that, definitely go over there. My big takeaways, first of all, I want to apologize to Rudy again. I do apologize. I wanted to retract that statement. I got her mixed up. And it doesn't really matter really what people do in their life, honestly, because people grow. Like, I'm not the same person I was 5 years ago or 10 years ago or whatever. And people make decisions based off of the information and the knowledge and wisdom that they have in the moment, and they choose to do what they do. I'm not here to pass judgment on this topic. My main concern about platforms such as OnlyFans, Pornhub, etc., is the examples that it sets for our children, because they have access to the World Wide Web. And as an educator, I know what that looks like on a day-to-day basis when children are overly exposed to inappropriate content that is not age appropriate and that is not developmentally appropriate. And so I would urge society to make sure that we protect the sensibilities of children. So that is my main takeaway. But in terms of Camille, she's gorgeous. She's extremely talented. She's doing OnlyFans. That's her choice. If she feels comfortable and safe with it, hey, who am I to judge it? I just know that all of that content gets to be censored so that our children are not impacted by it. And that's not directed towards her, but just the industry in general. So I want to thank everybody for showing up today and coming to this panel. If you like this content, if you like the subject matter today, definitely share it. Post comments under the thread. And definitely text the word Queens to the number 87948. That way you'll be notified when we do go live on the platform. And join us here weekdays again at 1 p.m. Eastern Time at Fly Nubian Queen TV's YouTube channel. Until next time, y'all, take care, peace and Black power, all the things. Thanks, ladies, for a risque conversation. Thank you. All right.
And you have to project images so people don't try you or disrespect you out here. But what I also would like to offer is that if you do not show, and I'm speaking to both the men and the women, because I think the men have their own vulnerability issues as well. If you do not show vulnerability in instances, especially when you are not feeling the best, then you lose the opportunity for others to show you compassion and to give you the emotional nutrition that you're seeking. So I actually want to pivot back to you, Erica, about that. Do we have a vulnerability problem with Black women, but also Black men, if you want to touch on that as well. Is that an issue that we have within the community? And is that really the crux of the problems that we're facing?
I think vulnerability is some of the issue. I mean, when you have Black women, you know, when I know that there've been instances rather where I've been vulnerable, and it's like, oh, what's wrong with her? She crying? Oh, I thought you was the strong Black woman. And that title, that reference, I don't even know where that came from. And I'm more than sure it wasn't a Black woman that started it, saying the strong Black woman. I'm sure it was not a Black woman who came up with that title. Because at some point you get tired of being strong. You get tired of having to be the backbone. You get tired of having to be the one to think. You get tired of having to be the one to solve the problem. And you just, sometimes Black women, we just don't have the time to be vulnerable. We don't have the time to be vulnerable with ourselves. Being vulnerable is actually being honest and saying, you know what, I don't feel like it today. And no, it's not that I'm sick. No, I don't have a fever. No, I'm not coughing. I just don't want to. And we don't know how to do that with ourselves. We don't know how to be honest with ourselves. We can't even be vulnerable with ourselves. So until we can be vulnerable with ourselves, then we can be vulnerable with other people. And with vulnerability, you step into your power. And once you step into that power through being vulnerable, you now are able to set healthy boundaries. And that's where the give and the take, but you have to start that with yourself. I am a huge advocate for being self-aware and self-knowledge, because you cannot, sometimes we're projecting the issues onto ourselves. We are our own problem. So I'm always an advocate for no, start with you. When you start with you, you heal you, you fix you, then you can start attracting the right people that are supposed to be near you or good for you. So yeah, vulnerability, stepping to your power, creating boundaries. That is my tribe trio. Vulnerable, power, boundaries, my tribe trio.
Yes, I love that. That's probably gonna be in the next book, girl. If you are joining us, we are Fly Nubian Money, and we are here Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Be sure to subscribe to us by hitting that like and subscribe button, but also to texting the word Queens, that is QUEENS, to 87948. I'm Athena, and I'm joined with your co-queens today, Linda Husser and Erica Lewis, and we are discussing Black women and femininity. Now, I want to pivot the conversation to the money, okay? to the bag, okay? So I want to discuss this with you ladies. So do the sprinkle girls have a point with dating a provider man? Are women saying that they want to rest in traditional roles so they don't have to take on all that masculine energy? I want to pivot this question to you first, Linda, about that. What are your thoughts on the sprinkle level up girls saying that, you know what? I'm fine with the gender roles. You be the provider man so I can rest in my femininity as a homemaker at home.
I'm here for it. I'm here for you to go out and get what it is that makes you healthy, happy, and whole. If that means that you want someone to bring home the bacon and you fry it up, if that means that you want to be beautiful, because one thing that I have noticed about the sprinkle girls, they take their role very seriously. They are in shape. They look phenomenal because they understand what these men want. I believe that a lot of the women who are not part of the Sprinkle coalition, they don't want to do all that. They want to do them, and that's cool. That's cool. But I'm 61 years old, and if an 85-year-old man who got his stuff together has his money together, I will be sprinkling him so tough it'll just make his head spin. I'm all for it. Do you do what you need to do to become the person that you need to become? If that means you got to get your lipo on, get you a weave, get some nails, Botox, get you some boobs, plump that booty up, whatever you need to do that. Shave the bunions off so your $300,000 shoes you don't have that imprint on the side, handle your business. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I would be lying if I said that somebody stepped to me who had their stuff together that I'd be like, well, you know what? I just love being this life coach. And listen, I would have to tell y'all, it's been real. Baby said he don't want me doing all this coaching stuff. We on our way to France. I'll holla. Peace out.
Linda, you had me dying. You had me dying. And watch me in the background. I was doing all this stuff. I'm like, I'm a sprinkle girl. I don't even.
Erykah Badu said it best. She says, I'm an artist and I'm sensitive about my shit. And that's the truth, right? I think any artist, I'm an entrepreneur and I can say the same thing. Whenever you are sharing your world or your art with somebody, it can be sensitive, right? You also talked about early music. I'm going to reset. I'm in a hot second, but you also talked about early music and it was very different. It was very positive. It was uplifting. Danette Mitchell says, when I was growing up, we had ratchet music. However, in the Black community, we kept it underground and elevated positive music. This is when we owned our own radio stations and music stores. I can remember listening to a Tupac who's going to give you a little bit of ratchet, but give you something to think about. Dear Mama or Brenda Had a Baby, KRS-One. So you have a nice mix. Today's music, it's all pop that P, look at my P, suck this, bitch that. Like, there's no love music. There's no community. Like I think it affects our relationships. I think it affects how men and women relate to each other, talk to each other. I think it affects our relationships, our ability to communicate, our ability to love. Music is so powerful and influential, much like this conversation that we're having today about hip hop's damaging influence on Black women right here on Fly Nubian Money, which we do every Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. Eastern. You can catch us here. And you can also get notified when we're live if you text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. Again, that's 87948. You can also catch us on Spotify by searching Fly Nubian Money to take us on the go with you. Aisha, I want to come back and talk to you. Given your Nigerian background, can you share some cultural differences between the music scenes in Nigeria and the United States, particularly regarding what's allowed to be discussed on the airwaves and how it influences societal values? That was a mouthful. You might be a mute.
Sorry about that. That's such a great question. And just listening to Dr. Alicia talking about the mental, how it affects us mentally. And what you also just said, Dr. Linnea, about, the way it affects you and then how it makes you feel. It's amazing to me that today as well, hip hop now has crossed over where it's now also affecting the culture back home where I'm from. I just recently had a visit back home and I came back when I was there visiting, and some young people were talking and I couldn't believe what came out of their mouth. And I know it's because of the hip hop culture and what they were listening to. They were literally referring to the African Americans with the N-word casually. I stopped them. I said, do you understand that this is unacceptable? But because of what the pop culture says, so they thought it was normal to speak like that. I was mortified and I had to correct them that please do not speak like this. It is unacceptable. Again, because the music business doesn't care. They now are spreading all over the world, especially now in Africa, where our music for us was for praise and gratitude and celebration. Now it's becoming abusive. It's becoming abusive because you're watching as they're selling these products to them and they're listening, is now becoming what now they think it's okay. So when I went and I was visiting and I heard that, I literally stopped them and corrected. I said, no, we're not going to do that here. This is not what we're about, because you think it's funny or you think that is what you watch and as you're watching these videos, it is not who we are. So ladies, it is crossing over. And unfortunately, it's about money. At the end of the day, it's not about caring about who we are, that we are fearfully and loved and cherished. No, they just want to make money. They don't care who is damaged as this is happening. And but for me, I make sure that even when I go back and I tell my brothers back home and my nephews and nieces that they're not allowed to watch videos like that, because this is not who we are. This is not how we were raised. This is not what our parents taught us. And that we have to stay true to who we are and not listen to those music, because we know it's not edifying. It doesn't add no value to your life. It only denigrates you. And now here you are calling your brothers and sisters that are from America the N-word and thinking it's normal. So it saddened me that that was happening, but that is what's happening today. Again, we have to like you said, that we should make sure that it comes from us, Athena, that we should be the one making that move. We should be the one making that difference in our own homes and making sure that we talk to our children and tell them that, no, this is not part of our culture. This is something else. Somebody else is selling this to us and we're buying it. But we were not going to buy it here. I'm hoping that is what we can do, as brothers and sisters in this space, that will make sure that we tell our children that, no, this is not our culture. This is not how we're supposed to talk to each other or refer to each other, especially our women. An African woman, oh my goodness, she gave birth to the world. I said, you know how powerful you are. You give birth to the world. And now they're denigrating you with music by your own people, by your own boys and your own men, and think it's okay. It is not okay. It is not okay, because then you're allowing other people to look at you that way.
And what a lot of times what the youth, and we can say people, but mostly youth, don't realize is the verbiage, the language, the lifestyle, the drugs, the oversexualization. A lot of this stuff, the people who are rapping about it, they don't even do that. Some of these people come from 2-parent homes, good homes. They were like the life that they're rapping about, the image that they're portraying, they don't actually do in their real life. We're going to go to this video from Future talking about lean and the fact that he actually doesn't even use it. So let's cue that video.
Future regrets his influence on Juice WRLD, and the reason why will truly shock you. One of the first things that Juice WRLD told Future when they met up to make their 2018 record World on was that Future had influenced him to try lean. Juice WRLD told Vulture.com, "That's the first thing I told him." He was just like, wow. He kind of apologized. Future later reacted to this situation in an interview with Rolling Stone magazine, saying, quote, "When he told me that, I was like, oh what have I done? It really bothered me. It bothered me a lot. More than I thought it would bother me when he told me that. How many other 6th graders did I influence to drink lean? This really messed me up for a minute. It's all I could think about. Like, damn, what have I done? What have I done to other people?" Regardless of his habits, Juice WRLD was one of the best to ever do it and will be remembered as such.
And so more accountability is definitely needed. More truth is definitely needed. More authenticity is definitely needed. I saw over in the chat, some people were talking about, what about the parents? Why are parents letting them listen to this music? Listen, I'm only gonna speak for myself. I was young once. My mom didn't know what I was listening to. You, as a parent, you can make sure that you listen to all the appropriate things in the car. You can put on, what do they call it? Explicit types of blocks on your child's phones. You can take the TVs out your house. They still got to go to school and their friends is listening to it. They still got to ride the bus and their friends is listening to it. They still see YouTube. Like, it's everywhere. Athena, how has music influenced you growing up? So I think I remember you saying you're 33. So you come from a different era of music than I do. So let's do that. Tell me what you're listening to right now, and then tell me how music has influenced you.
Well, I have a very eclectic musical taste. I am from the Caribbean, so obviously reggae and dancehall is a very big influence from there. I also listen to classical music. I listen to hip hop. I listen to pop. I listen to ratchet music. I'm going to sit here and be honest on the panel. I do like some of the artists that we have in question. I do listen to Cardi B. I do listen to Megan Thee Stallion. But I think the difference for me, though, is it's just entertainment for me. And because I'm not living in that lifestyle or culture, I'm not as, I guess, susceptible to.
What are your thoughts on the influence of hip hop on Black women? And if you're a Black man in the chat, we can just make it. What are your thoughts on the influence of hip hop on Black people, right? Our conversation is Black women, but I think it can be broader than that. What do you think about it? And if you have children, do you let your children listen to hip hop today? Dr. Alicia, can you discuss the link between the societal pressures that are amplified by the hip hop culture relative to the music that we're listening to, the risk of substance abuse, over sexualization that's coming through the music? Can you address that?
Thank you, Lene. I mean, it's such a great question. I mean, we know that the glorification of these risky behaviors in hip hop, I mean, that's really what we're talking about. Like the issue with the substance abuse. I mean, it is promoted as a coping mechanism. And although I happen to teach a class on substance abuse, and 93% of Black women have no substance abuse issue. But, you know, for that 7% that do, it just makes you wonder, like, what's going into some of these, the disconnect between the reality and what you see portrayed in real life. Now, the issue that I have with these images is that this promotion of irresponsible alcohol use coupled with promiscuous behavior, I think has detrimental effects. It's promoting this idea, especially for women in their childbearing years, you know, this risk of fetal alcohol syndrome, which I think is a way more common instance than we know. It poses serious health risk for infants. And so it's not just a matter of individual well-being, it's this public health issue that needs to be addressed. And I think that women need to have access to accurate information and resources to mitigate some of these risks. And I think that this unhealthy promotion can have an effect on youth and people who consume this information. I also think that it just has an impact on your mental health, of course. This, you know, some of you all kind of alluded to it, Aisha, and even you, Dr. Lene, about how the music affects your mood. It affects, you know, how you interact with the world. So it's just interesting. My first introduction into like acknowledging the influence of music on your subconscious mind in particular. I want to give a special shout out to Brother Panic. He was my initial teacher in the dynamics of subconscious mind programming, and I took his classes and all of that. And since then, I've been doing my own study on this. And I just think that we are powerful individuals, like all of us. And we create our own world through the subconscious mind. And now that you know this, you can understand how powerful music is in programming ourselves. So listening to what I would consider media controlled messages, it gets internalized and we start seeing ourselves in this way, you know, and we start acting in ways where we're just running this program. It affects how we see ourselves, how we see other people, and it's played out in our daily world. So it's a simple concept of garbage in and garbage out. You are affected by the images and the messages that you receive. And I really think that the answer is just non-participation. We just need to not participate in it and instead focus our energies on things that help us achieve our God-given goals in this world. And I think if we did that, then, you know, media controlled, and I think the industry is contingent on attention, paying attention to it, consumer driven images. If we just stop participate on it and start focusing on things that, you know, give us life, things that are positive, you know, that is a way for us to kind of address some of these issues.
I think that everyone so far has done a great job in hitting on the different and various things, right? So again, our topic today is hip hop's damaging influence on Black women. I think that it is the drugs. I think that it is over sexualization. I think that it is the body image, the image of the body, right? We're seeing a lot of the surgeries that are being done. So there's the self-image. There is just various stereotypes that are being played out through the media, through the music. And then there is the desensitizing that's happening through the music, because we're saying things, we're speaking certain lyrics because it has a good beat. Molly Percocet, we're just singing it, we're talking about it, and people don't realize that what they're saying is registering, because we know that you have the power of life and death in your tongue. So when you speak things, whether you're affirming or not affirming, that's resonating in your aura. So music has a way of desensitizing us, where the word bitch becomes cool to say. We call our friends, our sister girlfriends bitch because it's desensitized. They say it in the music. Going to get BBLs, it's natural now because somebody else has it. This person got it, so I need to have it too. Media, music, messaging, marketing comes to us through those things, and it happens to Black women, and it's happening to our youth, because our youth have access to social media at a much younger age, so they're seeing it, and it happens to the best of us. Can we play that clip, the clip with Nicki Minaj talking about how and or why she got her BBL?
Or and remember, social media was just beginning when I started. So I was like everybody. I was a lot of people's guinea pig. I was one of the first people to be shitted on the internet, on social media, like non-fucking stop. Every day I would go on, and it was some new story, made up story, or bad picture, or it wasn't acceptable to have surgery at all or anything, even though, and at that time I had never had surgery. I had ass shots, which till this day I realize, even what I did, and even with me not consulting with anyone to do something like that, how insane that was. Like, it's not that you go to a doctor, a professional person. No, it's some random person.
Yeah, shorty in the Bronx.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Mary Dean Esquire here at thewallstreetlawyer.com, coming to you live on blackwallstreet.com, Fly Nubian Queen, and the Wall Street. I am streaming everywhere today. So get in here, drop the B1 in the chat. Shout out to Dr. Boyce Watkins for letting me go live on his platform. Let me make sure I'm streaming on the other platforms. Okay, going live there. We're going live there. Girl, go away. My cat. So get in here, drop your B1 in the chat. Let me know you're here. Why do we drop our B1? Because we put Black people first. That is our thing. We got that from Dr. Boyce Watkins. Shout out to Dr. Boyce Watkins for letting me go live on Fly Nubian Queen. We're having trouble streaming to Instagram. Oh, let me see. Check. No, it looks like Instagram is live. We got people on Instagram. Okay, okay. So I guess I can only go stream on one Instagram platform at a time. I think that's how this works. Well, anyway, hit the go. Sorry about that, y'all. Come on in here. We got some interesting things to talk about today. So much has been going on with the dollar. We got J. Trey Trevor in the house. Thank you. Thank you for dropping your B1, because we put Black people first. You know how we do here on blackwallstreet.com, because Black wealth is critical to Black power. So I'll be dropping in here, dropping nuggets. Let me know you're here. Let me know where you are. Let me know where you are. Let me know what your city and your state. Gosh, everything that could go wrong this morning is going wrong. Give me 1 second. Let me get out of here. Okay, no, that's fine. All right, everything that could go wrong this morning, and which is, I guess, the great for the topic that we're going to talk about today, because the American dollar seems to be not doing what it's supposed to be doing, and everybody is ditching the dollar. We have, I think, the Russians are ditching the dollar. We have Russia's Moscow Stock Exchange has immediately suspended all trading in U.S. dollars and euros, delivering a major blow to the U.S. economy. And they are not the only ones, guys. They're not the only ones. We have Saudi Arabia ditches the U.S. dollar and will not renew the 50-year petrodollar agreement with the United States. Saudi Arabia will now sell oil in multiple currencies, including the Chinese, RMB, euros, yen, and yuan, instead of exclusively in U.S. dollars. So what does that mean for the American economy? What does that mean for the American dollars? And how can you make sure that you are prepared? How can you make sure that you are best prepared? So that is what we're going to talk about today. And one of my favorite, the guy whose post that I'm actually showing right now, I follow him, Johel Capital, and he said something very interesting. And I just really want to piggyback that. So let me read what his post was. For all those people who think the dollar will fall and America will collapse, stop it. Have you gone to these other countries? Do you trust China? Do you trust Russia? Do you trust India? Okay, go for it. Good luck to you. Bitcoin. Yes, Bitcoin. I like Bitcoin. I think you should buy 1/10 of it and call it a day. Bitcoin is the new gold. However, Bitcoin will not be used as a dollar or fiat currency. Bitcoin is the balance to fiat, a check on it. I can go way deeper into this, but it's too much to type. I get it. I was there on the trading floor, the wallstreetlawyer.com. I remember when they had a trading floor right next to the New York Stock Exchange on Wall Street. And I've been there since the very beginning. So I get what Bitcoin symbolized. We'll get into that another day. At the end of the day, just keep grinding. Just keep grinding. Build businesses. Build assets. And it doesn't really matter what we trade with it. It can be bananas. I find the people that pump Bitcoin are praying it blows up and they can be millionaire versus just putting in the work. Does this destroy or even hurt the American dollar? No. Nations will still need the dollar to function. The dollar isn't going anywhere in our lifetime. Minimum, maybe the next 30 years. But to me, that is our lifetime. Okay? The next 30 years, that is our lifetime. America isn't going anywhere. Get back to work. Build your empire. Don't listen to this BS noise. That's his take on it. I'm not so confident in the American system and the American dollar and whether or not it will sustain itself. I have, in my lifetime, I have witnessed highs and lows, depressions, recessions. I literally became the Wall Street lawyer occupying Wall Street at the height of the Occupy Wall Street movement. So I have pretty much seen it all. And one thing I have seen and one thing I have noticed, and I want you to take this with you, is that there are many people who thrive in the depression, in the recession, in the worst of times. And there are many people who do well, many people who thrive in the worst of times, and there are many people who suffer and do poorly in the best of times. And so one thing that I have always maintained in my persona and my business and my life is that I will never let what's going on around me in the day dictate how I show up in the world. I will not let that dictate what I think is coming for me in the form of my blessings and what God has in store for me. Because as far as I am concerned, God is bigger than all of that. All of this background noise is simply just that, background noise. So I believe, I'm a firm believer in staying tuned in and tapped in to who you are, who the God in you, and you'll always succeed. And so one of the things that I do talk about in my book, How to Build a Thriving Black Business Using the Laws of the Universe, blackwallstreet.com. You see my book here in the corner. And I've also dropped a link to the chat in the chat. If you're interested in purchasing a copy of the book on Amazon, How to Build a Thriving Black Business Using the Laws of the Universe. And it is by tuning out the noise. It is by not letting the news cycle and what's going on in the air of the day dictate how you show up in the world. Okay? As long as you are doing what you're supposed to do, as long as you are preparing, you want to prepare. You want to prepare. You want to prepare for everything that life has for you. You want to prepare in the forms of maybe setting up a will, setting up a trust, setting up your estate plan, making sure your house is in order, making sure your business is in order, separating your assets from the loan on the mortgage, the mortgage, the loan on the car, the loan on these things, separating them from the assets so that maybe you don't lose your assets if the sugar honey iced tea hits the fan. But outside of that, put your head down and handle your business. And one of the best ways in handling your business is to make sure that you have those systems in place. Okay, there's no magic pill, or the only magic pill that I am aware of is the pill of showing up, consistency. Consistently doing what it needs to be done, consistently showing up in your business. And interestingly enough, when you go get that job, you show up every single day, you show up consistently, because if you don't, you don't get that paycheck. And so same is true if you're gonna have your own business and create the job for yourself. One thing that you have to do is you have to show up in that business every single day. You have to show up day in and day out. And I talk about those systems that you want to implement in your business. If you don't have those systems already, your legal systems, your insurance systems, your financial systems, your tax systems that are really in support of your sales systems. These are things that you should be doing every single day, every single week, every single month, every single year, every single quarter, to make sure that you are hitting your bottom line. And it's a numbers game. How many phone calls have you making? And, you know, that's the whole Wall Street of the age. They sit on and they bang out the phones back when trading used to be through the phones. Banging out the phones all day, so that they could hit their numbers. And so my question to you is, what are you doing day in and day out to make sure that your business is going to thrive, not just survive the pending doom, not just survive the dollar failing, not just survive these instances, but what are you doing to make sure that your business shows up and thrives, that you kill it? Because that's what you deserve. That's what you deserve. And what systems do you have in place? And if you don't know what systems you should have in place, then make sure you contact me, schedule that consultation. I dropped a link in the chat so that you can do it. We have Miss Make It Better. Thank you for your comment. I'm lucky to be the only person in the room. Lord knows I need help navigating life right now. Well, that's what I'm here for. I do consider myself to be more than just an attorney. I'm an attorney and counselor at law. And part of being that attorney and counselor at law, because there's so much overlap. I tell people all the time, entrepreneurship is the ultimate faith walk, okay? You want to talk about I got God and God got me and all this hooping and hollering that you do in the church, but can you actually pray up some bread? Can you actually feed your family for the rest of the year with 2 loaves and 5 fishes and so forth and so forth? So if you can do that, you can pray up some bread, pray up some miracle, pray up some bills being paid, if you can bring those blessings down from the heavens, now you have truly mastered your relationship with God. And that is what I am here for. That is what I talk about, because entrepreneurship is what? It is the ultimate faith walk. It is the ultimate putting your money where your mouth is, putting your faith where your mouth is, throwing your life, your faith, and all of you into creating something from nothing. And it is truly the ultimate faith walk. So I tell people, you want to figure out how strong your faith is in God, how strong your ability to ask God for something and to actually receive what you're asking for. Start a business and quit that job. Start a business and quit that job and see how well you really know how to pray. It ain't about sounding good and flowery and getting people to shout and jump down the aisle. That's not what it's about. It's about getting what you're actually asking God for. And can you do that? And if you cannot do that, if you need some help doing that, then that is why I am here. Thank you guys for dropping that B1. Make sure you drop your B1 and hit the share and subscribe button, because we're getting into it today. We're talking about it. We're talking about the dollar not being, let's see, here it is, another one. We're talking about things are changing, but the one thing that you're guaranteed is that life will always change. Things will change. You will have days where you're up. You will have days where you're down. But it is in those down days that you truly find out who you and what you're made of. As a matter of fact, it is in those down days that you were given the nuggets, the tools to get to the top of the mountain. So I can tell you some stories. I'll tell you a story about my darkest hour. I'm gonna dedicate this story to Miss Make It Better. How I actually became the wallstreetlawyer.com on the darkest day of my life. It was the week before my 33rd birthday. And for those of you out there who are into biblical things, I call 33 your Jesus year, because it is that's the year, that's how old he was in the Bible when they took his life. And so I call it your Jesus year. I call it the year that you have your own death and rebirth. And I did. I died as Mary Dean Esquire and was born again as the wallstreetlawyer.com on my darkest hour. And what was it that caused me to die? Well, it was my sibling, my younger brother, my ace boon coon, my business partner. We were like this, y'all, like this. 2 peas in a pod. We were twins. We weren't technically twins, but by the time we became of age, he's my younger brother, but he's a man. So people considered we appeared to be the same age. And so that's just what it was. And so I got a phone call from him. It was the first time that he called me, and it began after that. The calls began and the journey began. But this was the week before my 33rd birthday. I got a phone call from him where he was under the influence of crystal meth. Yes, guys, my brother was smoking crystal meth, smoking Tina, smoking Christina, smoking crystal meth. And it was the darkest day of my life. I remember, asking God, what is going on? What are you doing? You told me to go. I came. I was living in New York at the time. At that time, I was living in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. It was the height of the Occupy Wall Street movement. So I was working in the financial district, but living in Brooklyn. I just moved to New York City. And if you were a lawyer at that time, you could get that work, right? Because if you remember the Occupy Wall Street movement, at the height of the Occupy Wall Street movement, all of the banks were being sued. They were being sued by everybody because of those bad mortgages, bad loans. And so they were just being sued left and right. And so because of all of these lawsuits, if you were a lawyer in New York at that time, boy, you could get that work. And honey, I was working. I was fresh off the boat, looking for work, trying to figure out myself in New York City. So I'm working in the financial district, we were working broker hours. The stockbrokers will work dark 30 to dark 30. So that's what we as lawyers representing those brokerage firms and those big banks down there. We were also working brokerage hours, working from dark 30 to dark 30. It was doing 13-hour days with an hour and a half lunch break every single day. And so I began asking God, who am I? Because at that point, what I know myself to be was I know myself to be the dean of law to my brother's dean of style, because we were the deans, right? Real original. I know that was our shtick back then. So as we were the deans. And so, I'd been pitching shows starring my brother, created this show starring my brother. We've been working together, working New York City together. And so once he called me while he was high on crystal meth, then and only then did I finally understand why he was unreliable, why he had been so unpredictable, why he was so untrustworthy, and why I could not work with him anymore. And so that's when the prayer changed from me. The prayer became, oh God, well, who am I? What am I doing? You told me to come and I came. You told me to go and I went. I'm following your lead. I'm doing what you told me to do. Who am I? Who am I? And that's when I heard, my earring just fell out my ear. And that's when I heard, you are the wallstreetlawyer.com. You are the wallstreetlawyer.com. That's when I heard it. Now, I had never asked that question before. We have to talk about why we have valleys and why we have obstacles and why we have trials and tribulations. Because up until that point, I knew who I was. I was the dean of law. I was the renegade attorney. I knew who I was. I knew who, these names that I had given myself. And so when the sugar honey iced tea hit the fan in my life, and I realized I could not be the dean of law to my brother's dean of style because he was strung out in the streets of New York City on crystal meth. Who am I? Who am I? And so that's when I started asking God, who am I? And that's when I heard him say, you are thewallstreetlawyer.com. Got the domain, got my office on Wall Street, and the rest is history. I ended up moving to the financial district, moving to Wall Street, and really embodying and becoming thewallstreetlawyer.com, my darkest day. Now, and so that's what I want you to be encouraged. Shout out to Shay Bay, who says, you go girl. No, you go girl. No, you go girl. No, you go girl. Because, you know, we support each other over here. So I am truly my sister's keeper. And so things came to a head maybe about 3 years later. So that was 2014. 2017, I get pictures of my brother where he got jumped by 6 men in Brooklyn, thrown down a flight of stairs. A week later, after I found out that he got thrown down a flight of stairs, I literally fell down a flight of stairs. And so then I got sucked back into the drama. I got to fix my brother. We are connected. We are one. I am my brother's keeper. And so what do I do? How do I got to fix my brother. I got to fix my brother. He needs me. He needs me. And so one of my producer clients, shout out to Rick Mathis, told me that, Dr. Iyanla Vanzant, who is also an attorney, was speaking at Hillside Church in Atlanta. So I booked my VIP ticket to her show. I decided that I am going to get to her show. I printed out pictures of my brother's face. This was my last attempt to try to get him some help and get him to go to rehab and clean up his life. And so I print out the picture because I said, when she see his face was beat up. He looked like Emmett Till, God forbid. And I said, when she see this picture, she's going to say, man, I got to help this girl. I'm going for shock value. So I type up the letter, print out the picture. I'm ready to go. I get to Atlanta. I walk out of the airport. I look to my right, and you will not believe who's standing next to me at the airport. It was Dr. Iyanla Vanzant. I ran into her at the airport. Didn't even have to make it to her event. Walk up to her after I picked my mouth off the floor. Walked up to her and asked her, give her my spiel. My name is Mary. I'm the Wall Street lawyer. I came all the way to Atlanta so you can help me fix my brother's life. And when I said that, her son, Damon, said to me, the Wall Street lawyer, hey, I done heard of you before. And so I looked at him and I said, you heard of me for real, or you pulling my chain? So when I said that, Dr. Iyanla Vanzant bust out laughing. Once she bust out laughing, she said, I give him my spill again, because, once you get them laughing, you can get them to buy. Once you get them laughing, you got them hooked. So I got her laughing. So I give him my spill again. My name is Mary. I'm the Wall Street lawyer. I came all the way to Atlanta so you can fix my brother's life. And so you would not believe the first thing that she said to me. The first question she asked me was, why do you care so much? Shock my draws. Shock my draws. I was not expecting that. Why do you care so much? And then the next thing she said to me, and she yelled it at the top of her lungs, she yelled, let him go. Let him go. Clutch my pearls. I was not expecting that. Let him go. And she saved my life that day. I went to her to save my brother's life, and she ended up saving both of us, really, because at the end of the day, you cannot do it for him. He is a grown man. And all you women out there know, from you women raising sons and to you women that's dealing with husbands, fathers, baby fathers out there, you understand that you can't make no grown man do nothing. Nothing. Yes, I had raised him. Yes, he was my little brother, but I can't make him do nothing. And so all I was really doing was killing myself. The only thing that had happened was that not one life was being lost to drug addiction, not one, but two. 2 lives are now being lost to drug addiction, mine included, because I was getting sucked back into the drama, trying to save somebody who don't want to be saved. They don't want to be saved. Don't save them. They don't want to be saved. Yes, that was him. He did not want to be saved. And he was fighting me to save him. And so it was a very vicious cycle that I found myself in. And so she told me to let him go. And it still took me about 2 years to fully let him go. But I finally let him go. And when I tell you, my brother confirmed for me this past winter that it was in my letting him go that really caused him to hit rock bottom. Just like Dr. Iyanla Vanzant said, you're propping him up. You can't do it for him. And so until he hits rock bottom, he is not going to want to change. And you need to let him hit rock bottom. You need to let nature run its course. You need to let his life run his course. You can't save him from his own destiny. And so you so busy trying to save him, you're really just enabling his drug addiction. You are the reason why he can't clean up, because you're propping him up. You're giving him money when he needs it. He ain't buying food. He ain't paying bills. He ain't doing nothing productive. He's going to get high. And so all you can really do is walk away and let him figure himself out. And when I did that, guys, Iyanla Vanzant was right. He did clean up his act. He cleaned up his act. And I'm going to tell you what else happened. Dr. Iyanla Vanzant endorsed my book. She endorsed blackwallstreet.com, How to Build a Thriving Black Business Using the Laws of the Universe. She slapped her name on my book. She slapped a quote on the back of my book and strengthened my testimony, and that problems are merely opportunities in disguise. That if God, because I start from the premise that God loves me truly, and that if he loves me truly, and that my angels and that my ancestors want nothing more than for me to not survive, y'all. Surviving is such a low bar. They want us to thrive. They sacrifice so that we might thrive. And so if they are allowing me to walk through the valley of the shadow of death, if they're allowing me to suffer, if they're allowing suffering to be a part of my human experience, I understand that because they love me, that it must be something here good for me. And because I am committed to that, I immediately, when the sugar honey iced tea hit the fan, I immediately start looking for my blessings. I start looking for the rainbow at the end of my storm. I immediately get into, Lord, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for this problem. Thank you for this opportunity that I know you're ushering into me. And this was the only way that you could get this opportunity into my spirit. And so I count it all joy. I'm not going to sit here and go into no woe is me. I don't know how to be woe is me. I don't know how to be, why me and why, sure, I'm human. I had a moment. I cried my tears. I've cried my many shared tears because life for me ain't been no crystal stair. But I am a living testimony that it was those very things that made me. I would not be the wallstreetlawyer.com if my brother had not been addicted to crystal meth. I would not have Dr. Iyanla Vanzant's name on the back bottom of my book with a dope quote on the back of my book if Dr. Iyanla Vanzant had not, if my brother had not got thrown down a flight of stairs and I did not seek out Dr. Iyanla Vanzant to save him. It was those very things. Just like the pastors in the old Christian church. Now, I ain't no Christian and I ain't religious, but I speak multiple languages and I understand what they were really trying to teach. And so when they all those good old, but I was born Baptist, I was raised Baptist, and all those good old Baptists, didn't he die? Well, of course, they couldn't put Jesus up on the cross and he would not be the savior of this religion had it not been for him dying. And so I encourage you that your problems are always opportunities. And so, yes, the dollar might be dying. Okay. Yes, nations are getting away from using the dollar. Yes, we have had a recession. Yes, we have had a depression. Yes, we might have another one. The sugar honey iced tea looked like it might be hitting the fan pretty soon. It looked like it might, but I want you to understand that is a wonderful time for us. That is because the last will be first and the first will be last. And it might, some things need to shift. It needs to shift. But if you are steadfast in your faith in God, if you are steadfast in your faith in you, if you see the God in you and you understand that if God is the ultimate creator, you too are an ultimate creator, and you have the power and the ability to create within your world, and you take charge of that power, and you create the assets, you create the businesses that creates the assets and accumulate the assets so that you can have generational wealth, because that's the power that you have. And so what I encourage you all to do and be and see, that opportunities abound, and that when the sugar honey iced tea hit the fan, that we know that that's more opportunities are being ushered in to our existence. And so that is what I want to leave with you. Make sure if you found something here that helped you, make sure you hit the share and subscribe button. Mary Dean Esquire here at thewallstreetlawyer.com. You can follow me on Instagram, The Wall Street Lawyer. You can follow me on you can also follow my other business page, blackwallstreet.com, because Black wealth is critical to Black power. Miss Make It Better. I'm in tears because I know God himself led me to you in this moment. You're a blessing. You're my tribe. No, you're my tribe. No, you're my tribe. No, you're my tribe. Honey, we are here together. And that's what I love about the power of the internet. And what the power of the internet has really allowed us to do is to make these things an even playing field. There is no excuse. There's nothing holding you back. You are more powerful than you know. You have more ability than you know. And I scream that into you just as much as Dr. Iyanla Vanzant screamed that power into me and saved my life many years ago. You can do this. We can do this. You can do this. We can do this. United we stand, divided we fall. Guys, please also join my Facebook group, blackwallstreet.com, where I will be dropping nuggets in that group to help you. You can also message me in that group if you are having questions about starting your own business, if you're having questions about growing your Black-owned business, if you are having questions about creating a trust because you want to separate your assets from your liabilities, and so that creditors can't come, you want asset protection. Set yourself up, set your children up, so that we can thrive in Black power together. Shay Bay says, I see your book on Amazon. I'm buying it. Thank you for the support, sister. I am my sister's keeper. We are all we got. And I just want to encourage you guys. I have always felt called, and I always say that my practice is my pulpit. I ain't got to be in a pulpit shaking, and I ain't got to be throwing the Bible at people. The Bible ain't nothing but watered down version of African spirituality anyway. And so I want you guys to get to the truth, cut through the noise, get what you really need. I got to put that back up because I'm in tears because I know God himself led me to you in this moment. You're a blessing. You're my tribe. And I just shout out to Miss Make It Better. Shout out. That is making me, I feel that. I feel that. And thank you for showing up with him here with me today. Be sure you guys follow me so that we can all stay in touch, so that we can be one together, so that we can be here for one another. Shay Bay say, this is my first live and you are awesome. No, you're awesome. And so the social media will try to make us think that Black people that we have all this infighting amongst ourselves. They would try to make us feel like that we don't have the community support that other cultures have. The media, the news cycle would try to keep us in a state of division. They prop up people like Sexy Red and BBL Drizzy, which is why we're so happy that Kendrick came in and gave him all the business, because it is a new day and it is a new time. And the day that the order of the day is that the last will be first and the first will be last. And the order of the day is that what's right and what's true is the only thing that will survive and make it through in the new world. And so I encourage you. And if you need anything, make sure if you want to schedule a consultation with me, I did drop a link for my my calendar in the chat. So feel free to tag that link and schedule a consultation with me to see how I can help you grow your Black-owned business, to see how I can help you separate your assets from your liabilities so that you can make sure you preserve your assets and nobody can come and get those assets should you ever become subject to a lawsuit. So we can make sure that those assets transfer to the next generation free and clear without you having to go through any more drama or trauma in trying to, probating the will, having to go through the court system and anything like that. So that is what I do. Mary Dean Esquire here at thewallstreetlawyer.com. We got cocoa butter, truth you speak, thankful, thankful. Thank you. Shout out to cocoa butter. Hope that my words feel like cocoa butter on your soul. That is why I'm here. And that is my pledge to you, is to show up. And so if I'm showing up here, sometimes we're going to show up here, do some deep dives into your business, some business nuggets. But every time I come in here, I promise you I'm going to be bringing you some nuggets because Black wealth is critical to Black power. And I want to see all of you all of us, we will all rise in power together. Absolutely. So until we meet again, I want you guys to have a wonderful and outstanding day. And again, if there was something here that helped you, please make sure you hit the share and subscribe button. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Erica Badu said it best. She says, I'm an artist and I'm sensitive about my shit. And that's the truth, right? I think any artist, I'm an entrepreneur and I can say the same thing. Whenever you are sharing your world or your art with somebody, it can be sensitive, right? You also talked about early music. I'm going to reset. I'm in a hot second, but you also talked about early music, and it was very different. It was very positive. It was uplifting. Danette Mitchell says, when I was growing up, we had ratchet music. However, in the Black community, we kept it underground and elevated positive music. This is when we owned our own radio stations and music stores. I can remember listening to a Tupac who's going to give you a little bit of ratchet, but give you something to think about. Dear Mama or Brenda Had a Baby, KRS-One. So you have a nice mix. Today's music, it's all pop that P, look at my P, suck this, bitch that. Like, there's no love music. There's no community. Like I think it affects our relationships. I think it affects how men and women relate to each other, talk to each other. I think it affects our relationships, our ability to communicate, our ability to love. Music is so powerful and influential, much like this conversation that we're having today about hip hop's damaging influence on Black women, right here on Fly Nubian Money, which we do every Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. Eastern. You can catch us here. And you can also get notified when we're live if you text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. Again, that's 87948. You can also catch us on Spotify by searching Fly Nubian Money to take us on the go with you. Aisha, I want to come back and talk to you. Given your Nigerian background, can you share some cultural differences between the music scenes in Nigeria and the United States, particularly regarding what's allowed to be discussed on the airwaves and how it influences societal values? That was a mouthful. You might be a mute.
Sorry about that. That's such a great question. And just listening to Dr. Alicia talking about the mental, how it affects us mentally. And what you also just said, Dr. Linnea, about, the way it affects you and how it makes you feel. It's amazing to me that today as well, hip hop now has crossed over where it's now also affecting the culture back home where I'm from. I just recently had a visit back home, and I came back when I was there visiting, and some young people were talking, and I couldn't believe what came out of their mouth. And I know it's because of the hip hop culture and what they were listening to. They were literally referring to the African Americans with the N-word casually. I stopped them. I said, do you understand that this is unacceptable? But because of what the pop culture says, so they thought it was normal to speak like that. I was mortified, and I had to correct them that please do not speak like this. It is unacceptable. Again, because the music business doesn't care. They now are spreading all over the world, especially now in Africa, where our music for us was for praise and gratitude and celebration. Now it's becoming abusive. It's becoming abusive because you're watching as they're selling these products to them and they're listening, is now becoming what now they think it's okay. So when I went and I was visiting and I heard that, I literally stopped them and corrected. I said, no, we're not going to do that here. This is not what we're about, because you think it's funny or you think that is what you watch, and as you're watching these videos, it is not who we are. So ladies, it is crossing over. And unfortunately, it's about money. At the end of the day, it's not about caring about who we are, that we are fearfully and wonderfully made by God and to be respected and loved and cherished. No, they just want to make money. They don't care who is damaged as this is happening. And but for me, I make sure that even when I go back and I tell my brothers back home and my nephews and nieces that they're not allowed to watch videos like that, because this is not who we are. This is not how we were raised. This is not what our parents taught us. And that we have to stay true to who we are and not listen to those music, because we know it's not edifying. It doesn't add no value to your life. It only denigrates you. And now here you are calling your brothers and sisters that are from America the N-word and thinking it's normal. So it saddened me that that was happening, but that is what's happening today. Again, we have to like you said, that we should make sure that it comes from us, Athena, that we should be the one making that move. We should be the one making that difference in our own homes and making sure that we talk to our children and tell them that no, this is not part of our culture. This is something else. Somebody else is selling this to us and we're buying it. And we were not going to buy it here. I'm hoping that is what we can do, as brothers and sisters in this space, that will make sure that we tell our children that no, this is not our culture. This is not how we're supposed to talk to each other or refer to each other, especially our women. An African woman, oh my goodness, she gave birth to the world. I said, you know how powerful you are. You give birth to the world. And now they're denigrating you with music by your own people, by your own boys and your own men, and think it's okay. It is not okay. It is not okay, because then you're allowing other people to look at you that way.
And what a lot of times what the youth, and we can say people, but mostly youth, don't realize is the verbiage, the language, the lifestyle, the drugs, the oversexualization. A lot of this stuff, the people who are rapping about it, they don't even do that. Some of these people come from 2-parent homes, good homes. They were like the life that they're rapping about, the image that they're portraying, they don't actually do in their real life. We're going to go to this video from Future talking about lean and the fact that he actually doesn't even use it. So let's cue that video.
Future regrets his influence on Juice WRLD, and the reason why will truly shock you. One of the first things that Juice WRLD told Future when they met up to make their 2018 record World on was that Future had influenced him to try lean. Juice WRLD told Vulture.com, that's the first thing I told him. He was just like, wow. He kind of apologized. Future later reacted to this situation in an interview with Rolling Stone magazine, saying, quote, when he told me that, I was like, oh what have I done? It really bothered me. It bothered me a lot. More than I thought it would bother me when he told me that. How many other 6th graders did I influence to drink lean? This really messed me up for a minute. It's all I could think about. Like, damn, what have I done? What have I done to other people? Regardless of his habits, Juice WRLD was one of the best to ever do it. It will be remembered as such.
And so more accountability is definitely needed. More truth is definitely needed. More authenticity is definitely needed. I saw over in the chat, some people were talking about, what about the parents? Why are parents letting them listen to this music? Listen, I'm only gonna speak for myself. I was young once. My mom didn't know what I was listening to. You, as a parent, you can make sure that you listen to all the appropriate things in the car. You can put on, what do they call it? Explicit types of blocks on your child's phones. You can take the TVs at your house. They still got to go to school and their friends is listening to it. They still got to ride the bus and their friends is listening to it. They still see YouTube. Like, it's everywhere. Athena, how has music influenced you growing up? So I think I remember you saying you're 33, so you come from a different era of music than I do. So let's do that. Tell me what you're listening to right now, and then tell me how music has influenced you.
Well, I have a very eclectic musical taste. I am from the Caribbean, so obviously reggae and dancehall is a very big influence from there. I also listen to classical music. I listen to hip hop. I listen to pop. I listen to ratchet music. I'm going to sit here and be honest on the panel. I do like some of the artists that we have in question. I do listen to Cardi B. I do listen to Megan Thee Stallion. But I think the difference for me, though, is it's just entertainment for me. And because I'm not living in that lifestyle or culture, I'm not as, I guess, susceptible to that.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on when you're watching the replay or re-listening to this on Spotify, because Fly Nubian Money is now on Spotify. I am Dr. Lene Javette, and today's conversation is necessary. We're going to be talking about hip hop's damaging influence on Black women. Today's conversation is, of course, sparked by the recent passing of Enchanting. And pardon me while I read this stuff, because I'm not a hip hopper, so I'm unsure. So I'm going to read this, and then I'm going to introduce our queens who are going to be having this conversation today. So we're discussing the complex relationship between Black women and hip hop, addressing themes of hypersexualization, societal pressures, body image, and the influence of drug and alcohol. With the recent passing of rapper Enchanting at just 26 years old, it highlights the challenges that Black women face in the industry. We want to acknowledge her life and music while exploring addiction and some of the horribly toxic things that come as a byproduct of hip hop music. Prior to her death, Enchanting was signed to 1017 Records in 2020 per New York's Hot 97 radio station. She appeared on 3 compilation albums before she left the label in 2023. The rising star reportedly died after being taken off life support at a hospital. In a statement to the Shade Room, a representative from her management team said the 26-year-old was suffering from withdrawals and had overdosed. She came to my house the last 4 days to get clean. She tried her best and did everything, and I did everything I could to help her. She tried, the rep told the outlet. The name of her last mixtape was called Love and Drugs. And so today we're going to be talking again about the damaging influence of Black women in hip hop. I'm joined today by there's 4 of us total, 3 amazing queens. Athena Gardner, she's a CPA and a women's wealth coach. Dr. Alicia Watkins, she's a couples coach, psychotherapist, and college professor, as well as Aisha Verzi, who's a licensed financial services provider. Let's start out with, how does the glamorization of substance abuse and music videos or lyrics affect Black women? Athena, we'll start with you.
Well, I think the glamorization of rappers and the music does affect women. Women as a group, I feel, idolize and look to other women for their style, their sense of being, and really try to emulate images of the celebrities and rappers that they see. So when it comes to the images, the hypersexualization, we often see that trickle down into our youth. I was thinking the other day, I was looking at some of the girls in middle school and high school. And I remember when I was in middle school and high school, and I was just like, oh my gosh, these ladies look so grown. You know, they look so mature, the way they're dressing. And I think that hip hop and the over sexualization of Black women have a lot to do with that. I also feel as though within that, it's almost like, okay, why do we need to have to even emulate that, right? Why do I need to dress like a female rapper all the time? Like, what I would like for us to see as a group is some range, which I feel like on an individual basis we do, but as a collective, I would like to see more range, like lashes just to go to school. Like lashes, I don't even have lashes on right now, you know? So
I don't ever wear lashes. Well, just the ones that God gave me. I don't like looking like Snuffleupagus. That's my own personal opinion. That's just for me. If other people like it, I don't be hating on what other people do. Just for me, I don't wear lashes. Miss Aisha, am I saying your name correctly? Aisha. Okay, perfect. So, how has music influenced your own upbringing? Not necessarily hip hop music today, but we're just talking about how music influences in general. How has music influenced you?
That's a great question, Dr. Janet. It's so nice to be here with all of you. What a privilege. Thank you so much. I'm just really just sitting out here looking at all of you and just overjoyed with just being here. So thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, music, it's amazing how, like we're talking before, music does affect you. It's incredible how the lyrics, even though you might not be thinking about it, it does affect your mood, the way you think, the way you feel about yourself. And growing up back home in Nigeria, I'm from West Africa, Nigeria, music is a huge part of our culture. We sing songs of praise, songs of celebration, and just songs of thanksgiving. But in today's world, it's so different. When I grew up, it was more of something of joy and celebration, and again, praise. And when we do that, we're laughing, we're happy, we're dancing. And it's also edifying. It edifies who you are. It celebrates who you are. It's not denigrating. It's not disrespectful. With today's kind of music, though, is so different. And I also don't listen to those music because I understand how powerful it is when those lyrics, what it does to you. But so grateful that growing up, the kind of music we listen to are the ones that uplift your spirit. Again, when you're celebrating life, you're thanking God, you're celebrating what God has done for you. So there's this joy that is not to disrespect your culture or yourself or others. That is not what we do with music. So that is what music has done for me personally, and I continue to stay on that lane till today.
I agree. Music has always been my go-to. Almost every morning I put my gospel on, so it sets the tone for my day, what I'm listening to. So my mindset is good and it's pure and I'm ready to tackle the day. When I'm frustrated or irritated, I have a playlist I play for that. When I'm feeling like my heart is broken or I want to feel in love, I have love music. So music really does take us different places. And I want to talk about that with you, Dr. Alicia. But before I do, I want to talk to the chat. What are your thoughts on the influence of hip hop on Black women? And if you're a Black man in the chat, we can just make it. What are your thoughts on the influence of hip hop on Black people, right? Our conversation is Black women, but I think it can be broader than that. What do you think about it? And if you have children, do you let your children listen to hip hop today? Dr. Alicia, can you discuss the link between the societal pressures that are amplified by the hip hop culture relative to the music that we're listening to, the risk of substance abuse, over sexualization that's coming through the music? Can you address that?
Thank you, Lene. I mean, it's such a great question. I mean, we know that the glorification of these risky behaviors in hip hop, I mean, that's really what we're talking about. Like, the issue with the substance abuse, I mean, it is promoted as a coping mechanism. And although I happen to teach a class on substance abuse, and 93% of Black women have no substance abuse issue. But, for that 7% that do, it just makes you wonder, like, what's going into some of these, the disconnect between the reality and what you see portrayed in real life. Now, the issue that I have with these images is that this promotion of irresponsible alcohol use coupled with promiscuous behavior, I think has detrimental effects. It's promoting this idea, especially for women in their childbearing years, this risk of fetal alcohol syndrome, which I think is a way more common instance than we know. It poses serious health risk for infants. And so it's not just a matter of individual well-being, it's this public health issue that needs to be addressed. And I think that women need to have access to accurate information and resources to mitigate some of these risks. And I think that this unhealthy promotion can have an effect on youth and people who consume this information. I also think that it just has an impact on your mental health, of course. Some of you all kind of alluded to it, Aisha, and even you, Dr. Lene, about how the music affects your mood. It affects, how you interact with the world. So it's just interesting. My first introduction into like acknowledging the influence of music on your subconscious mind in particular. I want to give a special shout out to Brother Panic. He was my initial teacher in the dynamics of subconscious mind programming, and I took his classes and all of that. And since then, I've been doing my own study on this. And I just think that we are powerful individuals, like all of us. And we create our own world through the subconscious mind. And now that you know this, you can understand how powerful music is in programming ourselves. So listening to what I would consider media-controlled messages, it gets internalized and we start seeing ourselves in this way, and we start acting in ways where we're just running this program. It affects how we see ourselves, how we see other people, and it's played out in our daily world. So it's a simple concept of garbage in and garbage out. You are affected by the images and the messages that you receive. And I really think that the answer is just non-participation. We just need to not participate in it and instead focus our energies on things that help us achieve our God-given goals in this world. And I think if we did that, then, media controlled, and I think the industry is contingent on attention, paying attention to it, consumer driven images. If we just stop participate on it and start focusing on things that, give us life, things that are positive, that is a way for us to kind of address some of these issues.
I think that everyone so far has done a great job in hitting on on various things, right? So again, our topic today is hip hop's damaging influence on Black women. I think that it is the drugs. I think that it is over-sexualization. I think that it is the body image, the image of the body, right? We're seeing a lot of the surgeries that are being done. So there's the self-image. There is just various stereotypes that are being played out through the media, through the music. And then there is the desensitizing that's happening through the music, because we're saying things, we're speaking certain lyrics because it has a good beat. Molly Percocet, we're just singing it, we're talking about it. And people don't realize that what they're saying is registering, because we know that you have the power of life and death in your tongue. So when you speak things, whether you're affirming or not affirming, that's resonating in your aura. So music has a way of desensitizing us, where the word bitch becomes cool to say. We call our friends, our sister girlfriends bitch because it's desensitized. They say it in the music. Going to get BBLs, it's natural now because somebody else has it. This person got it, so I need to have it too. Media, music, messaging, marketing comes to us through those things, and it happens to Black women, and it's happening to our youth because our youth have access to social media at a much younger age, so they're seeing it, and it happens to the best of us. Can we play that clip? The clip with Nicki Minaj talking about how and or why she got her BBL.
Or and remember, social media was just beginning when I started. So I was like everybody. I was a lot of people's guinea pig. I was one of the first people to be shitted on the internet, on social media, like non-fucking stop. Every day I would go on, and it was some new story, made up story, or bad picture, or it wasn't acceptable to have surgery at all or anything, even though, and at that time I had never had surgery. I had ass shots, which till this day I realize even what I did, and even with me not consulting with anyone to do something like that, how insane that was. Like, it's not that you go to a doctor, a professional person. No, it's some random person.
Yeah, shorty in the Bronx.
Comes in. I was in Atlanta at the time. And actually what happened was I kept on being around Wayne and them. And at that time, you know, Wayne, he always talking about big booties and all. Wayne would have like a new chick in the studio every session. So it was always a new big booty.
Creative support. That's what I like to call it.
A new big booty there.
A muse.
Right. Actually, yes. Actually, it was. They were his muses.
You like to look to the side and see something with some ass sitting there while you're trying to come up with a line.
That's right. And
so, how can we address the pressure to portray a certain image and encourage healthy coping mechanisms? What do you think, Athena?
Well, I think we really need to take a look at ourselves, because what's going to happen is this is an industry that makes a lot of money and is not going to change their business model to accommodate taste that is not going to be profitable. And we need to take a look at ourselves, right? Because if we're waiting on the industry to change for us to make these changes, to tune out these images, then it's just not going to happen. We need to change first, so then the companies and the corporations will adjust, because they will adjust to what is profitable. I would love for hip hop and Black women to get to the level of an Adele or Taylor Swift, where they could keep all their clothes on, do their talent, and go home. But unfortunately, there is a pressure to conform. Now, the solution would be on your individual level of wanting to curate the image that you want to present in the world and be respectable. But to be honest with you, we have other options of role models in the industry, like Rhapsody, or people who are fully clothed, have positive lyrics, right? Versus, I guess, would be the Cardi B's and the Megan Thee Stallion. So I think a lot of this is also a reflection of ourselves and our human nature and what we are paying into, because, to be frank, the corporations are just going to put money behind whatever is profitable. And if you're looking at Rhapsody's albums and mixtapes versus a Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion mixtape sales and pushing that image, you can see why they're choosing to do that.
I definitely personally feel and believe that it's a setup. I cannot think of any other genre of music that is as negative, derogatory, over-sexualized, blatantly disrespectful than hip hop music. It's not in country, it's not in pop, it's not in rock. Hip hop is the only music genre that is uber super disrespectful. Dr. Alicia, I'm looking for my question. In what ways does the portrayal of Black women in the music industry affect mental health? I have to believe us listening to these lyrics, watching this play out in videos, affects us mentally.
It's oppressive. It's oppressive to see yourself in this limited way. And it's so staggering and so pervasive. There's no range of images that you see in terms of women in hip hop. And it did not used to be this way. I mean, I am so fortunate enough to be there during the birth of hip hop. It was positive. It was Afrocentric. It was, it was something that was uplifting. It told a story about what was going on around us. It was really our voice to authentically talk about what was happening here. And since this is before hip hop became controlled, right? This was just pure coming out of a very unique setting for Black people to tell their story. Now it is so ultrally controlled that all you see is Black women, and not even just in hip hop. I'm talking about Black women in media. All you see is very limiting views of yourself. And yes, I mean, just think about just think about what Nicki Minaj just said. If you remember Nicki Minaj when she first came out, she was not over sexualized. Her lyrics and stuff, she was kind of straight. She had that weird hair. Her hair was colored in a certain way. You know, she looked really authentic. And then all of a sudden she comes out with this album. I'm like, who is this lady? This is not how she originally presented herself. So that tells you that she had a hard conversation with somebody. Clearly she did, where she had to change who and what she is in order to be successful. It's oppressive. And yes, it has an effect on your mental health. I mean, listen to what she said. She don't sound empowered in that conversation with that man. She didn't sound like she was being authentically herself. She didn't sound as if she was actually putting out music that was congruent to how she felt inside. It sounded oppressive. It sounded misogynistic. Some of the things that she was around. And, you know, artists are very sensitive people. I don't know if you know who I went to performing arts school, and I'm in this kind of art world, but it's entertainers are very sensitive, and they can be, you know, they feel so much of their worth is tied to the attention, the recognition to people have, because it's so personal to them. And I can't imagine not being your authentic self, putting something out that you know is not congruent with who you are, and then getting accolades for that, for being inauthentic, for being what someone has told you to be, therefore you can be successful. I can't imagine how terrible that feels, not only for us to see ourselves in that way, but for these artists and what they actually go through. Yes, it has an effect on your mental health. I mean, just think about putting your self-worth on how you look. So that means that you're going to be happy if someone compliments you, not on who you are as a person. Oh, you're a very great person. You're a genuine person. Yes. No, they're going to compliment you on these superficial things. And knowing how empty you might feel inside, because you're like, you know what? The world doesn't see who and what I am authentically. And I get the pressure. It's a very dynamic situation. The entertainment industry is, you know, a business, and you have to be savvy in how you operate in this business. But the impact that it has on your mental health in the end, just the depression that can come with being constrained, you know, the anxiety that you feel because a bad picture of you, or people, what Nicki Minaj talked about, the negative comments that she got online. That is really a real thing that happened to her. You know, in all of these things, how can you feel good about yourself and feel sound and know that you are living your life's purpose when you have all of these constraints?
Erykah Badu said it best. She says, I'm an artist and I'm sensitive about my shit. And that's the truth, right? I think any artist, I'm an entrepreneur, and I can say the same thing. Whenever you are sharing your world or your art with somebody, it can be sensitive, right? You also talked about early music. I'm going to reset. I'm in a hot second, but you also talked about early music, and it was very different. It was very positive. It was uplifting. Danette Mitchell says, when I was growing up, we had ratchet music. However, in the Black community, we kept it underground and elevated positive music. This is when we owned our own radio stations and music stores. I can remember listening to a Tupac who's going to give you a little bit of ratchet, but give you something to think about. Dear Mama or Brenda Had a Baby, KRS-One. So you have a nice mix. Today's music, it's all pop that P, look at my P, suck this, bitch that. Like, there's no love music, there's no community. Like, I think it affects our relationships. I think it affects how men and women relate to each other, talk to each other. I think it affects our relationships, our ability to communicate, our ability to love. Music is so powerful and influential. much like this conversation that we're having today about hip hop's damaging influence on Black women, right here on Fly Nubian Money, which we do every Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. Eastern. You can catch us here. And you can also get notified when we're live if you text the word Queens, Queens, to 87948. Again, that's 87948. You can also catch us on Spotify by searching Fly Nubian Money to take us on the go with you. Aisha, I want to come back and talk to you. Given your Nigerian background, can you share some cultural differences between the music scenes in Nigeria and the United States, particularly regarding what's allowed to be discussed on the airwaves and how it influences societal values? That was a mouthful. You might be a mute.
Sorry about that. That's such a great question. And just listening to Dr. Alicia talking about the mental, how it affects us mentally. And what you also just said, Dr. Linnea, about, the way it affects you and how it makes you feel. It's amazing to me that today as well, hip hop now has crossed over where it's now also affecting the culture back home where I'm from. I just recently had a visit back home, and I came back when I was there visiting, and some young people were talking, and I couldn't believe what came out of their mouth. And I know it's because of the hip hop culture and what they were listening to. They were literally referring to the African Americans with the N-word casually. I stopped them. I said, "Do you understand that this is unacceptable?" But because of what the pop culture says, so they thought it was normal to speak like that. I was mortified, and I had to correct them that please do not speak like this. It is unacceptable. Again, because the music business doesn't care. They now are spreading all over the world, especially now in Africa, where our music for us was for praise and gratitude and celebration. Now it's becoming abusive. It's becoming abusive because you're watching as they're selling these products to them and they're listening. Is now becoming what now they think it's okay. So when I went and I was visiting and I heard that, I literally stopped them and corrected. I said, "No, we're not going to do that here. This is not what we're about, because you think it's funny or you think that is what you watch, and as you're watching these videos, it is not who we are." So ladies, it is crossing over. And unfortunately, it's about money. At the end of the day, it's not about caring about who we are, that we are fearfully and wonderfully made by God and to be respected and loved and cherished. No, they just want to make money. They don't care who is damaged as this is happening. And but for me, I make sure that even when I go back and I tell my brothers back home and my nephews and nieces that they're not allowed to watch videos like that. Because this is not who we are. This is not how we were raised. This is not what our parents taught us. And that we have to stay true to who we are and not listen to those music, because we know it's not edifying. It doesn't add no value to your life. It only denigrates you. And now here you are calling your brothers and sisters that are from America the N-word and thinking it's normal. So it saddened me that was happening, but that is what's happening today. Again, we have to like you said, that we should make sure that it comes from us, Athena, that we should be the one making that move. We should be the one making that difference in our own homes and making sure that we talk to our children and tell them that no, this is not part of our culture. This is something else. Somebody else is selling this to us and we're buying it. And we were not going to buy it here. I'm hoping that is what we can do, as brothers and sisters in this space, that will make sure that we tell our children that no, this is not our culture. This is not how we're supposed to talk to each other or refer to each other, especially our women. An African woman, oh my goodness, she gave birth to the world. I said, you know how powerful you are. You give birth to the world. And now they're denigrating you with music by your own people, by your own boys and your own men, and think it's okay. It is not okay. It is not okay, because then you're allowing other people to look at you that way.
And what a lot of times what the youth and we can say people, but mostly youth don't realize is the verbiage, the language, the lifestyle, the drugs, the oversexualization. A lot of this stuff, the people who are rapping about it, they don't even do that. Some of these people come from 2-parent homes, good homes. They were like the life that they're rapping about, the image that they're portraying, they don't actually do in their real life. We're going to go to this video from Future talking about lean and the fact that he actually doesn't even use it. So let's cue that video.
Future regrets his influence on Juice WRLD, and the reason why will truly shock you. One of the first things that Juice WRLD told Future when they met up to make their 2018 record World on was that Future had influenced him to try lean. Juice WRLD told Vulture.com, "That's the first thing I told him." He was just like, wow. He kind of apologized. Future later reacted to this situation in an interview with Rolling Stone magazine, saying, quote, "When he told me that, I was like, oh what have I done? It really bothered me. It bothered me a lot. More than I thought it would bother me when he told me that. How many other 6th graders did I influence to drink lean? This really messed me up for a minute. It's all I could think about. Like, damn, what have I done? What have I done to other people?" Regardless of his habits, Juice WRLD was one of the best to ever do it. It will be remembered as such.
And so more accountability is definitely needed. More truth is definitely needed. More authenticity is definitely needed. I saw over in the chat, some people were talking about, what about the parents? Why are parents letting them listen to this music? Listen, I'm only gonna speak for myself. I was young once. My mom didn't know what I was listening to. You, as a parent, you can make sure that you listen to all the appropriate things in the car. You can put on, what do they call it? Explicit types of blocks on your child's phones. You can take the TVs out your house. They still got to go to school and their friends is listening to it. They still got to ride the bus and their friends is listening to it. They still see YouTube. Like, it's everywhere. Athena, how has music influenced you growing up? So I think I remember you saying you're 33. So you come from a different era of music than I do. So let's do that. Tell me what you're listening to right now, and then tell me how music has influenced you.
Well, I have a very eclectic musical taste. I am from the Caribbean, so obviously reggae and dancehall is a very big influence from there. I also listen to classical music. I listen to hip hop. I listen to pop. I listen to ratchet music. I'm going to sit here and be honest on the panel. I do like some of the artists that we have in question. I do listen to Cardi B. I do listen to Megan Thee Stallion. But I think the difference for me, though, is it's just entertainment for me. And because I'm not living in that lifestyle or culture, I'm not as, I guess, susceptible to that. I think what happens, especially with children, or depending on the environment, if your environment is conducive already to poverty, to drugs, to baby mama, baby daddy culture, the things that the music is promoting, I think it makes you more susceptible to fall into the influence and the trappings of the music more so than if you're not. That's just not what my lifestyle or upbringing was about. This music, what I will say is I've definitely seen a stark negative contrast to what we're listening to now. Even though I cherry pick which songs I listen to, I remember I was listening to a Sexy Red song and I was like, wow, are we really getting that descriptive, like sexually and body parts and all of that? Are we really going to that level to talk about, you know, buttholes and different kind of diseases and, you know, not caring about love or anything? I just want the D and that type of stuff. So yeah, I think it's getting worse. I don't think, and to me, there's a difference between artists' creativity and you just trying to be like as nasty and violent and raunchy as possible. What I do like about Megan Thee Stallion is that even though her lyrics, depending on what you listen to, might be questionable as well, there is an artistry there, there's a rhyme scheme there's a flow, there's wordplay there. I can appreciate that versus it really looks like with some of the artists, Sukihana, you're just picking somebody off the street that can a lot of these artists aren't even writing their own lyrics. It's a whole other thing as well. You're just picking somebody off the street, putting them half naked, and be like, all right, rap this and like package that product to us.
Thank you so much for that. If you're just tuning in, this is Fly Nubian Money. You can catch us Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. Eastern. If you text the word Queens, QUENS, to 87948, you can also get notified so that you know when we go live every Monday through Friday, 1:00. If you miss us live, you can also catch us on Spotify. Make sure that you search for the word Fly Nubian Money and you can find us there. You can also get free resources, courses, and more if you go to the link down there, flynubianmoney.com. Thank you so much to everybody who is here. Thank you to my queens on the panel and those of you over in the chat. If you have any questions or you would like our opinion on anything, this is the time to throw it over in the chat and we will try to get to your questions. Aisha, you actually brought up a good topic when you were talking about how the American music, if you will, is spreading over into the continent. We see a trend where women are influenced by hip hop, often referring to themselves with negative and or derogatory claims. You said you're starting to hear the N-word, you're starting to hear different things. Were these types of conversations, wordplay, usage over in that area before hip hop music, or would you say American hip hop music has influenced that change?
Definitely, the culture has influenced that change. That was something that I was never privy to growing up back home. As a matter of fact, a lot of the words that they use are foreign to me. I was like, what does that mean again? I have to actually find out what it means because that is not kind of language we use back home. And we still don't. Anyway, my part of where I'm from, but the youth are the ones that are now using that. The older people my age, we don't talk like that, or we don't even know what those things mean or those words mean, because we were not raised that way. And the reason those words, I think, are not becoming mainstream again is because definitely pop music, the music that we have from here, some of the young ones that come to school here, they study here, they go back home, they take it with them, and then now watching it from YouTube or going online, they can have easy access to it, and then they watch it over and over again because the beats are beautiful. Because as Afro people, we have such incredible talent when it comes to music and the beat, but the question is the words that we use. We never spoke those kind of words before. The word with the N-word, I learned about it when I came to the United States many years ago. But of course, now that I'm here for many years, now I hear it more often. So it saddens me that before it was very rare, but now it's becoming mainstream back home. It's like, wow, this is unacceptable. And do you know that as we were driving, when I was back home visiting just a few months ago, there was a bus that drove by as we were driving, and literally the company name was with the N-word spelled Nigga. I said, do they know what that means? Do they understand what it means? But I think because they think it means something good, something positive, because that is how they understand it back there, thinking we live in such a flashy life, it's fun. The only part that you will never see is the part that is derogatory, meaning the showing your body and your parts. That is not allowed. They will not allow you to show that. In the northern part of Nigeria, you can see that common, like showing body parts naked. You're not allowed to do that. They will not allow that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they might do that because they're a little bit more, we'll say, traveled. They're more well-traveled. But in my part, they will not show that. You have to see that underground. Like one of the comment was made, that you do that underground. We know these things happen. We understand it, but it is not allowed to be mainstream. So when I saw that bus pass by, and I know it's because they don't understand the ramification or the weightiness of what that meant, because they thought when they see the pop music that it's normal. I think that's what the way they like to live their life. They're happy, they're enjoying themselves, not knowing that, no, for us, it's an insult. Let's not use those words or put it on our buses to say that's our company's name. So really, it's truly becoming a problem. When I went, I was like, wow, this is interesting. This is not what we're used to. But I'm grateful, though, in that we don't have it on mainstream media back home, where you can watch them showing casually girls doing things that are inappropriate or too overly sexualized. That is not acceptable. Up till today, that is not something you can see if you go back home and watch TV. Not acceptable. So I'm grateful that we still have that.
I wish we had that here. Dr. Alicia, so I'm going to make sure I set myself up for this question right. So it says, are there cultural stigmas within the Black community that might make it acceptable for what we're seeing and hearing? Because a lot of times when we're watching content or we're listening to songs or music, RJ, I am going to get to your question. I just want to ask Alicia this question. I'm going to come to your question right next. We're watching, we're listening, we're hearing. And then when we have a conversation like this, sometimes you hear somebody say, let people do what they want to do. The younger generation used to do it. The N word is R word. It's okay if I want to call somebody B. Are those cultural stigmas in our community that make those things okay? Like, why do we do that? Why do we say it's okay? It's not a big deal. If that's what they want to do, that's the younger generation. We listen to Luke. Like, why do we do that? Or what is that?
Okay, yeah. Let me put a pin in that question real quick, because that video with Future, I mean, he felt really guilty. I want to comment on that because he really felt guilty, and I wonder what he's doing about it. Like, when you realize and you look back at your behavior and you see how someone lost their life because of how powerful you are in influencing other people, what is Future doing right now to change that? Like, that's my question. That's my challenge to all of us. Like, we are powerful people and we have an impact on the people around us. And in a lot of ways, in a macro level, these artists have a huge influence on the public. So now that you know this, now that Future know this and other artists know this, like, what are they doing? Like, I challenge all of us, including these artists, to really think about what to do with that guilt, because feeling guilty is appropriate. That makes sense. But to get over feeling guilty is to right the wrong. So my question is, what are you going to do about that? So I love that clip right there, because he was really, you could see the guilt in his face. Also, Athena, I agree with you. Yeah, these songs are so catchy. The music and the beats and all of that, it's like you can really get down. Like, there's a lot of artistry that comes into hip hop music. It's creative. It's something you have never heard before. But if you stop and listen to the lyrics that's behind the really great beats and the musical part of it, you start realizing, oh my goodness, how could you not be affected by these lyrics? And when you stop and think about it, then you can have a nice conversation about how it has an effect on you, which really leads into Dr. Lene, your question is that and also the question from RJ. I see his question in there. Like, with my children, I'm realistic. I understand that I cannot cut them off from society, right? I can put limits on what the type of information they consume, but I am realistic in knowing that I can't stop them from listening to it. So if I see my children, any one of my children, listening to lyrics that is incongruent with our values, I have a conversation with them about it. I say, what do you think about what that person just said? And I'll stop. It's a teachable moment for me and for them to be able to say, okay, what do you think about that? Like, tell me what you think. And if parents have that conversation with our children, that's how you fight it, because it's not going to have an impact on your subconscious mind if you are consciously, on a conscious level, thinking about your thinking, thinking about what's coming into you. And if you have a conversation with teenagers and all consumers of this music, they will tell you, they will say, I think that's really terrible. Good grief, I can't believe this person treats themselves that way. If anything, as parents, raising the question, this video that we're doing right here on YouTube, it's just raising awareness of these concepts. Have a conversation with other people. What do you think about this? Is this who and what we are? Have you noticed that our images are controlled and seen and very derogatory? What do you think about the misogynistic perspective in the lyrics of music, all rap music. I have yet to see a lot of it that's promoted in media. You know, the lyrics of those music, it's hatred toward women. I mean, it really is. And internalized misogyny is what we see a lot of rap artists, female rap artists, just have this sort of hatred that you are just this one note. And having these types of conversations is how we combat all of this cultural stigma that you're talking about.
Great. Thank you so much. RJ, so RJ's question was, my question is, do you think younger folks in my generation should be encouraged to listen to music that my parents were raised on? Absolutely. Yes. I think that there is something in passing down music from generation to generation. One, you don't lose, right? If I talk to somebody right now and be like, who is Luther Vandross? They won't know. Like, y'all don't know who Luther Vandross is? Y'all know who the five, like, have you watched the 5 Heartbeats? Like what do you understand about music? The other thing is they're listening to this music today and they don't even know that they're remakes. Like they're what do they call? What is it called when they samples? They're samples. Yes, they're sampling old music. So this song that you're grooving to that you think is the stuff, that's from like 10, 15, 20 years ago. So to have a good understanding of music, but also old music is old music. You can learn something. You're going to hear something different. You're going to feel something. So yes, I do think that. And then the other question from Danette, how do we fight against negative rap music as a community without being accused of practicing censorship or stifling an artist's creativity or messing with someone's money? Athena, how would you like to answer that question?
How do we fight against negative rap music as a community without being practiced or messing with someone's money? Listen, money is going to go where it finds value and where money is a reflection of people and their values. So we can't control messing with somebody's money. What we can control is, as a people, what we decide to do. There are artists, R&B artists, rap artists, hip hop artists that push a positive message, that have positivity, that does not get as much shine. I know when I was attending A, B, and C, D1 was an artist that was there and that is doing a lot of positive things. Rhapsody is another artist that is doing a lot. So it really is a reflection of us as a people. And that's why I said we have to take accountability for what we indulge in and promote when. So if we were to say as a group, you know what? We are only going to support artists that have positive messages and images. We are only going to support artists that reflect certain music, and we're going to put our streaming time and our dollars behind that. Guess what these record companies would do? They would switch it up real quick. They would switch it up so fast. You'd be like, how did they even do that? Right? Now, every once in a while, artists will break through on creativity. So I'm even thinking of an artist like Missy Elliott. Such a huge Missy fan. I'm going to see her on tour next month, by the way. So I'm really excited about that. Busta Rhymes, okay? And not to say that they didn't have content that was salacious, because Get Your Freak On is definitely salacious. 1 Minute Man is definitely salacious, but it was not on the level of the, intense, graphic, sexual nature that we have now. What I do miss about hip hop is more so when what things were implied or innuendo. So even if you liked a song, unless you were of that age or you knew what that was, it kind of went over your head. Like some of the songs I listened to from back in the day. So like I was listening to Mariah Carey's Honey. If you listen to the lyrics, I'm like, oh my God, this song is totally about X, Y, and Z. But I didn't know because I was a child, but maybe it was good that it was innuendo. So the adults knew what it was, but the kids didn't. So I think we need to merge back to that. And I think we need to put our focus and attention on artists that we support as a community. But like I said, this issue is a community issue, and we have a hard time galvanizing behind anything. So until we galvanize in that way, we'll continue to be oppressed.
I like that. Aisha, what music are you listening to today? What kind of music do you listen to?
I listen to spiritual music.
Okay. What kind of music? Do you have children?
Yes, I do.
What kind of music do your children listen to? Do you let them listen to hip hop? Do they listen to hip hop?
No, I don't let them listen to hip hop music. My son does listen to rap. He likes Kendrick Lamar and some of the artists in that genre. So but I talked to him about it. We talk about it. I said, so what kind of lyrics are you listening to? What are the words? And sometimes he'll laugh about it and tell me, yeah, this is, but I say, well, I hope that you understand that music does affect you. So be careful what you listen to. But I'm like Dr. Alicia. I know that they will be exposed at school. I am very realistic about it. It's just to have that conversation consistently about that. But in my house, I listen to Christian music, and they didn't make fun of me. Oh Jesus, because they make fun of me all the time, but that's okay. But they understand that that's important to me. That I value what I listen to, and they pick it up. As they listen at home, they're hearing that the word of God is important. And as you're listening, because I say we are in this world, but not of this world. As you listen to this, it's going to happen, but know also who you are and what you're about. So that way you have that balance. So you're not off. But for me personally, I listen to, really spiritual music. That's what I love. I used to love country music and the old hip hop, Luther Vandross and all those people, Michael Jackson. But now that I'm older, it's just Christian music that I listen to and allow them to listen to their music. My daughter, on the other hand, doesn't listen to any music. She's 12 years old. She doesn't have no iPhone, none of that. She doesn't listen to any music. She just does her little young girl stuff, and that's it. She doesn't know any of these artists. She doesn't know any of them because we just don't listen to those artists here. So that's I think I'm listening to right now.
It's almost, and we're almost in a place where you can't listen to music, but we know you're not going to listen to music. We know you're going to listen to music. We know you're going to go out and enjoy yourself. We know there's going to be a variety of different musics. And we know that as parents, we have some level of control over the music that they listen to for a small period of time, because they will eventually not be under our rules, not be under our house, and they will listen to the music. They will see the videos. They will see the BBLs. They will hear about the drugs. They will see it. It will be pushed down their throat. It's inevitable, right? Dr. Alicia, what would you say to do, or what advice would you give to someone, whether they're a young person or an adult, who does not want the trauma of the music, of the visuals, of the words, of the negativity, of the misogyny? How do we operate and live and function in a world where it's just around us everywhere we go?
Yeah, I'm not certain about the trauma of listening to that music, but I do think that I think energy goes where your attention is. And I think that you just get in tune with who and what you are. You didn't ask me what kind of music I like. I enjoy like medicine. I listen to a lot of medicine music because I like to spend times with Native and indigenous populations because I think they got it right. And I incorporate that into my life. Like everything around me has a symbolic meaning of something that I want to cultivate in myself and bring out into the open. I mean, I do believe that all of us are gods. We're all gods. We all create. All of us, especially women, are the wonderful creators, and we can plant the seed on how we want to. We can plant the seeds in our life today about how we want our world to be. And you have to make an agreement, with yourself. So you make an agreement that, you're going to surround yourself with things and ideas that reflects who and what you are. And, I think that we have to keep those things in mind because it works. It can't not work because we know it works. If it didn't work, there wouldn't be so much attention placed on controlling the minds of Black people. You don't have to really care. Who cares about what we do as long as they control these images about how we are seen? These images are seen. We got to keep in mind, this is an election year too. How many hip hop artists do you think they're going to lean on to come out and tell us who to vote for and who not to vote for? I mean, we know that it's powerful and the music is powerful. I mean, think about like Bob Marley. Remember when Bob Marley got all into political things? I mean, he was dangerous because he had the eyes of the masses and the ears of the masses, and he used his platform to talk about social issues. I mean, there's such beauty and such comfort in music. I mean, even in the civil rights era, music was so important in captivating and catching the feelings of what everybody was going through. So it is extremely powerful. And we have to understand how powerful that is and just use your brain. I mean, have some critical thinking skills. I mean, we have in this video laid out the formula. We have laid out the theories. So now you can listen to this and go on without your life and see how the data fits what we've talked about today, how these images are the controlling images of Black men and Black women. I mean, the stereotypes of Black men is also portrayed in this. And I don't know what that feels like for men. We don't have any men here, but maybe they could, weigh in on this. How does it feel for them to be able to see themselves this way? I know how it feels to see my husband and my son portrayed in this way that has nothing to do with who and what they really are. So, I mean, I don't even know if that answers your question, but that's kind of what I had on my heart to talk about, about how we can take control. I mean, the thing is that so many of us I get it. I totally get it. We got to get up. We got to go to work every day. We got life things, adulting things happening in our life. How much time do we have to stop and to think and to reflect? Not very much. And maybe that's the rat race of it all. Like, we're trying to put food on the table and we're living, all of us are living our lives and have issues that we have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. We don't have time to sit and protest, what's going on with us. But, I think we owe it to ourselves to give ourselves self-care and to really stop and think at some point to focus on what we want in our lives. And it's right there in our grasp. We can do and become anything that we want to do and become. So,
all right. So I'm going to go back to this comment from Sela Saint, and it says, "You can't call yourself." Actually, I'm going to read a couple of them. Let's be clear: hip hop is a whole counterculture. Rap is the derivative, commercialized musical genre people are complaining about. But the distinction between hip hop music and rap needs to be made.
So true.
You can't call yourself Fly and demonize hip hop as a whole at the same time. It's very hypocritical when the word fly came from hip hop culture. So let me just address that.
Right.
First of all, nothing is ever demonized. We're not demonizing hip hop culture, the hip hop culture or rap. We're saying be accountable, be responsible for what you're saying and what you're doing as an industry, because it matters, right? It counts. If you're talking about Molly Percocets and you're making it a glamorized thing and you're then turning around and feeding that to the Black community, that's not what hip hop means. That's not what it started as. That's what hip hop started as and what it meant when it started before it became commercialized has changed. And what it has turned into is not acceptable. So it's not demonizing, it's holding accountable, which for some reason Black people have a hard time doing. When something is wrong, we need to say that this is wrong. We need to say, treat us better. We need to say, make better music for our children, or we need to take our dollars and go spend money somewhere else. So demonizing, holding somebody accountable is not demonizing. It's saying, I see you, respect us, respect the culture, respect Black people. Okay, so just wanted to be clear on that. We have 2 minutes, so we're going to make this really, really quick. We're going to go around the room very quickly, tell people where they can find you, how they can support you, and then we're going to go ahead and get out of here. We'll start with you, Aisha.
Thank you, Dr. Lene. You can reach me at aisha@rverzi.com. That's my name, Aisha @Verzi.com. Or I'm also on IG at Aisha Verzi, one word, GFI, which is Global Financial Impact. That's my where you can reach me. Thank you.
Awesome. What about you, Dr. Alicia?
Oh, okay, I'm unmuted. Okay. Hey everybody. My name is Dr. Alicia. If you're ready to take control of your life, you can reach out to me, make some changes in your life. You can contact me at coachingwithdralicia.com. I work with couples. I also work with individuals and families. You can fill out my intake and I will reach out to you. If you want to follow me on social media, the best platform is Instagram at Coaching with Dr. Alicia.
Great job. And last but not least, Miss Athena Gardner.
Hi, everyone. It was so lovely to contribute to this discussion today about hip hop. My name is Athena Gardner. I'm a CPA and women's wealth coach. I help women level up financially. If you're a woman and you're interested in doing that, you can find me at wewealthwomen.com, on all social media at wewealthwomen, and listen to me on the We Wealth Women podcast on Apple, Spotify, and iHeart.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us today. I am Dr. Lene Javette. I am a monetization strategist as well as a business coach. I help Black service-based entrepreneurs who package and sell their expertise to brand their brilliance and triple their revenue. This is Fly Nubian Money. I'm going to say it again, Fly Nubian Money. And you can catch us at flynubianmoney.com if you are interested in getting some free financial resources, courses, or other things that are over there. If you want to be notified when we are online live every Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. Eastern, you can text the word Queens, Queens, to 87948, and you will be notified when we are live. You can also go to Spotify and search for Fly Nubian Money if you would like to listen to us on the go. Today has been a great day. We always appreciate you guys for tuning in, giving us your feedback. And you know what? Today I'm going to give a special shout out to our producers that do the stuff on the back end, that bring up the slides and make sure that your questions come up on the screen. So we want to give a shout out to our actual production team as well. But again, thank you so much for tuning in on today. We will see you guys tomorrow. Remember to stay blessed, be Black, and be one. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Demons through life and how you can work through these things. Remember when I was mentioning to you all that undiagnosed, untreated trauma is, in my view, the greatest impediment to Black wealth, because to build economies, you need trust, and traumatized people traumatized people cannot trust very well. Traumatized people also can't even trust themselves. They don't come through for themselves as well as they could otherwise, because when you have all these extra emotions you're carrying around, this extra baggage, it really makes it difficult for you to reach your fullest potential and become the person that you're supposed to be. So this is one of the reasons why I think even with our kids, we want to work very, very hard to help them shape their identities and at an early age, so that they don't have these impediments that keep them from becoming their very best selves, right? So I personally think even things like racism, I know that racism in Kentucky, growing up as a Black kid in Kentucky, really sort of gave me a weird inferiority complex that I was constantly fighting, where I would be shadow boxing. I'd be fighting battles that didn't even exist, because I was so traumatized by this idea that I was going to be treated differently just because I was Black, and I know that even as I got older, there would be situations I would walk into where I didn't feel comfortable, or I was dealing with all these excess emotions that kind of blocked me from being able to really just do my thing and to react to things in the right way, in a measured way. It's like when I was teaching at Syracuse University, I remember dealing with white kids, and it sometimes conflicts would emerge because maybe I'd get offended by something somebody said or whatever, instead of me just dealing with the issue. Now, I think that we might have, speaking of dealing with the issue, are we back? Do we have audio?
Yes, I have audio. I figured it out.
Okay, great. All right, very awesome, very awesome. All right, so babe, why don't you tell them who you are, what you do? I assume most of you all know this is my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, and I'm going to mention this really quickly. My wife is not just a therapist. She is a therapist that trains other therapists, so she's really good at what she does. Also, she is, and I got to give props to the Black woman next to me. I hope that's okay. She is one of the few, a very small percentage of PhDs. First of all, only less than 1% of the population has a PhD, and that percentage is even lower when you talk about people that look like us. But then even beyond that, a small percentage of PhDs become full professors at a university, right? So she's really rare in her field. She's one of the best around. I watch her every day in terms of the fact that she listens to therapy trainings just for fun. I've seen her read books hundreds of pages long on the subconscious mind. So she's really a great partner in terms of being able to understand what's really happening with our mindset and our money. So with me saying all that, babe, why don't you tell them
Look
who
at
you are, what
you.
you do, and everything else? Because I have to lay it out there. I want to lay it out there because I don't want people, because there are a lot of people on the internet who sound good but don't know what the hell they're talking about. And I know you put in 20 years of work, 30 years of work into this stuff, right? So to me, I think there's a difference between somebody who has been studying something for 20 or 30 years versus somebody who just got up one morning and decided to start a podcast, and so because it really can cause you, it makes the difference between getting good information and bad information, or scientifically proven information, versus just something that came off somebody's hip. So anyway, I'll let you go ahead and take over from here. Why don't you tell them about what you do and everything else?
Yeah, my name is Dr. Alicia, and I am a social worker. I like to present myself as a social worker first because that's my background in my training, and I work as a professor in the Department of Social Work at a a nice institution. So that's what I do. I do train other adults who want to change their career and become a social worker, many of them, and I also do a lot of supervision for individuals who want to get their license. So I'm a licensed therapist, and so I help sign off on other individuals who have completed their degree and they also want to become a therapist, a licensed therapist as well. So that's some of the things that I do. And I also have my own private practice, and I do a lot of work, particularly with a lot of your students' voice, but also some other people as well. So I work with families, I work with couples, I work with individuals who have these demons attached to them. I love this whole, what is it? You said financial demons
Yeah,
that you're
financial
going to talk
demons.
about today?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
So,
yeah. Go ahead,
mhm.
please. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think I love that whole concept. And, I'm not going to say demon in my practice, but I mean, that's essentially what we're doing. How do you get rid of demons? Like, what is it? The exorcist? I
Mhm.
should be like the priest and the exorcist to get rid of the demons inside of you. So, I love
Yeah,
that. I love that whole
yeah. Well,
concept.
yeah. Well, let me lay this out. I don't think I've never seen that term financial demons used in any other setting in any textbook or anything. But but that's the goal of the Black Business School and our financial therapy department is we're not here to just simply replicate what's already been studied. We want to go deeper. We want, we're the black wealth, the black wealth surgeons, of America, in the sense that, to solve a serious problem like the racial wealth gap, you really need to do that surgery. You need to do that specialist focal, a very, very deep focused specialization that's going to allow you to figure out from a nuanced fashion, like what's really happening here, right? So the term financial demons is basically something, or you can call them money demons, either one, whatever you want to call them. It basically comes from any fears or anxieties or negative beliefs about money that can really undermine and sabotage your financial thinking. Now, I want you guys to give me a yes or no. Would you say that there are money demons in the Black community? Do you think that there are fears when it comes to money that plague us, anxieties, just stress that comes when it comes to money? Are there negative beliefs that hold us back? And also, the thing about these psychological barriers is that they might come from past experiences. I want you to think about the past experiences that you've had or that you've seen other people have that may affect their decisions when it comes to money. Social pressures like keeping up with the Joneses, following whatever you saw them do on BET, ingrained beliefs. Do you think that there are any money demons that relate to ingrained beliefs, maybe cultural baggage or social norms or generational curses that relate to money that keep us broke, that keep us struggling? And the thing is that here's the thing about a money demon. A money demon, it can show itself in the form of stress, poor financial decisions, or maybe even avoidance of financial responsibility, right? For example, maybe the guy who would love to get married and have children, but he doesn't because he's afraid that he cannot provide for anybody other than himself. Hey, give me a guess if you've seen that before, right? So I want to kind of dig in what's in just a point of confession. I know my wife she always goes too deep into stuff like that. So I don't want you talking about me, but I'm a confess a financial demon I had about marriage. When I was 28, I met a nice lady who was older than me, who was financially secure, and I did not pursue the relationship because I said I'm broke. I only I only make $1,000 a month, and she was making probably $10,000 a month, and it made me feel very awkward. She had her own house and a nice car and all that, and it made me just feel like, gosh, this is not cool. And I don't think that was her at all. That was really me. Now, mind you, I'm glad I didn't marry her or date her or anything because I got to marry you. But still, like, I think little financial demons like that are things that we kind of overlook in terms of sort of seeing how our relationship with money shapes how we make decisions. So let me ask you this, babe. Based on what I said about financial demons, in your practice as a therapist, do you see a lot of money demons pop up in terms of maybe fears or anxieties or negative beliefs about money that may sabotage the thinking of the clients that you see and things like that? Or what in your experience as a therapist? I know you can talk about individual cases, and I don't want you to do that, but how often does that come up?
Well, financial demons is and other types of demons, we can take it in terms of your thoughts. That's what gets you into my office. It's the results. It's how it shows itself. And that's when people tend to be like, okay, I need to seek some help because I can't function every day. The stress is so overwhelming that I can't continue on with what's happening in my life. And so when it starts to become overwhelming, it's the consequences of attaching yourself to these financial demons. It's an attachment that you have to them. And it's a thought process. And it's interesting because with financial demons, the more you feed it, the bigger it gets. And you feed it in two ways. The first way you feed your financial demons is by avoiding it. Is by just saying, you need to open up your credit card bill and you need to look at what you spent last month, which is what we're going to do after the month of May. It's crazy, right? You know that you have all of these issues that you need to deal with and you're avoiding them and you're not addressing them. And so what happens is that short term, you feel a relief, but long term, it ends up getting worse. So that's how the financial demons grow. Number one, by avoiding. And the second way financial demons grow is by fixating yourself on what you don't have and comparing yourself to others and say, I don't have this, I can't do this. It's this rumination that you have in your head about what you can and cannot get, what you think that you think. It's what you think that you cannot have. And that's the second way you feed these demons. These demons actually are energy that lives off of you. It attaches itself to you and it grows based on your fears.
Okay.
It's like the movie It. You ever see the movie? I love the movie It because really it is a perfect dramatization of what happens inside of us. You have to remember, ain't no devil in terms of how I see it in my work and how I see life in general. There is nothing outside of you. There is no devil. There is no demon. The real demon is your thoughts. And if you look at the movie It is a representation of what happens inside of all of us when we start feeding this demon. And that clown, it got bigger and better. It fed into their insecurities and it grew until one point in this movie. And it's when they stop and they turn around and they face that clown and they start beating that clown up and they start attacking it. And that's when the clown shrinks down into nothing and just goes away. It's the same horror film. All the horror films that we have is nothing but how something gets attached to you. But Hollywood makes it seem like these scary people are doing something to you. There's nothing outside of you that's against you, really, other than your mind. And I really do mean it in terms of racism, white supremacy, believing that the white man is all that and they got everything and they're the desirable people. That's mind control. That's them feeding us the demons of this other thing is better than we.
Wow. Okay. So so one of the things I'm gonna lay out a theory here is one of the theories I have is that based on what you're saying and based on, movies like It and stuff like that, or maybe the movie Smile. You and I saw the
Smile,
movie
yeah.
Smile, which Smile's a really creepy movie where basically people you would witness somebody like doing something crazy like cutting their own throat with a big smile on their face and they'd be doing this. And it was a real creepy thing. And what we realized when we saw this movie was we said, "Oh, this movie is really about trauma. It's about how trauma
Yeah.
is contagious and how that causes us to, that traumatized people can traumatize other people, and it becomes almost like a virus, right? So it almost seems like with money demons, one aspect of the money demon concept is that you're really also talking about, in my opinion, these preconceived beliefs that people have that really come from these generational curses that are passed down, right? Or perhaps a money demon might be a trauma that you experience because somebody financially traumatized you. Let me give you an example. I talk about this a lot in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. When you loan money to somebody that you trust and it's your cousin and you give them your last few dollars that you had stacked up to pay the rent or the mortgage, and your cousin just ghosts you or disappears and doesn't want to pay you back, and then every conversation becomes awkward after that. They yell at you and cut you out when you ask for your money back, and then so at the end you lose your money and you lose a loved one. That's very traumatic, and I think that can become a demon, because the way I see that demon manifest is people, they transform. It's like the demon possesses you now, right? You used to be Mr. Loving and trusting, and I want to help everybody. Then you become, nah, this is why I don't loan money to relatives. I don't care. I don't care what's going on with you. I almost feel like that's a transformation, right? Almost like a demon possessing you. I mean, what do you think, babe?
Yeah, well, I mean, I just don't recommend people loan money to anybody, really. I think that you should, if someone is in a dire situation and they really need money, you probably should just think about what you're comfortable parting ways with. What's an amount? All of us right now should think about, okay, what amount of money can I part ways with where it's not going to make a big difference to me? And that's how you need to think about working with people who are close to you in terms of money. Just give them the money. Just say, enjoy yourself. I hope everything is okay, because listen, when you start you loan somebody money and you see them walk around with a new pair of shoes on, it's always going to create a dynamic. It's going to be like, okay, so this person can't give me back my money, but they can buy a new pair of shoes. I recommend just try to avoid loaning somebody money anyway. But think about that. Think about how you feel when you have worked hard and you have been successful, and there's other people in your family who's not been successful. I mean, that's also a money demon as well, because there's this guilt that comes that you feel like survivor guilt, and you have made decisions and you have decided to structure your life in a way where you have success, but you don't understand that you worked really hard for it. It's not luck that got you where you are. It's, for many of us, it's hard work. And you start looking around at everybody else and you're successful and other people aren't successful. I mean, that's exactly, those thought process is also can be a financial demon as well, because you think, why me? Why am I so successful and other people aren't? So that, and you see it with a lot of celebrities, and definitely you see it with a lot of, especially when you talk about athletes who grew up in the neighborhood where it was a lot of poverty, and they become successful and they bring all their friends along. Now, it's okay to deal with it that way as long as you have good boundaries there. But it's other people who need to work just as hard as you. And they also need to, also show and prove that they have this, this ability to be able to come up with you. So I think it's beautiful to come up, bring everybody who's available and who's willing to do the work, but you still have to do the work, and there's no substitute for that.
Well, it's funny, and I think this is a good opportunity for you and I to see things from different perspectives. First off, when you use that word recommend, like I recommend people do this. One thing I always,
that's just my recommendation.
One thing I always tell everybody is I don't give financial advice. I don't, because you have to have a license for that. But then also, I don't want to tell you what to do. I'd rather establish a framework for you to use to make decisions, and I want you to just make sure when it comes to taking risk, because everything's risky. Money's risky, love is risky, trusting people is risky. And where I believe, where I find that people tend to be the most upset, at least I am. I know the times I'm most upset is when I was taking a risk I didn't know I was taking a risk with. I was going into something where I didn't know what it was. It's like if you're dating and you're expecting a relationship to lead to marriage, and the other party thinks it's a one night stand, then the problem is not so much whether or not a one night stand is better than a long term relationship. The problem is that there was a misunderstanding. People didn't know what they were getting into, and I bring that up because when I think about loaning money is an important part of a functioning economy. You have to loan money for an economy. If the banks all stop loaning money tomorrow, the entire US economy would crash in a way that was permanently damaging for the next 40, 50 years. Like if all the banks just said, we quit, we scared, we don't want to loan money to nobody because y'all don't be paying nobody back. Um, the economy would not function anymore. You have to have lending. Whenever you look at wealthy families, when we were talking about that segment of India where they own all the hotels, 40% of the hotels in America, they loan each other money. They do. The difference is that they have a code of conduct where they have a process that they go through. If you don't pay somebody back, you don't pay back cousin so and so, oh, they're going to come get you for that. You're going to have to deal with that. And so to me, when I think about loaning money, I look at it as obviously you shouldn't loan money to everybody. And then also you have to know what you're getting into, right?
But that's not a personal loan. What you're talking, I'm referring to personal loans. What you're referring to is like business loans, and I think that's different. You should make
I do agree with that. I agree with that. You're right. You're right. But what I will say too, though, is here's where I'm going to definitely agree with you about loaning money. Why you should be skeptical about it. Remember this: most of us are pretty much products of our habits. Our life is a manifestation of the choices you make, the habits you have, and the way that you think. Like if I weigh 400 pounds, you can look at me and pretty much guess what my eating habits probably are, right? Most of the time, right? It doesn't make, I'm not dissing anybody, but that's just true. Or if I'm in really great shape, you can look at me and see, or if I live in a big mansion, you can see that I probably did something financially that got me in that mansion. So when you see a person, and how many of y'all, give me a yes or no, give me a yes in the chat if you can think of a relative who always has financial problems. Give me a yes if you think, I want you to think about that cousin who always is behind on the rent.
And don't go up to them. Don't go up to them and say you got financial demons or money
No,
demons.
no. I'm not saying that.
No.
But let me finish this. Let me finish this analogy. Then I'm gonna hand the ball back to you, babe. I want you to give me a yes if you can think of that cousin who's always behind on the rent, who's always an inch away from being evicted, who's always got a trauma story, a scary story, who's all and doesn't even know that their role in the process. It's always somebody else's fault. It's always temporary. It's always just this one time, right? And so really, to your point about not loaning money to people, you got to understand that it was their bad financial habits and choices that got them to where they are right now. So by definition, to some extent, at least 8 times out of 10, when you make that loan to that cousin who's always struggling financially, that is a bad loan because that person in your mind should have bad credit because you can see that they're making bad choices. So your odds of really getting your money back are probably much lower than you think. But maybe you can't see that because they sound so convincing when they tell you it's just this one time. I'm gonna pay you as soon as I get my check on Tuesday, and it's really Uncle Rerun's fault. I don't have any money. So my point is to say that's where I agree with you. That maybe in that situation, again, it's not me telling you not to do it. It's me saying make sure you know what you're getting into. So if I know I'm loaning money to a deadbeat, or who doesn't know that they're a deadbeat, I'm not going to tell them they're a deadbeat. They're already feeling pretty bad. I don't want to make them feel worse. Then I might loan that money knowing that it's a gift. So you say, hey, I need $1,000 by Tuesday. I might say, okay, here's $150. Here's my contribution because I'm not prepared to give you $1,000 or $500 or some number that's really going to set me back. And I think that's where the trauma, and you can give me your thoughts on what I just said, babe. But I think that's where the trauma kicks in, is where you loan that person an amount of money you're not comfortable giving away, and you need that money back, and then they don't deliver, and then you're scared. Now you're the one who's financially unstable because you were climbing up a ladder. You reached down to pull them up, and they pulled you off the ladder. So now you're freaking out because now both of y'all in financial trouble. That's what I've seen happen many times. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's so fascinating that okay, so I'm gonna put I'm gonna speak from the position of the lender, of the person who has seen the heartache in another individual. They've connected to that and they've decided that they need to be the hero in somebody else's story.
Mm.
They themselves feel like they need to be the hero in someone else's story. So, in that sense, the loaner, the individual with the money, is in a up position. And then they feel like I can help this person out, not really to help that person out, maybe, but also it is a feel good moment for them. So there's a lot of individuals who use their money and their position of power, not necessarily to help that person, because sometimes you cannot help somebody by opening up your checkbook. Sometimes when you look at situations and you see somebody in these dire situations, you cannot help them by opening up your checkbook and just writing a check. If you could write a check and help people out of their misery, it would be so much easier. It depends on how you look at the situation and how you assess the situation, because sometimes other people's sort of issues is a way where you can jump in and be the hero so that you can feel good. So you really do, it's a dynamic process. You really do need to think about what is driving your behavior, that you feel like you need to save everybody. And ultimately, nobody can save anybody. And I hate to put it that way. As a therapist, I want to say that I can help save everybody, but I really don't think I can. I know that what I can do is I can help people. I can give them the map and I can give them the compass of how to have a successful relationship, how to be healthy in their interactions with other people. But it's up to them to use all the evidence-based practice that I know, because that's what I operate on as a therapist. They can use those things. They have to, outside of the sessions, do the work. They have to decide, okay, I'm going to make a change and I'm going to face this demon, because all demons are negative thoughts. I'm going to face my negative thoughts about this situation. I'm going to look at it directly and I'm going to shrink it down. Face it directly. Someone wrote in the chat, the shadow side. They're spot on, whoever that person was. I can't remember their name, but that's the shadow side of you. And when you avoid and when you fixate on things, that is when that shadow grows. But when you start thinking about not what you don't have, but what you do have, and address that, that is what grows. I don't know, should we call it a financial angel? Maybe money angels. Money angels all around you. Abundance is around you, but you have to see it in your everyday life. And you have to empathize with other people who haven't quite gotten there. So I was saying that, interrupting you, I'm sorry, to say, you don't talk to somebody and say, you got a financial demon. That's not what you do to other people. Because the point of this on Sunday morning is not to save anybody else. The point of this is to use these tools that Boyce talks about every morning, is to use these concepts and incorporate it into your own life. That's the point. You can send people the link and ask them to join, but it's up to them if they're going to click on the link, if they're going to listen to this, if they're going to incorporate all of this into their life.
Well, okay. So, by the way, I want to mention to everybody that we're talking about money demons today, and money demons are pretty much any sorts of fears, anxieties, negative beliefs about money that sabotage your financial well-being. In fact, let's do a quick poll. I want everybody to give me a yes if you can think of at least one money demon that you may have that keeps you from reaching your goal. Give me a yes if you have one fear that's really held you back. Give me a yes if you have maybe some anxieties that hold you back. Give me a yes if you have some negative beliefs about money that were passed down to you that have held you back. Maybe, like, for example, you should go to college and give $200,000 away of your money so you can get a job that you hate. Again, I'm not saying that this happens to most people, but this is one belief that maybe should be adjusted a little bit, not because college is bad, because I don't think it's bad, but because maybe that isn't giving us what we want. Also, I want you to give me a yes if you have some sort of psychological barrier that maybe comes from a past experience that involved money, maybe a past trauma, maybe something related to society pressures, pressures in terms of what you do with your money, how to use your money. In fact, I'm gonna lay this out, babe, and I want you to kind of take this in the direction of one limiting belief about money that plagues a lot of people. Have y'all? I don't know if y'all have ever heard me talk about this, but I brought it up a long time ago. One time on SNL, they did a segment called Black Jeopardy. And my wife is laughing because she knows how it just irked me so bad. And they had Leslie Jones, the comedian, and she was on the show called Black Jeopardy. And in Black Jeopardy, I remember they had two black people and a white guy. I think the white guy was Tom Hanks. And so if you remember, in the show Jeopardy, what they do is they ask you the question and then you give the answer. So the question was something like, they give you the answer and then you state the question. That's what I meant to say. So the answer was, your boss wants to take $50 out of your check every week for your 401k. And Tom Hanks, I think Tom Hanks was, the white guy's like, you say absolutely or whatever, right? Like you put, you want to invest. And Leslie Jones goes, "Brr," and she says, you better give me my money so I can buy me some scratch offs. And that was really it didn't make me laugh, right? I'm sure people thought it was funny because they're like, yeah, that's what black people be doing. We be spending our money on scratch offs. Yeah, well, that's why you ain't got no money in your 401k, right? Because somebody told us that makes sense. But they're kind of positioning us for a lot of long-term financial anxiety. I've seen people who become millionaires off their 401k, but by maxing it out at an early age. You max that thing out at 22, 23 years old. When you hit retirement, you're very wealthy. And remember that you don't just get the benefit when you retire. You're financially secure for a good 20 or 30 years, even before retirement, because you've got hundreds of thousands of dollars sitting over to the side in case you lose your job, in case you really need the money, in case you want to buy a home, in case you want to quit your job, or in case something bad happens. So let me ask you about this, babe. So what is your assessment in terms of what I just said about that Black Jeopardy thing? I feel like that's kind of a money demon that some parts of our culture, what we call the culture, it can be a little bit anti-wealth, because you don't see a lot of wealth coming from the culture. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I mean, there was a really sad display. And I know so many people that would do that, so that's why I would chuckle a little bit when I saw it. I was like, I chuckled initially, and then I was like, oh, that's pretty sad. That hurt. I mean, to me, it just really hurt because she is representing Black women when she's on SNL. Any Black woman on media represents subconsciously all Black women. So for her to say that, she's representing in the minds of other people and in our minds as well on a subconscious level, she's representing how we feel about ourselves and a part of us that just want instant money. And a scratch off, that's exciting. I love going to the casino. That's exciting, quick money, but that's not long term. And it's sad when you think about it the second time. So your initial reaction is to giggle, but then you think about it more and you're like, dang, that hurts. It really hurts that's where we put our nest egg in, spending our money at the track. I had an uncle who would be at the track all the time, spending his money. I mean, if he had invested, he would have, before he passed away, he could have left his kids some money, some actual money. And it's sad because that is a money demon in our culture. And it's so fascinating how money demons are really just negative thoughts and beliefs about money, and thinking that we don't have enough and thinking that we can't do enough. And money demons is also in how we spend. You see it in how we spend. We want to have social approval and respect of others. And unfortunately, we live in a culture where you are respected if you have, and not only if you have money, but if you spend it in this elaborate sort of way, you get this social approval and respect. And that's the thing where that's the sad part about it. Because I mean, I know millionaires that walk around and they just have on regular t-shirt and jeans. You wouldn't even know they were millionaires, but they walking around and they're just happy with themselves. They don't feel like they need to have to flaunt it or go to the club or go to VIP section and spend a ridiculous amount of money on the weekend. It's just insane what people do. And that's us running a program. We're running a program that's been given to us and reinforced by SNL. Thank you, SNL, for reinforcing that in us. It's terrible.
Well, it does create kind of this weird awkwardness where when you start doing things that are healthy, you start doing things that are smart and savvy and embrace delayed gratification over instant gratification. And it's really unfortunate when you run into somebody who is so possessed by their own money demons that they literally accuse you of not acting black, like you acting white, and and then that happens a lot. You have people that make healthy choices, and then somebody says, "Oh, you think you white, or you think you better than everybody else," and I know I've gone through that. I don't know if anybody else has ever gone through that, but I've gone through that. If you
It's crazy.
yeah. Just even when and I mean, just when I just think about, like, even when I created this platform to sort of do what we do, I remember I would say this is the home for intelligent black people. And you remember when Kwame Brown, the NBA player, was like you uppity, you think you better than everybody else. And I'm like, well, what's wrong with being intelligent? Like, would you feel better if I said this is the platform for stupid black people? You a sellout. What are you talking about? Like, that you don't like the word intelligent? Like, that was so strange to me. And I really would say that is a self-esteem issue. If you think that being black means you're supposed to be ignorant, then just go sign yourself up for slavery. I mean, you would do well in 1702. Massa would love you. You would do quite well on the plantation because you are under all these constant threats. There are so many people that want to control you, that want to extract things from you, that want to harm you, that want to incarcerate you. They don't even they want your son dead. They want to own your entire family. So why would you go into a battlefield like that where threats are everywhere and then want to be ignorant, blind, deaf, dumb, and stupid? That don't even make no sense. That's completely illogical. And so circling back to just money demons, babe, when I see a money demon, I think of it like the movie The Exorcist, where the demon possesses you.
Yeah.
And in my view, when you have not healed, when you have experienced horrific amounts of trauma as a child, like lots of us do, and you're carrying all this with you, and you explain to me, by the way, my wife is a certified trauma specialist, right? By the way, she did get a certification. I remember you got the certification because she talks to me a lot, and I try my best to listen, and you were telling me things as you were learning them. I remember you telling me about how trauma, like, literally kills you, how traumatized people have all these physical health issues, mental health issues. And a lot of us, once you understand trauma, you can identify traumatized people when you see them. It's that person who's going to cut you out over a bowl of Cheerios. Maybe it's that person who sprints away every time they run into a healthy relationship, right? Just whatever. Or who takes a molehill and turns it into a mountain, whatever. And it's kind of like one of these things where these demons do possess us. And if you imagine me being possessed by a demon, I'm not really who God meant for me to be. I'm who Satan meant for me to be. I'm who the devil wants me to be. I'm showing up and I'm like, yeah, that demon may come from, some anxiety or some fear, or perhaps it comes from drugs and alcohol, some bad habits that I have. Maybe it comes from my failures of the past or things that haunt me. Maybe it comes from societal pressure. I was listening to my favorite rapper who told me that I'm supposed to disrespect women, stay high and drunk all the time, beat people up if they make me mad, and make poor decisions, right? But to me, that's what I see. I see the demons possessing us. And to me, to be healthy, you got to do an exorcism. You got to exercise. The more you exercise those demons out of your body, I think the better you are, like the healthier you are, and the better of a human being you are, not just for others, but also for yourself.
Yeah, it's so crazy. You're talking about the financial demons. I remember going to college and I had a this white boy in one of my classes, and he had on like dirty gym. He had on old gym shoes. And where I come from, like, why would you be wearing old shoes? And in my mind, I'm making fun of him because he got on these raggedy shoes. But as I got to talk to him, I'm like, this man is wealthy. And in my mind, it's just like, why would you have all that money and still wear these? Like, you should get a brand new pair of shoes. I was like, you need to go now and get the shoes because I cannot understand. Like, in my mind, it was just like the first thing I would do if I had money or if I came from a family with a whole lot of money is I'd have on some nice shoes. You know, I would not walk around like that. And I think like in white boy land, maybe that makes him feel more wholesome and more genuine. I have no idea, but I couldn't understand it for the life of me. And I'm just looking back on that. I'm like, what was wrong with me back then? But that was where I came from, you know? And so I think the best way to get rid of the financial demons is number one, to recognize that it's there. Most people don't understand how they don't reflect on what they do and how they spend their money and what they feel like it's important. So I really do think that we need to reflect. We need to reflect on instances and become very self-aware, be able to connect the dots. Because listen, Boyce just talked about trauma, and I just want to say something about trauma. Trauma is not because a bad thing happened to you. That's not trauma. Trauma is when something happens to you and you disconnect from how you feel, and you disconnect and you can't connect your current behavior with what's happened to you in the past that's triggering you. You don't understand that. That's when it shows up as trauma. So the best way to get rid of the financial demons is self-awareness and insight. Is being able to understand. You can do the exorcism on yourself. You know, basically you do. I ask questions like, tell me what happened. Why did you react so strongly to this? What was it reminiscent of? And you have these conversations in a place to process all of these unfortunate things that happen to you so that you don't disconnect from it and you walk around as a traumatized person and spending your money impulsively on these things meant to cover up the pain that you feel inside.
Well, you know, and it is that covering up the pain makes
Mhm.
sense, particularly when you consider that money is a drug. You know, money, receiving money makes you feel good. Not having enough money can create anxiety, just like a drug.
Or the belief that you don't have enough money.
Say it again? Oh yeah,
The
the belief.
belief that you don't have enough money.
There we go. And it's you know, like if you imagine how a crackhead must feel when they can't get no crack. There's a lot of
Oh.
anxiety attached to that, right?
Oh, but let me tell you, nobody is better at getting money than somebody who's on drugs. They are really good at manipulation.
Yeah, yeah.
And manipulation. They are. I mean, I have seen just remarkable performances from people who are on drugs, manipulate others to get money out of them. They make it's their entire life. As soon as they wake up in the morning, they're like, how am I going to get my next fix? Who am I going to call? What sad story am I going to tell so this person can give me some money? What do I need to do? And they execute. Nobody has more clear vision and execution than a drug addict. It is really remarkable what they do.
Well, you know, well, I'll tell you, it's you are right. I mean, you know, when I think about the financial crackhead, though, like just the person that
Oh, yeah.
that has various financial addictions where money is used as a way to ease certain pain, it makes you think about the study by Professor Andrew Lowe at MIT, where he talked about how money affects the part of your brain that is also affected by cocaine. And so to me, I'm also thinking about it in terms of just this idea that, you know, that making certain choices that may not be healthy for me allows me to heal pain that exists because I'm carrying these demons around, and the demons have to be fed. So the demon might be a gambling addiction. The demon might be, you know, fear or anxiety. I think other demons, one demon that plagues a big part of the community I've noticed is scarcity. Scarcity, when you talk about scarcity thinking versus abundance thinking, a person who thinks in terms of scarcity is going to fight you over resources. They're going to compete with you when they could collaborate with you. They're going to hate on you when they should be congratulating you. Because why? Well, because they see whatever you're getting, whatever you have, whatever you're doing as a reflection of why they don't have what they want. Or you getting something means there's less of it for them. You get a good man, she's upset because, you know, she can't get the same thing you get, or you're doing well and making money. well, now your success reflects on my lack of success. So to me, an abundance mindset might come from I would argue that a less traumatized person is more likely to have an abundance mindset and to say, look, there's enough for everybody. I want to see you win. I'm happy for you. And I've seen this just even in terms of just even business. When I would think about collaborating with someone, it's mutually supporting each other. But then I see them and I'm like, wow, this person's really competing with me. Like they feel that they can only be successful if they tear me down or something. And I just think that to me that's a demon. The scarcity mindset. Remember, Europeans brought that scarcity mindset to Africa. And you saw what they did to Africa. The Africans were open and trusting. They said, look, there's plenty of fruit. There's plenty of
There's
gold.
an
There's plenty of,
abundance in Africa.
right.
Yeah.
There's plenty of lumber, whatever you want. We got it. And the
And
Europeans
that
are like,
becomes part of your culture. I mean,
Mm.
just think about how the Europeans came in and just invaded Africa. It's because think about Europe. It's a cold rock. Nothing grows in Europe. Nothing's colder. I mean, I enjoy Europe for the culture and everything, but I just do not. That place is it's cloudy. It's always cold in my mind. Like I've never been to a beautiful tropical beautiful vacation in Europe where the weather was great. Like the people are great in the culture and everything, but the weather is just not always. Take a jacket. You could be in, January. I mean, July, June, you're going to need a jacket in Europe. So, I mean, that part was just kind of unusual for me. And then I start thinking about the climate and how everything is just so nourishing, the soil, everything. Like you throw a seed somewhere, it's going to grow and there's an abundance. So that's what's put into our culture as Black people. And I really do think that we need to actively work on getting back to who we are as originals. I'm talking about as indigenous populations. I spend a lot of time sitting with the indigenous mindset, and I love spending my time meditating and focusing on the music of indigenous people. Nothing is more uplifting than listening to music and sounds that heal the body, that not tear us down. So, all day yesterday, sorry, boys, had to listen to my indigenous music that I had to play, but it's positive. It's beautiful. It tells you you can do it. And all of that has an effect. It all has an effect on how you see life. So I love taking out time in this westernized society and sitting with Native American tribes and listening to the indigenous, because I know that's who I am originally. I'm so connected to it that I know it. I'm getting off into this woo-woo, boys.
So it's okay. It's okay. So if you have a question for Dr. Alicia, put your question inside the Q&A section, and we're gonna go through the question. Make the question short if you can. That way we can get everybody's question. Also, Alicia's website. She sees clients on an individual basis. She sees couples. She also sees families. So if you'd like to go take a look at what she does, you can go to coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. And if you go to drboycebooks.com, she has workbooks on things like financial anxiety and some other things that relate to relationships in particular. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, we have a whole section on love and money. We call it the Love and Money Lab. And you can go in there and dig in and find stuff that can help you not just have healthier relationships, but maybe deal with what's going on internally when it comes to your finances and all that stuff. Because you gotta fix it, you gotta heal if you want to grow, if you want to evolve and become a better person. So let me just sort of jump back to the guilt. I've heard you talk a lot about guilt and shame. And one thing I've noticed in terms of a money demon that can affect a lot of people is maybe guilt or shame about mistakes that were made, right? Give me a yes in the chat if you have financial mistakes that are just embarrassing. Give me a yes in the chat if you have come back from a terrible credit score, or you're trying to come back and you're just so ashamed of it, you don't even want to look at it. Or maybe you're so far behind on certain bills, you're just like, oh my God, I can't even, I'm not even gonna open it. Or maybe you have shame about maybe you're an investor and you have shame. I don't know about y'all, but I'm gonna tell you what, I'll start off by admitting my source of shame and embarrassment. I'm embarrassed by the fact that I didn't just hold on to my Bitcoin back in like 2014, 2015. I think I sold it and then I made all these adjustments, and I'm like, boys, all you do, all you do is sit on it. Just you were doing too much. Right? So I make mistakes. We all do, right? And that mistake I made was more so driven by some of the things that I talked to you all about. which was basically, I think as the market was moving, I said, okay, well, maybe this Bitcoin thing isn't going to work out. But I know people, starting with my wife, who literally bought the Bitcoin in like 2015 or 2016 and didn't even look at it for 6 or 7, 8 years. And then next thing you know, I think you made $100 investment. It turned into almost $1,000. And that is the best way to invest. So that's a source of shame and embarrassment I
No,
have.
I feel guilty because I couldn't find my password. I had to reset my password to go back into my account. It had been so long since I've been in there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I think that there's just a lot of there is a
Yeah.
lot of shame because you maybe for a lot of us you start off struggling financially. You don't always know what to do. You make mistakes for emotional reasons, maybe because you have a short-term temporary problem and you handled it in a way that had some long-term implications. Maybe your student loans leave you feeling a little bit guilty and angry because of whatever. So what about guilt and shame? How did tell me about that in your practice and when you confront that when somebody's just feeling really guilty and bad about mistakes they made in the past that they can't go back and fix, how do you even approach that?
Yeah, I mean, well, guilt and shame are two different things. And from a clinical perspective, guilt is basically when you do something wrong and you feel bad about that particular act and you work to try to correct it. So suppose my scenario I like to give is suppose you are there's an office building and you work at this office and everybody's coming in and out of the parking lot and everyone's parking. So if you drive into this parking lot and you hit somebody's car as you're pulling in, you hit the side door, it's a little bit of a dent. It's what are you going to do about that? So guilt says you feel guilty. You say, you know what? I am going to go into the office. I did this. I'm going to go into the office and maybe talk to the receptionist and ask the receptionist, do you know whose car this is? And if they do, maybe they connect you to the person, the owner of the car, and you go up and you say, hey, I just hit your car. Here's my insurance information. I'm really sorry about that. Boom. That's guilt, right? Where shame is something where, shame is where you think, what is wrong with me? There's something wrong with me. Maybe that's the first time you've hit a car or something. Or maybe you've hit a bunch of different cars and then you're just like, oh my God, there's something wrong with me. Why am I getting to these car accidents? And it kind of can carry itself out in a sense where you don't necessarily feel guilty, but you may tell yourself, what do you tell yourself in the midst of that shame? Where some people can say, you know what? I'm not going to feel shame because I don't get into car accidents. This is a one-off. But shame happens when you say, you know what? Maybe I've been hitting people every time I pull into a parking lot. There's something wrong with me. I need to kind of fix it because I need to start learning how to drive better, or I need to figure out how to pull into this parking spot better. Now, the thing where unhealthy shame comes in, where I talk about it in my office, is where you feel shamed and what you do with it. You say, you know what? I think there's something wrong with this person. Why would they park their car that way? I wouldn't have hit them. You're not taking responsibility for what you've done. Okay. You say, you know what? I never would have hit them if they hadn't been parking their car sideways. So what's wrong with these people in the way they're parking? See, I wouldn't have done it. You take no accountability and no responsibility because you can't deal with the shame. It's too powerful for you to deal with that shame because it's tied to so much insecurities. And I see that a lot in my office, particularly with romantic relationships where you've done something to your partner and you know you shouldn't have done, and there's so much shame attached to it. You feel like such a terrible person that you cannot apologize to your loved one by something that you did. Your actions caused someone else to feel this way. You need to feel guilty about it. But some people come from such a place of shame in a clinical sense that they can't take responsibility for what they've done.
Okay, wow, that's giving me a lot to think about. Okay, so shame
No
is
accountability.
okay, so the shame might appear as me sort of creating a belief that something's wrong with me because I did something for which maybe I should feel some sort of guilt.
It's
So
your
it's almost like,
behavior. It's not being able to disconnect. You disconnect, I did something wrong with I am wrong. It's the
okay.
behavior attached to that. And what you do if you feel level of shame, and a lot of it is parenting. That's just
Mhm.
parenting that instilled in you. There's something wrong with you. Okay, you make all children make mistakes. And as parents, we need to correct their behavior and say, I love you dearly. You're a beautiful person who made this mistake. Let's see if we can fix it, right? That's what you want to give your children. But when you say, what's wrong with you? You must be stupid. People calling you names and putting you down. You have so much shame attached to that, that when you're an adult, you can't have relationships with anybody because you're making mistakes and you're not accountable to it. And some people call it narcissism and it is a narcissistic trait, but I don't want to put it in those words because that's a clinical word. All of us, we shouldn't be using that on a daily basis, but it's just not being able to say, I did behaved in this way and I need to make it right.
Okay, so put that in the context of money and money demons. Like, so
Yeah.
so are you saying that my shame of mistakes I made for which I should feel guilty, that internalizing that shame can create a demon that might affect my choices going forward? That because I'm ashamed that I kept a bad credit score, I see myself as financially irresponsible, and because maybe I don't want to deal with the shame, maybe I avoid certain things, like, because it almost sounds to me like you're saying the shame isn't required. Maybe guilt is okay, but shame is not required, because shame is almost like that internalization of guilt to say something's wrong with me, as opposed to something's wrong with what I did. And when you carry that shame, that becomes the demon that possesses you, that then causes you to engage in avoidant behavior because you don't want to confront the shame, or you don't want to confront the bad feelings that may come with that
Yeah,
shame. Is
because you
that kind of
feel
what you're
so
saying?
ashamed, you fall apart every time you make a mistake. No one expects you to be perfect, but you put that on yourself, this level of perfection that you have on yourself because you're too ashamed. You're too ashamed, and you make a catastrophe just because you had a bad month or something. It's not a catastrophe. Things ebb and flow all the time. That's a universal law, right? The Hermetic principles. You also study Hermetic principles. It's a law. What goes up is going to go down, and you have to be able to figure out how to ride the waves without internalizing it and thinking there's something wrong with you.
Mm-hmm. Now that's I think I get that concept. I know that professionally, kind of dealing with something that feels like shame is what allowed me to really do what I do. Like I remember when I would go on TV and do stuff, you're always so scared in the beginning that you're going to make a mistake or say something stupid or get something wrong. And I remember just kind of saying, just because I get something wrong doesn't mean I'm not qualified.
That's right.
Just because I make a mistake doesn't mean I don't know what I'm doing. Everybody makes mistakes, and nobody's any better than me. Other people make mistakes, and they don't. It's not the end of their careers. They don't walk away in shame and give up. You just keep coming back, right? So that to me is really, I almost feel like what you're saying about guilt and shame is also connected to self-love. Like in my view, this was literally my processing. And again, I'm not a therapist, but I think that we are our own best therapist. So what gave me a lot of confidence, not fake confidence. I don't have to pretend to be confident. I really am confident in what I do and what I know. What gave me confidence was not this false belief that I'm perfect. What gave me confidence was having enough self-love to forgive myself when my imperfections show up. When my flaws pop out and I do something stupid and I say, oh man, dang, I really messed that up. It's all right. We're gonna go right back at it because I love Boyce. And if you love something, you'll never give up on that thing. You'll never give up on that person.
And you apologize. You're good at apologizing too, Boyce. You can say, oh gosh, I'm so sorry. How can we make this right? How can we make this right? And let's just move on. That is beautiful. Nothing's worse than when somebody does something and they go into this place of shame and they never apologize. They say, well, I wouldn't have done it if you hadn't have done that. I wouldn't have done it if you hadn't done that. I wouldn't have done it. It wasn't just on me. If you hadn't done this, where you start to just in your mind, because the shame is so painful for you, because it's, of course, reminiscent of how you were treated when you were younger. And you start seeing that person as a parent. And you start saying, no, I wouldn't. And you feel like you need to defend yourself instead of just saying, yes, it was a mistake. I did it wrong. I feel sorry. Let's move on. And
I do agree, but I'm gonna tell you one area where I'm going to challenge that a little bit is sometimes I feel like I need to defend myself. There's some like if someone comes up to, and I get it, I hear what you're saying. I want to hear your perspective on this, but if somebody comes up and says you stole my purse and I didn't steal your purse, my first reaction is going to be like, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you think I stole your purse, but I didn't do it. Right.
No, well, what
And
you say, yeah.
so
Mhm.
go ahead. I want to hear your perspective, but I think defending yourself is okay too in some situations. Like, I don't think being defenseless works. Right. What do you think?
No, I mean, you asked them the question. You say, okay, wait, you think I stole your purse? The best thing, it's a reaction to be defensive. All of us get defensive, but you have to stop yourself and you have to say, okay, what information do you have that makes you think I stole your purse?
Mm-hmm.
What information did you gather to make you conclude that I stole your purse, and hear that person out? Because that is where a lot of problems can really be dissolved between individuals, is the other person doesn't feel like they've heard the other person out. So you hear the person out and you say, wait, you saw me on video? Show me the video. And then you look at the video and you'd be like, what day? I wasn't here on that day. I wasn't in the parking lot. Maybe it's a video of the park. You hit my car. Okay, well, there was cameras out there. Show me the camera of me hitting your car, because I really want to hear how you came to this conclusion. Do that instead of defensive, because it's these beautiful conversations that are never had between individuals, and they just start fighting each other and it escalates. It doesn't have to. And in the moment where you really feel defensive, that's a signal to yourself to stop and say, how did you come to that? What information did you gather? Because it could be that person really did see a video of you stealing their purse, and then you can clearly say, yes, I totally understand why you thought it was me. But guess what? I wasn't even there. That was somebody else that looked like me. Let me show you. Let's work together and find out. I don't know. You don't have to work together with somebody to find out who stole their purse, but you can definitely give them some empathy.
Okay. Yeah. Well, and it's funny. It reminds me when Oprah said a long time ago, where she said, everybody just wants to be heard.
Yeah.
And I think that was a really wise thing for her to say. And so I think that really that, all these emotions you mentioned, guilt and shame and everything else, sometimes can make us dismissive of other people, and that doesn't work. And then sort of circling that back around to the financial stuff, um, in terms of money demons, I really think that being able to have a healthy way to process those feelings that we may have, the guilt and the shame of bad financial choices and just the outcomes, I think that goes a long way in being your best self and being able to, being able to, right. So either you can fix the past, or maybe you can't fix the past. But either way, I think self-love love is powerful. Love goes a long way. And I think, and I would encourage you to love yourself enough to say, God is not through with me yet. I ain't perfect. And y'all have heard me say that. Y'all have heard me say, look, hey, just chalk it up to my imperfections. Because I know I'm good at what I do, and I'm proud of that. I'm proud that I worked so hard to become good at this. But at the same time, that self-love is huge in that, because you never become perfect at anything. And so don't give up on yourself, so don't give up on yourself because you got a bad credit score. Don't give up on yourself because the student loans have buried you. Don't, or you feel like they buried you. Don't give up on yourself because you don't know everything you need to know. Keep pouring into yourself. You are the best investment you will ever make. And then one of the other best investments you'll ever make is the people that you love and the people you care about. So you pour into them with knowledge and preparation and information and everything else. And then eventually that turns into resources. It turns into action. And that's how you succeed financially. That's how you get rid of those money demons, and you start operating on a higher frequency. And that's what economic awareness is all about. Economic awareness is partly driven by self-awareness, driven by consciousness, being aware and conscious of all the things that might keep you from getting to where you want to get to. So dealing with the money demons, I think, is something that we all have to do. So, babe, I want you to get the last word. I want to mention everybody, Dr. Alicia Watkins. Her website is coachingwithdralicia.com. So feel free to go to her site if you want to see what she does as a therapist. And she meets with couples, individuals, and families So that's coaching with dralicia.com. Also, I have this book called Financial Lovemaking, and she and I actually created this 5-day love challenge. If you guys want to take a look, if you go to boyceandalicia.com, remember that, babe? We
I
did
do
that about
remember
two,
that.
three, about 3, 4 years ago, but it's really good. So feel free to go to boyceandalicia.com. You get a free copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking. And also, if you want to get other resources from Dr. Alicia, you can actually text the word love to 87948. So she does a lot of good stuff on relationships and in addition to financial therapy. So so babe, why don't you I'll let you get the last word. Any parting thoughts you want to share?
Yeah, I'm really thinking right now, even making a financial mistake doesn't make you a financial mistake, right? And I think that when I say you can correct it, you can just say, "Oh, that was terrible. Let me fix it by adjusting things. Things need to be calibrated in your financial life all the time, and take out time to focus on your finances. It doesn't have to be every day, boys. Boys talks about finances and focuses on it every day, but that's fine for him. Okay. But I really do think that you should schedule whatever's comfortable for you to just fix it and stop ruminating on the past. That rumination, and really get to the point where you can process things and you feel like you processed it out, these terrible things that have happened to you financially, and you can get to a place where you can have compassion for yourself and you can have grace for yourself, but you now know better and now you can do better going forward. Absolutely. So that's what I would tell people.
That's right. All right, awesome. All right, let's do better, be better. Let's fight
Know
off the
better.
demons. The money demons hit all of us. And so if you want that, just sort of a quick summary of the money demons you may want to investigate, and maybe this is something we can go deeper into. Maybe we can develop a class around this or something. But I would just to give you some ideas on where you might look for those money demons. One might be scarcity, having a scarcity mindset. They may cause you to have insecurities that they get in the way of progress, like jealousy and or competing with people that you should be collaborating with, guilt over spending or things like that, or maybe debt or mistakes that you made in the past. Guilt and shame are big factors. Also, maybe anxiety over things like debt or income or financial instability. Financial anxiety is very big. If you go to drboycebooks.com, Dr. Alicia has a workbook to help you work through and analyze and become aware of any financial anxiety you may have. She did a whole financial anxiety workbook. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and you can scroll down to the love and money section. Maybe a fear of failure. Anybody got a fear of failure? Just I'm scared to go start this business because I'm scared this business is not going to work. Well, I get that. Everybody feels that way, and it's really hard to imagine putting a lot of time and money into something and having it not work out. It's tough, it's embarrassing, and you don't get a lot of support. You don't have a lot of people in the family saying, go, go, go. You have a lot of people sitting back saying, I'm just waiting for that Negro to fail. When they fail, I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna tell them why they did. And it's always the people that ain't doing nothing that do the most talking. So having a process to sort of get to that point is, I think, a really big deal. And actually, if you want to look into like a business that you can start that doesn't fail, again, go to drboyceprime.com. Those are a lot of Prime members are in this class right now, and you could say something in the chat. drboyceprime.com. I think that whole idea of starting your business by selling stock options is really, in my view, the most effective, most superior way to starting a business, or the most superior method I've ever seen, because the business is highly liquid. It doesn't require any work, and you start making income from day one. You just need a capital base. So if you want to go take a look at that, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, or if you text the word money to 87948, I'll send you a free training called How to Make Money Without Working. It is highly, highly efficient. It is literally how I make my money. Errol's, and I see Errol, James, I see you all. So yeah, so feel free to just talk to the other students that are in the class. I like that better than the other method, because the other method was you throw a bunch of money at it, you work your butt off, you wait a year or two, and then maybe you make some money, right? And that's really a hard way to get ahead. So to me, I was like, oh gosh, I should have been doing this when I was 20. So teach this stuff to your kids so they can do it when they're 20 instead of wasting 20 or 30 years like the rest of us did. Other areas where a financial demon or money demon might show up might be maybe you avoid making plans because you're having trouble dealing with instant gratification versus delayed gratification. Instant gratification and the dopamine dopamine release, the good feelings that you get from sleeping and chilling when you could have been working a little bit, or eating the wrong foods when you could have been eating healthy, or just making unhealthy choices when you really want to sort of think about the long term. I think that's a demon too. That instant gratification is another type of demon that really affects so many of us in our lives. It affects all of us. It's a demon that I fight every single day. Do I eat a salad, or do I put my hand in that bag of chips? And my wife will tell you right now, I got a bag of chips next to the bed. So some of these demons don't ever really go away. It's a daily fight. So literally sometimes that inability to focus on the long term, to have that higher level of consciousness required for you to focus on the long term, to me, that's a demon. That's another type of demon. And I know I'm saying too much, and I don't know if my wife has something to say in response to that, but
I probably do.
but literally all of us we have our higher selves and we have our ghetto self. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you got the higher level of you where you're just doing everything right. You're getting up in the morning, you're handling your business, you're making plans, you're getting it done. And then you have the other side that's just lazy and don't want to focus and doesn't want to do the right things, doesn't want to even eat right, doesn't want to save, wants to spend, right? So really, this is why I actually started doing this money in the morning financial consciousness thing, because what I realized is, I said, if we wake up every morning and we commit ourselves to being our best selves, that gives us a much higher probability of success. Because remember, being the best does not always mean that you're always at your best. Like I'm pretty good at this financial thing. Some people would say that I'm one of the best, but I ain't always at my best, and neither are you. None of us are. So my goal is every morning to convince you to find the best version of you and make sure that person shows up for work every day. And that's how you're going to win. That's how you're going to succeed. That's how you're going to overcome all the demons, the cultural demons, the psychological demons, the emotional demons. That's how you're going to fight the battle. And the battle never ends, but you will win because you're built for this. Babe, did you have something else you want to say before? Because I know I said a lot. Did you have something you wanted to?
We'll save it for next time.
Okay, all right.
I don't want to get into a loop with you.
All right. Well, I hope that you will give Dr. Alicia a digital round of applause, digital thank you. I know she's my wife, but I'm sorry. I'd like to give my wife props for how hard she works. She elevates me because she's super disciplined. She's in that. She got me to join the 5 a.m. club. And we get up every morning and go work out, and and I'm inspired by her work ethic. And I always tell people, some of these sisters out here just kicking butt, taking names, and so you're a wonderful ally in this game of life. So thank you very much for joining me, babe. I really appreciate your time. And also, her website, one more time, is coachingwithdralicia.com. And so if you want to see what she does as a therapist, feel free to go there. And or if you want to get some free material from her, you can actually just text the word love to the number 87948, and there's some stuff that we can send you out that way as well. All right, so have a good day, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, every single day, 7 days a week. We do money awareness, financial consciousness training each morning. So make sure you're on the text list. To get on the text list, text the word morning to the number 87.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on when you're watching this show. This is Fly Nubian Money. I am your host for today, anyways, Dr. Lene Javette. Fly Nubian Money is where we help you to master your mindset and maximize your money. We are exploring an exciting and empowering topic today, the best side hustles for Black people. Whether you're looking to supplement your income, start a new venture, or achieve financial independence, our co-queens are here to share their invaluable insights. Today, my co-queens include, I need to see I believe it's Minister Connie. I can't see the names on the screen, but I believe it's Minister Connie up there. Thank you so much. And then we have Linda, bodacious lifestyle coach for Black women over 50. We have Athena Gardner, CPA and women's wealth coach, as well as Laura Lala Key, international real estate agent. Good morning, queens. How are you guys doing? Or afternoon. We might not all be in the same time zone. So good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are. So side hustles is our topic today. But before I get into that, if you are just tuning in, this is your first time seeing us, or if you want to be reminded to see us on a regular basis, right now you can text the word Queens to 87948. Again, that's 87948, so that you can be reminded every time we go live, Monday through Friday at 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern, I believe it is. I'm in Arizona, so it's 10 o'clock a.m. for me. So I want to say 10 a.m., but I know that that's not the right time. Anyway, so side hustles. I want to talk about the reason why side hustles are important. Before we get into what a side hustle is and who has one and why, let's talk about the reasons that side hustles are important. The racial wealth gap. The Federal Reserve's said in 2019 survey of consumer finances, it showed that the median wealth of white families is 8 times greater than that of Black families, highlighting the importance of additional income streams. So in order for us to make this wealth gap a little bit smaller, we need to make more money, okay? And so all the queens here with us today have had some type of side hustle. So let's start with, like, what is a side hustle? I will throw that over to you, Lala. What's a side hustle? I think you might be on mute.
I'm muted. A side hustle is something that you can do outside of your regular 9 to 5. That doesn't normally necessarily mean it takes a whole bunch of time, but some of the hot side hustles are short term for a certain amount of money, or you can make a side hustle a long-term thing and just take a couple of hours out of your day and then earn coins on the side. So it's something that can help you add additional income to what you normally make for your 9 to 5.
I love that. So we're going to go to our wealth strategist here. Athena, what was your first side hustle and why?
My first side hustle was, I was an online tutor. So I was an online tutor and I liked it because it paid me, I think I was getting like $15 to $20 an hour. And I could do that in addition to my current job at the time. Now, I didn't want a side hustle that would require me to leave my home, have to put any additional money. And when I talk to women about these things, I ask them the best thing to do is to do what you know how to do already. So I just graduated college. I was a accounting major. I started working in an accounting firm, and accounting was a very big subject matter and it got paid like one of the highest on the tutoring website. So that's what I chose to do.
I love it. Linda, Bodacious lifestyle coach. So we're talking about side hustles. So let's apply that to life. Somebody's thinking about possibly starting a side hustle, or they have a talent or a skill, like Athena said, and they're thinking, you know what, maybe I should start a side hustle too. I want to shorten the wealth gap in my family. What kind of mindset should somebody have or be working on to start a side hustle or to step out in faith and start a business? You might be on mute.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Well, the first thing I would say is if you already have a full-time job, know that your side hustle, give it time to mature. A lot of times we really have this microwave mindset as far as today I choose to hustle, by next month I'll be flourishing and I'll be able to quit my job by the end of the year. So you definitely have to have a growth mindset and a realistic mindset and realize that success is not a straight line, it's a squiggly line. So bear in mind that this is going to take time. You need to be flexible in your expectations and stay the distance. It is not set in stone. And it's not like clocking in, or do people clock in? I've been working for myself for so long. But anywho, it's not like you're going to get a certain amount of money every 2 weeks. As long as you can keep that in mind, you'll be just fine. So have a flexible mindset, a realistic mindset, and a growth mindset.
Ooh, I like that. Minister Connie, you have author, real estate investor, entrepreneur, hyphen behind your name, right? How do you, what are some of what, I'm going to ask you the same question as Athena. What were some of your early side hustles that helped you put these commas and hyphens behind your name to become, some might say, a serial entrepreneur? What was like your first side hustle and why did you choose that one?
My first side hustle was skincare. I love to do facials. So when I went out to do a facial, I would charge $30 if they didn't buy the supplies. If they bought the supplies, the facial was free. So that was my first thing. It was something I was passionate about. I'm still passionate about skincare. So that was my first one. And then from there, I became a notary. I used to do notaries on wheels. I had so many side hustles that it was crazy. I did so many things. I had to find my niche, and I went from one thing to another. I'm not advising anyone to do that, but everything I did, I really loved doing. So that's how I began. I began just doing different things to find out what was my niche.
Awesome. All right, so we're going to go to the side hustle popularity slide. According to a 2022 survey by Dollar Sprout, 45% of Americans have a side hustle, and nearly 1 in 3 earn more than $500 per month from their side hustle. More than $500 per month. So I'm going to ask all the queens this because I think this would be kind of cool. How much money did you make in your first side hustle? We'll start with you, Lala. You're on mute.
This mute button and now we're going to argue today. I have to tag on to Minister Connie. My first really good side hustle was being a notary. And I found out how important that was being in real estate because there are levels to notaries. You can just do a regular notary. You can do a signing notary, which means you understand real estate signings and they pay more, anywhere from $250 to $500, depending on how fast they need you. And if you can get to somewhere to get to that person, notary on wheels. That is a great side hustle. You don't spend a lot of money getting your notary. And a lot of times when they know that you have that signing part of notary, banks see a list of who has that and they'll reach out to you. And that's free advertising. You could even go into the banks and say, hey, listen, I am a signing notary. If you need me to go to someone, I can do that. That was great money. But here's the third level of notary, because I do international real estate. Apostille. The apostille notary can apostille things that is cross country. And that pays a lot of money too, because there is not a lot of apostille notaries. Mm-hmm. And so when someone really needs something out of country, they are searching for you. So if you get all 3 of those, you have great opportunity for a great side hustle. And you'll be turning away business sometimes.
I like that. What about you, Athena?
Well, it's so interesting because I'm actually a notary too. Another thing with notaries, you can do remote online notaries too now. So you can notarize people's documents online and get paid from home. So that's another thing. My first side hustle, which was the tutoring, I was making at the time around that 500 mark because I was only doing it ad hoc. But the side hustle that kind of paid the most was I had a YouTube channel for one of my businesses, and that channel was bringing me around $3,000-$4,000 a month. Wow! So that was wow. I'm not saying that on the channel.
That was more.
I grew to like 22,000 subscribers. Yeah, that was a good channel. But yeah, so that was the one that paid me the most. I'm not into having to do extra hard work with side hustles. So for me, I always recommend to my clients to just build something that you can do from home based off of your expertise. I think that's the best way.
Right. That's good. That's good money. Linda?
This may be a little off the rail, but I am a huge thrifty queen. And when I was a lot younger, I would go to thrift stores and purchase things. I have a really good eye for fashion. And I would then take my finds, my treasures to the swap meet. And I could make, back then I was in beauty school, so it supplemented my beauty school because we don't make money going to beauty school and the tips were not tipping. So I could make in a weekend from $500 to $1,000 a weekend But I was really hitting up so many thrift stores, and I became known that the ladies would see me and they'd be like, oh, we set some stuff aside. I don't know if they can do that now, but back then we're talking like early 90s, late 80s, they would set things aside. And I would get something for, say, a quarter. And depending on what it was, I would look up things in the books back then. I could get a quarter could turn into $50 easy. So it was great.
Man, y'all had good side hustles. What about you, Minister Connie?
That's a good question. I had the facials, and then I did the notary, and then after that, I was selling cell phones.
No, how much money were you making off of your first side hustle? Like, so the slide said 500 was about.
I made a little over $500. I wasn't really trying to hustle it. It was a passion, so I did it. So it supplemented my income by about $500, $600 ish. It helped pay the bills, some of the bills, but not a lot, because I didn't really push that too much.
Okay. So my side hustle, I didn't really have a true like side hustle, because when I left corporate America, I jumped full 2 feet into entrepreneurship. However, entrepreneurship wasn't entrepreneuring. And so I had to get a side hustle for my business. So I worked through this company called Arise, where you can do things at home. And so I did taxes at home, and I worked for T-Mobile at home on the side of my business. And they paid pretty good. I was making like $1,500, $2,500 a month because I could work based on what I wanted. I could work my own hours and I could work them around my business. So that was my side hustle. I had a side hustle for my side hustle, kind of. But anyways, so let's look at the top 5 side hustles, if we can have that slide up. Okay, so one is freelance writing and content creation. Another one is online tutoring and teaching. The third one is e-commerce and drop shipping. I love that one. That's one of my favorite. The next one is gig economy jobs, and then remote virtual assistant. All right, we will start with you, Linda. Have you done any of those jobs?
I have not.
No? Okay.
I have not done any of those. Those are more sit down type of endeavors, and I like to be out and about around people. So everything that I've ever done was in that capacity.
So what you're basically saying is that it's important that your side hustle aligns with who you are and what you do, kind of.
Without a doubt. Okay. And that's why some people will struggle, because they'll get into the hot thing, but if it doesn't align with you, it'll fizzle out and die really quickly, and all that money you invested goes out the window. So absolutely. Okay. Absolutely.
All right. What about you, Athena?
So I've done many things on the list.
Okay. Off of the top 5. Off of the top 5. We haven't got to the 40
top 5. I've done content creation. So I had a YouTube channel where I might as well say I was doing a YouTube channel where I was doing a lot of tarot readings, because I'm into tarot. And that channel used to get so many views. I used to get like 2,000-3,000 checks just off of the ad revenue. And then I charged like up to like $250 per reading. So I used to get people who book me for those things. The tutoring was when I was younger in college, and I used to get around $15-17 an hour for that. So I like the online tutoring because it's easy. I'm a proponent of online. I've done drop shipping with like a Printful store before. That's good too, but you need to create like a business around that, like to get advertising and people to your actual store. So that takes a little bit more work, but I definitely prefer online and ease and making money while you're sleeping type of thing. I think that's the easiest and best way to like scale a business, and just a side hustle that is scalable as well.
Yes, I like that. What about you, Lala?
I've done several things. I do teach online, and I keep it within my context of what my job is. I teach first-time home buyers classes online, and with that, I also create digital products to go with my class. So I may have a no-fee class, but the materials that go with that class do cost something, and it's a nice little side hustle, and I'm educating people. So, you can count that as being educating other people as well. So anytime that I can tap into what I do and show my expertise, I grab that as quick as possible.
All right, Minister Connie, we're going to round that question out with you.
I never done anything on that list of the 5 top, freelancing position. No, I haven't done anything.
And so that goes to show, while this is the top 5, there's so many more. We actually have a list of a full 40 that we're going to get to. So just to reiterate, what was up there? Freelancing, e-commerce, drop shipping, virtual assisting. There's a variety, remote gig economy jobs, and remote virtual assistant. So those are the top 5. And you have, I think 5 of us here. Some of us have done those, some of us haven't, and everybody has made money. I have a question. How much time should your side hustle take, Athena?
Well, it depends on what you're trying to do, right? So the tutoring, I always think the less money you make, the less money it is, it's easier to kind of allocate the time. So the tutoring already had a customer base, I didn't have to do much work. So I was making like 15 an hour. So when I was doing YouTube content creation and then drop shipping, that took more time. That took at least 10 hours or more a week, because I would have to create the videos and I had like a consistent schedule. And then with drop shipping, like I said, creating the store and picking the items is the easy part. The hard part now is coming up with your whole marketing and sales strategy to try to get people to come to your site and also actually buy. So I also want people to consider what their normal day-to-day is, what their normal job is, and figure out what makes sense for them and their lifestyle. I know some people who do Uber and all these other things. I don't recommend those because you're exposing yourself to strangers. By the time you deduct your gas and depreciation and wear and tear in your car, plus the additional insurance, you're not really making much, in my opinion. But it's also a very easy thing to do. So you have to weigh the trade-offs when it comes to side hustles.
I put myself on mute to ask the question. I said, I like that. Lala, how much knowledge should somebody have when they're starting a business? Athena kind of tapped in on business acumen around marketing, things of that nature. A lot of times people go into a side hustle, they don't know anything. So what would you tell somebody who's thinking about starting a side hustle and maybe they don't have a lot of business acumen?
Well, first you got to tap into what you know. You are an expert at something. I don't care if you're an expert at frying chicken. If somebody doesn't know how to fry chicken, me, because I'm scared, I'm going to buy your $5 product to show me how to fry some chicken. So you need to tap into what you know. And if that is something that is in your career or something that is great for your hobby, perfect example, I need to remodel a desk and I don't know how to do that. So I'm going to pay somebody to show me how to stand that thing down and make it mine. So that's someone else's wheelhouse, but I can pay them for what they know. So tap into your knowledge. Do not just go into something that you don't know about, because people will know about that and word of mouth travels fast. So tap into what you know.
Okay, so let's say somebody wanted to tap into something that they didn't know, because I'm gonna pivot over here to Connie real quick. Real estate is hot. Everybody want to get into real estate as a side hustle. They want to keep their job and they want to sell houses. What would you say, or what would you recommend to someone who is potentially thinking about real estate as their side hustle?
I started off by reading every book I could get a hold of in real estate. That's how I started getting educated. And then I took a class, which cost me some money, but it was very, very well worth it. So I had consultants to help me to grow my business. So that is always good. If whatever you don't know, you can always find a consultant. So, and I joined a lot of women's group in real estate. So one of them that I did join and I paid money for was called REEN, WREN. So I joined them and they taught me a lot of things to help you to keep from making mistakes on buying properties that is going to cost you a whole lot of money and you don't make anything. So I wanted to be safe in that area, but I've been doing it for like 26 years. There's all kind of things that you could pick up out of a book and learn. Or YouTube. YouTube got a lot of things too.
YouTube University.
Yeah.
It's always open and it's free. It
Yes.
doesn't cost you anything to go to YouTube University.
Yes.
Or you can tune in here to Fly Nubian Money every Monday,
Yes.
Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. Eastern. If you would like to get more content like this so you can stay encouraged and motivated and talk about your money, text the word Queens to 87948. Again, that's Queens to 87948. That way you can get notified when we go live, when we're in the room, when we're talking about money. So I am going to pivot to Linda, but before I do, I want to talk about entrepreneurship among Black Americans, if we can get that slide up. A study by Guidant Financial and the Small Business Trends Alliance found that 30% of Black entrepreneurs started their businesses to pursue their passion, making passion-driven side hustles a significant trend. Okay, 30% of Black entrepreneurs found their side hustle by way of their passion. I often say, when you start a business, usually it's for one of three things. And if you're lucky, you get to do all three. And those three things are passion, purpose, and profit.
Mm-hmm.
Passion is great, but the people out there saving the wells, they don't always make a lot of money. So sometimes people go into business because it's something that they're passionate about, but then they can't figure out how to profit from it. I don't know how to make money. I love the air and I want to tell everybody about how clean the air should be, but can you make money from it, right? So that's passion. Purpose, there's a reason for this business. You may not love it, you might not like it, but there's a purpose for it and you're going to do it because somebody has to do it. Somebody has to have a garbage company. Somebody has to have these various businesses that are out there. And so you say, okay, you know what, I'll do it. There's a purpose for it. And then other people start a business because it's profitable. I just want to make money. I'm going to go out here and get in this business. It's profitable and I'm going to do it. So of the three, you at least want to be profitable. If you can't, if you can't have passion and purpose, at least have profit. But if you can't have, if nothing else, then have two: purpose and profit, passion and profit. If you're lucky, you get to do something that you're passionate about, that has a purpose, and you can profit from it. Like that's the qualm, if you will, right? Linda, what are practical steps that someone should take to ensure that their side hustle aligns with their personal and professional and or passion goals?
So make sure that it aligns with their personal, passion, and professional goals. All right. I would say that if you can get into something that you are passionate about and make that profitable, or you see a profit place in that passion project of yours, that is the best thing, because there are going to be times when you're not going to make any money. Something has got to drive you to continue with the business. So I always ask people, what is your why? Why are you doing this? And be honest. If it really is, you know what, I just want to make some money. Then I would question them and say, so what's going to keep you going when you're not making the money? Because you're not just going to dive in and make the money. So I always tell people, especially being a life coach, what is your why? You have to identify why you're doing it, because something has got to be able to sustain you as you're building. You're not going to just take off like a plane and just go straight up into the altitude. So what's going to keep you going while you're gaining your momentum, so to speak? So I believe passion is number one. I just believe that, because even with you ladies, Connie and Lala with the real estate, if you're giving up weekends, a lot of times you're doing open houses, you're missing events and different things, especially in the beginning. So if you are not passionate about that, you got to build a clientele, all of the things, go to networking events. So it cannot just be about, because then I'm going to start selling luxury properties. It takes a minute to get to that point. So I believe the passion and your why has to be there, or it's not going to be sustainable.
I like that. Connie, with the hyphens, right? Author, real estate investor, entrepreneur, minister, you have all these different things. How do you choose? Let me make sure I ask this question properly, because sometimes we start, like I would say you're a serial entrepreneur, right?
Mhm.
And sometimes when we're talking about having side hustles, people will start adding on too many things, or they'll start doing all of the things. How do you know, or how did you select which things that you would do, that you would add to your plate? Become an author, be an entrepreneur, be a real estate investor, because these are multiple different things. I don't even know if I would call them side hustles. It sounds like a serial entrepreneur.
Right, exactly. What I had decided to do for each thing, I would take like a sabbatical away from one area that was working in my business. One I had for 27 and a half years. So I was able to pull away a little bit instead of working. I don't work in my business. I work on my business now. In the beginning, I had to. Then I kind of like pull back and separate myself for that area of what I want to do. I also have a mental health, I'm an associate owner of a mental health clinic that's here in Pittsburgh. So I dedicated 5 years to that. It was a lot of work. But the thing is that I dedicated that time. So what I do, I get up in the morning, I spend my time thinking about what I need to do that day, what's important, what is not important, and what is emergency that I need to work on. So from that list, I will work on whatever business, writing, whatever I need to do, I will work on that for a few hours. So sometimes I might work on something 10 hours a week, 5 hours a week, maybe 1 hour a week, or not at all. So it's kind of like, I don't know, I just do with the flow. And I also pray and ask the Lord, give me super to my natural.
I like that.
Yeah.
Give me super to my natural. Okay, come through. So I see a couple of the comments in the chat asking questions about certain things. So let's kind of, we don't have to put the list up, but I'm going to talk about just a couple of the ones. There's this list of 40 different side hustle ideas, some of which we have done, some of which we haven't done. I'm going to call out just a couple of them, right? And I'm going to use the ones that I feel like anybody that's on here or watches this replay can do. Okay. So freelance writing and blogging, if you have something that you're interested in that you can share with other people, that would be a great one. Online tutoring and coaching, basically something that you know about that you can help somebody else to come through or experience. Real estate investing. We have 2 real estate investors here, so we can definitely dive deeper into that. Affiliate marketing is another side hustle that I think people sleep on. If you are making recommendations or referrals or telling people about some type of a business or an event or a product or a tool, you can get paid for that. People are literally making tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars every month doing affiliate marketing. Drop shipping business, which Athena talked about earlier, using like Printify or Printful, event planning and coordinating, YouTube creation, ebook publishing. I saw somebody was asking about authoring. We're going to get into that in a hot second. Podcasting, fitness training and coaching, meal prep and catering, online courses. I like the pet sitting and dog walking. I thought that one was pretty cool. Personal shopping and styling, beauty services, an e-commerce store, personal chef. If somebody said it earlier, if you're good at cooking, somebody will pay you to either cook for them or teach them how to cook. Mobile notary services, language translation. I'm not reading them all. I'm just kind of going through the ones that I think are really anybody can do. A subscription-based box curator, voice acting, and online clothing boutique. That's not the whole list, but those are some very simple side hustles that literally anybody who's watching this show right now can go and do. So let's talk about authoring, because I saw the comment about being an author. I can't see who asked the question. I think it was Spirited Poetess. Oh my, I'm editing my 3rd book. I have no idea how to market. Who all on the panel is an author? Okay, I'll start with you, Linda. How would you help her in that?
What was the question? I apologize.
Because I'm editing my 3rd book. I have no idea how to market.
How to market. All right. One of the things that I did is I pre-sold my book. First of all, I created a landing page. Well, I didn't create it. I had a virtual assistant create the landing page. And on the landing page, if they pre-ordered the book, they would get a signed copy from me. And because it was about my life coaching, I gave them a complimentary session, 1 hour session, if they pre-ordered the book. Now, the book was $35. So I felt like I was definitely getting my value. Another way you can market is by setting up a challenge or a contest by how many people can buy the book, tag you, and maybe showcase themselves reading your book. You can do challenges, you can do pre-orders, you can do a book summit. You can have other people join you. You could have people chime in as you read the book. You could have people purchase the book and then create a book club. There are so many different ways that you can market the book. Those are 4. You can pre-sell the book before it's even done, before you've even done with the edit. Challenges, contests, have the people purchase and or show you the receipt that they got, and then do something with that as well. So those are 4 different easy ways that you can do that really don't cost you that much either.
And so that kind of goes back to what we're a little bit of what we're talking about around business acumen, right? So I am super, I'm gonna do it one more time, super passionate about business acumen in the Black community. I personally believe, this me, that the reason why we have a lot of these negative stereotypes around Black business is because most of us, not all, but most, are first generation entrepreneurs. You might not know somebody else who's an entrepreneur. Your mom might not have been an entrepreneur, your cousin. You might not be around or sitting at tables with other entrepreneurs and you want to start a business. And most times when somebody's starting a business, the objective is to make money, right? And so being a first generation entrepreneur who without the experience and or connection, ties, and knowledge of another entrepreneur kind of leaves you out there by yourself in the wind. You're getting free information on YouTube. You're piecing things together, reverse engineering funnels, trying to do the best that you can with your business. Pricing doesn't help because you're a smaller business. So if you have to order a product, you're going to pay more. So you can't give people a lower price because you had to pay a higher price. So there's all these different things that come against us as Black entrepreneurs who want to have or start a business. Again, this is why I think that we have some of these stereotypical issues. Prices are too high. Business doesn't run well. I've never ran a business before. I'm doing the best that I can. I'm trying, whatever the case might be. So I do think it's super important, even if you're doing a side hustle, to take the time to understand what you're doing, to get the knowledge, to read, to invest in a course or a class, better understand writing, understand the process. And if it's something that you really want to do, take the time to invest in it, learn it, find a muse or somebody who's doing the business like you want to do it. What are they talking about? Understand your target market. I think sometimes when we hear side hustle, it doesn't equate to, or we don't calculate it as an actual business, but it is. You just hustling it on the side of whatever else you're doing, but it's still a business. And if you want to learn more about business and money and what's happening in the world, you should always come back to Fly Nubian Money, Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. And if you want to get reminded when we're live and what we're going to be doing and talking about, you can text the words Queens. Text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. Again, that's 87948. Athena, how much have you invested to better your craft, to learn more about what it is that you do so that you can take your side hustle? And it doesn't have to be taking your side hustle to your main thing, but let's just talk about investing in knowledge to learn what it is that you do. How much have you invested?
Listen, I don't even know what that number is fully between college education, these professional licenses. I had mentors. I've paid for mentorship now Okay, this was just last year. That fee was 10 grand. So I'm just going to put that out there. Now, what I do recommend for people looking to get into business and they have ideas is to find a coach, find someone like Dr. Lene, like myself, Lala, everybody on this panel, because what we will be able to do for you is to shorten the learning curve. What I've realized in business is a process is a process. You're not going to escape that. Anyone selling you like you're going to be rich tomorrow is selling snake oil. But what you can escape is some of the mistakes, some of the hardships, and some of the expensive lessons by investing money in getting someone who is certified or is doing what you're doing or knows what they're doing. So that is one thing. What I also want to advise people is, yes, passion is important in business because, and your passion doesn't necessarily have to be the business itself. Your passion can be the reason why you want to have the business. Maybe the reason is that you want to provide your children a better life. Maybe you want to, generational wealth. Maybe you just don't want to work for nobody. Whatever that reason is, but I also want people to tap into their talent, because if you are talented at something, then that will have a more perceived value and people are willing to pay more money for it. And also, since this is a Black channel, I want to talk about the concept of just because you are a Black business doesn't mean that you only sell to Black people.
Right.
So I want to put that out there because a lot of us start these super, super niched business. And it's for some business models, it works. The Black and Melanin t-shirt model, obviously that's the target audience. But if you have a product that anyone can buy, focus on, just remind yourself that you don't only have to target Black people. And the important thing with that too, and as I've learned in business, is that because we are the economic group that is struggling the most, sometimes just targeting only Black people will limit your earning potential, because we're looking for disposable income dollars. And that is a group that is financially pressed, is what I'm going to say. So open up your pool or who your target audience is as well. Don't limit yourself to just Black people.
I like that.
I just want to chime in really quick. When you say the group that is financially pressed, what do you mean by that?
Meaning that
Black people in general, or what are you saying?
Meaning that our socioeconomics, when we're comparing statistically, comparing to what was the stat you said earlier, Dr. Lene, about generational wealth, that white people have 8%?
8 times greater than that of Black families.
Correct. We have the racial wealth gap, and we know the historical implications of that has led us to this day. But I've often found, even in business, you don't know who your client is or who may also need your services. So I always encourage people to expand their mind around who is going to give you that money, because the money is green, honey.
Right.
The money is green.
As working with Black women exclusively, I am doing quite well. And it could be because I'm working with Black women who are 50 and over, so they have more time in the workforce or whatever that is that they're doing. And so for me, niching down and working exclusively with Black women has been quite productive for me. But again, that could be because they have been in the workforce for quite some time.
Yeah, women in that age bracket tend to have more disposable income because for the reasons that you said. And then, like I said, for some business models, that works because obviously you're a bodacious life coach. And if I want a life coach that looks like me, then I'm going to be more encouraged to go to you, Linda, obviously.
Right.
Yeah, knowing and understanding your business model and your target market are super crucial when you start talking about who you're branding to, who you're marketing to, the type of product that you're going to have. I too, or also specifically work with Black individuals. I'm a business coach who has a passion for making sure that Black businesses are not stereotypical and that they don't operate from a negative perspective. So I coach on business acumen to make sure of that. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm passionate about. That's what I profit from. However, I have another business that's a tangible product that's for everybody. So I can't get to a billion. Lord, let me make sure I say that with conviction. I would love to build $1 billion business off of Black people. It has never been done before. Maybe I'll be the first, but just in case I'm not, I am diversified to make sure I can get all the monies that are out there. I want all the coins from all the tables. So even if you do have a business that focuses on Black people, because we do need to focus on Black people, don't only, there's a whole world out there of people who have money that are willing to spend it, get their money. We need to be more diversified in the types of businesses that we have. I promise you, no tea, no shade. We have a lot of restaurants. We got a lot of beauty shops. We got a lot of wig shops. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need to get out here and get some tech companies. We need to get out here and get some other things. So please be diversified, and please do create products, services, businesses, side hustles that everybody can buy from, so that we can bring this money into our community. Let me reset the room. This is Fly Nubian Money. We're here every Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. You can tune in to us here, but you can also join the text message list so that you can get notified when we're here, because we know you don't want to miss this, right? So text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948, and you can be notified whenever we are live. Again, that's Monday through Friday at 1:00. Lala, I know you have something to add to something we have been talking about. I don't even necessarily know if I want to go to a question, because you've been sitting there so patiently. Would you like to add anything to the conversation at this point?
Yes, don't be afraid to try things, because sometimes when you try things and you think that's the thing for you, then you find out maybe that's not the thing for me, but something else comes from that. So don't just fall for anything, but at least give it a try to see if it's something in your wheelhouse that you can expound on. And I always start with small things. Like, you always hear people say you can take surveys, and a lot of those places like that don't pan out. But I do have one that does pan out very well. And if you just need to get started to get money for your side hustle, you can do small little things. And you can go to this place called Respondent. And they are legitimate survey place. And sometimes they even look for people within certain niches, where you can take a survey and earn anywhere from $25 to $250. I literally earned $250 just doing a test product for something in real estate with them. So you always can go to places like that, make sure they're legit. And the reason I throw that out there is because there are so many that are not legit. So I don't want you just going out there and looking on the University of YouTube and everything else and listening to everybody saying this one works, when you go there and you waste your time. So even if you need to build a side hustle, sometimes you need instant coins. And this place will normally pay once a month. And if you fit into one of their surveys, they usually pay really good money.
I like that. I'm going to read our last slide. I think that's what we'll call it. The last slide, financial impact. A survey by Bankrate in 2022 indicated that 34% of side hustlers use their extra income for essential expenses, and 27% use it for discretionary spending, showcasing the practical financial benefit of side hustles, meaning more money, more money, more money. If you want to have more money, you want to have a better quality of life, if you want to be able to spend, then you should have something else that brings in revenue, that brings in income to your home. And we see this a lot of times through side hustles. I think I would like to add that it might not be the first thing that you try. I think that while I was saying that, right, you might have to try a couple of different things before you find the thing that works for you, before you find the thing that makes the money that you want to make, before you find the thing that aligns with your schedule and your talent and what you're doing. Don't be afraid to experiment with a couple of different things. Our producer said, if you would like to get the list of the 40, like if you would like to get the complete list of the 40 side hustles, you can send an email to info@realvirtual.net. Can you guys put that up on the screen for me, please? info@realvirtual.net. If you would like to receive the complete list of the 40 side hustles, for your own personal viewing, and maybe you might want to use one of those. Again, that's info, INFO, at real, REEL, virtual.net. Okay. Minister Connie, I'm not going to ask you a question either, because we're kind of getting low on time. So a lot of things have been said. Did you want to add anything to the conversation before I ask my next question?
Yes, I would. I'm from an entrepreneur family. Thank God for that. So I was able to see how my family did things. One of the things that I would say, when you walk into a company, I have like a couple companies. So when you walk into a company, you could usually get the feel of a company. You know, when you walk in, it should be nice. It should be professional. You should not be able to tell if it's a Black company or a white company. And that's the way my companies are set up. I don't want nobody to have a color attached to my company. So I always put a lot of money into the look of what I want. And I do a lot of, I spend a lot of money on counseling and consultants to reach that. So I just want to put that out there also, that people could come in and they should not be able to tell what type of company or what is the color of the owner or the CFO or CEO or whatever. So I just want to put that out there.
Awesome. I'm going to ask everybody this question. I think it'd be beneficial, and I think people will be able to learn from it. Being that I've been in business for 10 years. I've been a full-time entrepreneur for 10 years, me personally, right? And oftentimes I think, God, if I could go back, what would I do differently? So if you could go back to the beginning of your either entrepreneur career or your side hustles, what's one thing that you would do differently today? If you can go back and do your side hustles again, or go back and do entrepreneurship again, what's one thing that you would do differently? I'm going to go with you, Linda, because you're smiling like you already know. Look, go ahead.
One thing that I would do differently is build the business from the foundation outward instead of outward inward. I feel like now I'm building the foundation of my business because I had never been a life coach before. And it is something that I feel that is exploding, but nobody was really teaching the foundation of the business. I got certified in all of that. And then I went to figuring out or getting the people who could teach me how to create the business, the back end of the business, the fact that you're going to need landing pages and funnels and processes and Trello and Notion and all of these things. They don't teach you that. They're just teaching you how to become a life coach. What are the processes? How do you coach someone? But they did not teach me the business. And that's what I would have done first before I even hung up my flag to say, hi, I'm Linda, the Bodacious Lifestyle Coach for Black women over 50. That's what I would do differently.
I love that. What about you, Lala?
When I first got into real estate, I thought I was supposed to buy everything. So I did not come from a sales background. I actually came from an admin and creative side. So when I first got into real estate, anytime anybody came up to me and said, you need this and you need that and you need this, I put out more money in my first year than I ever did in any other years on products and things that I did not need. So don't become so obsessed with the shiny object syndrome. You can start with the basics. I could have very well, and still do, I created my own flyers. Why? Because I came from that background into sales. So use what you already have, knowing that you don't have to pay a lot of extra money to get your feet wet. So be very mindful of your pockets, because everything sounds wonderful when everybody's like, buy, buy, buy. And you're like, okay, and promises don't get fulfilled. So make sure that you watch your own pocket and use the skills that you have to uplift your side hustle.
Love it. What about you, Connie?
At first, when I started my business, I was the bookkeeper, I was the payroll clerk, I was the janitor, I was everything. So I was working in my business instead of on my business. And I think I could have grown a whole lot better. But one advice I want to say, do not hire all family, because that can be a headache.
All right, Miss Athena.
One thing I would redo is embrace failure and mistakes. So I have and still kind of do perfectionist syndrome. And what happens is that it can stall you because you take so long to do a process. And with business, it's an iterative process. You're constantly learning and refining and learning and refining. So embrace mistakes and don't beat yourself up on those. And also invest in your business and invest in coaching. When I invested in coaching, it took me to the next level because I was able to see things and gain knowledge on things that it would have probably taken me years to figure out. So sometimes it's worth the investment just to get like a coach or a mentor to kind of shorten that gap, and also understand, have really, really good clarity over who you're serving and what the things that they actually need. So go in groups, comment sections, just find out your particular target audience, what they actually need to experience the transformation or what your product or service is going to do for them, and then build your products and services around fulfilling the solution, providing the solutions for those needs.
Ooh, I like it. What I would say that I would do differently is start. I would start. I have a terminology that I say to my clients, and that's always be like Apple. Be like Apple, literally. Apple puts out a new phone every single year. They do not know if that phone's going to work. They do not know if there's the bugs are figured out. They put out the phone, people stand in line, they use the phone and they say, we don't like this doesn't work, fix it. Then they put out an update and people are happy. Stop waiting to launch. I'm not saying throw messy stuff out there. I'm not saying to be raggedy, but I am saying it's never going to be perfect. Whatever it is that you're thinking about doing, whatever it is that you're thinking about starting, lean into it, put something out, invest in it, do the coaching, read the book, go to the networking events, take the class, find somebody that can be your muse, get a mentor, but start taking steps towards it, because it's never going to be a right time. It's never going to be the perfect time. Everything's not going to be working right. You're never going to have the right money. The sun's not going to be in the right position, beaming down on you so you can be, that's never going to happen. So if you know in your heart, in your spirit, if something has been put inside of you that you're supposed to do something, if you have a talent or a skill or some knowledge or a passion or some purpose, or you want to make a profit, do it. That's what I would do differently. I had the concept and the idea for my business for 10 years. Wow. I sent myself an email in Yahoo in 2001 when I came up with the idea. I didn't actually start my business until 2013. I wouldn't have waited that long. So don't wait. All right. All right. As we close out, we're going to go around the room really quick. I want to just make sure that everybody knows where you can find these queens at. Outside of here, Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. And if you want to get notified, again, I'm going to tell you again before we leave, but I'm going to tell you right now too. You can text the word Queens with an S to 87948 so that you can be notified when Fly Nubian Money is live every Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. But in the meantime, I want to make sure that you can go and love on and support and follow and network and work with, or whatever the case might be, with all of these queens that are on the stage right now. We're going to start with Miss Linda, our bodacious life coach. Can you tell people where they can find you and how they can reach you?
Yes, I can be reached at Linda S. like Sam Husser.
I think you meant mute.
Yeah, I think I do. You can find me at Linda S. Husser 1 on TikTok. I am an avid TikToker. Please don't take TikTok away. And Linda S. Husser on Instagram. Linda Susan Husser on Facebook. That name Husser, Husser, that's me. all over these internet streets.
I love it. All right. What about you, Ms. Lala?
Well, I always like to tell people or leave something that you can think about in your heart. And here's what I'm going to tell you. A closed mouth never gets fed. You need to make sure that you open your mouth and ask the questions so that you can get to the next level. And I hope that we've answered some questions for you to help you better yourself financially. And I make it real easy. You can just find me at bit.ly/Laura Key Info, and I'll have some other resources up there for you as well.
Thank you so much. And what about you, Pastor Minister, Miss Connie?
Yes. You can reach me at conniespearman.com. And I would just like to say, just do it. You know, like the check mark, check it off. Just do it and check it off and keep on going and see what works for you.
Thank you. Good word. And you, Miss Athena?
All right, ladies, you can find me at wewealthwoman.com. My brand is We Wealth Woman, and you can find us on social at We Wealth Woman as well. And you can listen to me on my podcast at We Wealth Woman Podcast. I am available to give wealth, womanhood, and wisdom to you all, and that is where you can find me.
I love it. I am Dr. Lene Javette. I am a monetization strategist. I help my clients to triple their revenue. I am a business coach. I help service-based Black entrepreneurs to brand their brilliance. So if you're looking to create a business where your brilliance takes the front stage, that is what I do with my clients. You can find me right there on social media at I am Dr. Lene Javette. You can also find me at my website, which is the same, www.drlenejavette.com. I want to thank all of you all for tuning in, not just today, but for the duration of Fly Nubian Money. I've been working with boys for a very long time. Folks of Fly Nubian Money. I'm here in Fly Nubian Queen. We are here every Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. Eastern. And if you would like to get notified when the queens are on, you'll notice that there's different queens on different days. And so it's always exciting to tune in. So if you can get here every Monday through Friday at 1:00, wear your earpod at work. You can work and be listening. Like this is a live podcast. So you get to see us, you get to engage with us. And we want you to be here. So text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948 so that you can come and hang out with us every day. We thank you for being here. I thank you to my co-queens for being here. We appreciate you guys all. Have a great day. Be blessed and be one. We'll see you tomorrow.